Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the opening day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Yorkshire. Nice bit of bustle around the ground at the moment ahead of the start on a day where Yorkshire have won the toss and chosen to field first. No huge surprise that that's what they choose to do because it is quite overcast. There is the threat of rain around lunchtime. Yorkshire coming into this game with 45 points from 4 games. They're 7th in the table. Warwickshire have 10 more points and are in 4th. They've both won 1, lost 1 and drawn 2, but Warwickshire have been a little bit better with the batting points, particularly the batting bonus points, as opposed to the bowling, which is fairly even. Warwickshire, a bit of an injury worry, I think, in terms of their seam department, and they are without Chris Wokes, who picked up a niggle against Nottinghamshire, so he will miss out for the second time this season. He was never going to play all of the games, but he's not available again this week. Keith Barker has played just the 1 game and appears not to be fit because he wasn't in the squad, and Nathan Gilchrist also wasn't available for selection. That means that Ollie Hannon-Dolby has been recalled from his loan at Worcestershire, and he will start today in the place of Chris Wokes. So Alex Davis and Rob Yates at the top of the order. Dan Mosley, Sam Hain, Bo Webster, Ed Barnard and Zen Mallet in the middle order. Jordan Thompson against his former county, Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon-Dolby are the selection for Warwickshire. I'm Richard Wilson from BBC Radio WM. Very soon we'll hear from Melinda Farrell, who's back from Australia with lots to tell us, no doubt, over the course of the next few days. And of course, representing the BBC stations across Yorkshire, it's Jonathan Doidge. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, a nice morning, quite sort of mild in temperature, isn't it? I think they've left 12 millimetres of grass on, so I was advised yesterday, and it's quite a long way across, isn't it, towards the Hollies stand. And the Yorkies, a couple of changes. Harry Brook back into the side for the first time this season in County Championship cricket, and Joe Root takes a breather. And then the other changes with the bowling. Jai Richardson, who was as an agreed rest as part of his trip over here, he's missing out, and Ben Cliff, who did come on as one of the many substitutes Yorkshire have used so far this season, midway through a match earlier in the campaign, he gets his first start of the season. He'll be bowling right arm seam for those who don't know him.
Excellent. So I think a good toss to win. I'm sure Warwickshire will most likely to do the same thing. The men's games have been played to the right of the pavilion in the early part of the season because of the level of the construction work that's going on away to our left, and that has changed significantly in the last 3 weeks since I was last here. The new stand with the hotel being built where the Raglan stand once was, but it does mean that we are to the right of centre. So the screen has to be draped halfway across what still used to be known as the press box stand, just to the left of the main scoreboard as we look. The umpires are Jack Shantry and Russell Warren. And these two teams, I mean, you would call this, if this was football, a mid-table clash as things stand at the moment. But both sides have played some pretty good cricket so far.
I'm not sure. I think I'd probably take issue with you on that on the Yorkshire front. They did play pretty good cricket last week after day 1. But before that, it was very much hot and cold, really. And they've had more not so good sessions than good ones, I think, if you're honest, over the first few matches. So they're looking now, Richard, to add to what was in the end a very good effort last week to win at Taunton, and just try and build some momentum and get the season going. They talked before the season began about starting better, because last season it was a pretty similar story. They started poorly and then they finished very strongly, and they wanted to kind of get something in on the front end of the season this time around. It still hasn't happened. There was a lot of frustration around last Friday night, for example, after day 1, when another first innings score had come up well short of the 250 mark for a batting point. But then they did bowl really well for the first time this season, collectively, pressure from both ends, and it just shows you what a difference that can make, and that was reflected in the final outcome.
I've never known a season where the new ball is as key in Division 1. I think in Division 2 often it seemed to be that the new ball was everything for a long period of time, but it certainly seems to be the case this year in Division 1 cricket as well, which is interesting. And Warwickshire have struggled against the new ball throughout the course of this season. I will have an update to do at 3 minutes past each hour. I better tell you that, so that so if I do the first bit here, first over, and see if we get that in. 4 slips in place for Jack White, who's always such an eager performer. brings plenty of energy to the piece. And it's going to be him who begins the bowling to Rob Yates, who takes first strike. And round the wicket he comes, and Yates defends a ball that was towards middle and off. As always, White with the long hair and the headband. Really enjoyed him as a Northamptonshire cricketer, and he's been an okay pickup, hasn't he, for Yorkshire?
He's been a good one. He's been a very good pickup. Yeah, I mean, he has been, along with George Hill, they've been the pick of the bowlers so far this season in the seam sense. And Don Bess has also gone really well considering the time of year. Picked up 4 wickets on the final day the other week. Also had wickets in the first match at Cardiff.
It was a little bit of a late starter to county cricket, White, and I think he plays with that in mind, that he makes every day count. He draws an outside edge here from Yates. It goes straight downwards, and there'll be a bit of a race down to third, and Harry Brook is going to chase it within a foot of the rope and then flicks it back, and it will be thrown to Johnny Bairstow, the Yorkshire captain, and Yates is off the mark with 3, but White drawing a false shot from the second ball of the day.
Yep. And he'll be just there or thereabouts. We're obviously quite a long way from being straight on here. We must be 8-9 strips away to the leg side of where Alex Davies is going to face his first ball of the match. But he tends to be top of off stump, 3.5 stumps, Jack, and brings both the edge and the stumps into play.
Now, Alex Davies has not had an easy time so far this season. He did make a half-century in his opening innings against Surrey, but he hasn't got out of single figures since then in 5 subsequent innings. And he faces White here, and it's short, and he'll play that through the offside for 4. Off the back foot, through the covers. He just rode the bounce. That wasn't a great delivery from White, and it was punished against Davies off the mark. 7 without loss.
Yeah, too short. And thank you very much, says Alex Davies. Not a lot in the way of fielders out there, and if you hit the gap, a short boundary, isn't it? Short enough. And there's going to be plenty of boundaries, I would imagine, over that side of the field.
Yeah, it can't be any more than 55, 60 metres on that side, whereas it's probably closer to 80 on the leg side as Alex Davies looks it towards the building site with its crane right in the middle. As this one back of a length one, it cuts back a little bit and hits him high on the pad, too high for an LBW appeal. In a sense there might be a little bit of movement off the seam there for White. He'll draw encouragement. We'll just get this up down out of the way in just a second. So this over has taken a while with a bit of ball collecting being done. So White trots back to his mark. He's bowling from the Birmingham end of the game. Ground rather. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have been put into bat on the opening day of their game against Yorkshire, and they're going to lose a wicket straight away. Alex Davies has been caught at second slip by Adam Lyth off the bowling of Jack White. He's gone for 4. He got off the mark with a nice drive off the back foot, but he's now been caught at second slip. His sequence of single-figure scores continues. So Warwickshire, having been put into bat in the first over, are 7 for 1. So, yeah, Alex Davies has not been making runs at all. That means his last 6 innings now, I think he's just shy of 20 runs. And a good early wicket. Lyth, right in the midriff, got 2 clean hands on it. Decent catch.
Was that midriff or midrift?
Oh, that's funny. That was a conversation that was being had earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, no. God, what have I said there? Yes, he's probably put a couple down actually early in the season, Adam Lyth, but he clung on tight this time. And again, Jack White getting reward for that sort of line I was talking about, just line-wise getting people to reach slightly for it, and obviously lengthwise again, and not able to get to the pitch, and that's really his calling card, the wicket we've just seen.
Send our colleagues in commentary in Warwickshire a message about to get rid of what we can hear our ears at the moment, but you won't be able to hear it. Out comes Dan Mosey, so 2 left-handers at the crease. And having won the toss, the early breakthrough was exactly what Yorkshire wanted. And White had drawn an edge already from Rob Yates earlier in the over. He had one cut back into Davies. And the next ball, he nicks off to second slip. 4 slips in position. Quite a sharp, steep line, quite an angle The fourth slip is relatively close. I don't think it's going to be a particularly pacey wicket by the look of it. And forward comes Dan Mosley, covers up, plays it into the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over, 7 for 1.
Yeah, and if there is 12 millimetres left on it, that is correct. Then obviously there's a little bit in it for the seamers. There should be decent carry and probably a bit of trampoline bounce. And if it is slow to start with, then it's only going to get slower, isn't it? Because the heavy roller will be on a few times during the next few days, you would have thought. And I would imagine that the longer the match goes on, the more difficult it will be to take wickets. With that much grass on, you're clearly not sort of helping spin to any great extent. Good to see Ben Cliff having a go with the new ball from this pavilion end of the ground then. Ben started last season in the match against Hampshire at Southampton, got an injury during that match, and we didn't see him again until the back half of the campaign in the 50 over comp. Right arm seam from Halifax, Ben. And that's dropped into the offside by Rob Yates, and there is no run.
It's right, wickets that don't have a lot of pace. We were treated to the site at Trent Bridge a fortnight ago of Warwickshire having 2 slips who were standing so close they had to wear helmets. Just such an odd sight, isn't it?
Yeah.
You want to see some carry. I mean, there's certainly plenty of carry through on the wicket, and the catch for Adam Lythe.
Here comes Cliff then. And that turned into the leg side this time by Yates. There's no run. Jack Shantry and Russ Warren are the 2 umpires. I think it's Jack at this end, isn't it? Looking at the size of him. Tall figure of Jack Shantry.
It gets harder to tell umpires apart these days because they almost always wear exactly the same thing. You need the idiosyncrasies of like a Dickie Bird cap, don't you, or something?
Yeah, I'm going with Jack this end anyway. That's my early take in the sweep. The umpire sweep as Cliff bowls, and that's turned to leg by Yates. Matthew Revis is in there to do the fielding. There was suggestion he might bat 4 here and Johnny Bairstow at 6 rather than the other way around. We'll see. Johnny's gone down on the team sheet this morning at 4, so it looks as though in that respect things may remain as they were. Cliff turns, makes his way in then once again from the pavilion, ends up there to drive. An invitation accepted, and that's a beautifully executed off drive from Rob Yates. A diving attempt from Don Bess, who was at mid-off, couldn't quite get down quickly enough, and so another boundary takes Warwickshire to 11 for 1.
He's been in better nick of the 2 openers, a couple of good half centuries, and he's got in most innings so far this season, Rob Yates, who as always leads the catching stats for the Bears as well. He's already taken 9 catches largely in the slips, but that was a good looking shot from Yates.
Cliff in again, that's wide of off stump and climbs on its way through to the gloves of Bairstow, and there is no run. Yeah, as I say, so Ben Cliff spent a bit of time out injured last year. He came back with his first senior 5-foot in a match at Scarborough in the 50 over competition in which Yorkshire did well last year. Up to a point. They only lost one of the group games at York against Somerset, and then ended up binning the semi-final pretty much in a mad 30 to 45 minutes after a rain break, when they still had a good chance. Cliff in again, an attempted flick off the legs by Yates, but he misses out. End of the over, 11 for 1. It does feel sizable, does the playing area, even though the boundary away to our right on the Hollies side of the ground feels short. As Richard said, it looks huge away to our left, and Jack White nearly need binoculars to see him when he's on the boundary edge down at third man fine leg in between overs.
Yeah, I think the height of our commentary position probably accentuates the distance to some extent, but yeah, it does seem a big playing area. The majority of spectators are over to the right hand side, and a lot of them will be in the pavilion, smattering away to our right. If you'll be staying indoors, keeping warm in the restaurant, as Dan Mosley faces for just the 2nd time this morning. White in again, and that goes past the outside edge as Mosley walks through a defensive shot and goes through to Bairstow. You mentioned Scarborough there. That looms large on the horizon for these two teams, because that's where they'll meet again next month. There's about 5 weeks between fixtures. The two matches between these.
Lovely balance to the season, Richard.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they put it into a computer. Probably AI.
Computer says no.
There's White with that elbow pumping outwards, putting the energy in. He's dragged that one down the leg side. It goes past Mosley just above hip height, and again taken by Bairstow.
Always great to be at Scarborough. Hopefully we'll get to broadcast from the usual combox, but there were changes at a recent women's match there, so we'll see how that one plays out in the next few weeks. Yeah. Are you coming north for that one?
Mike Taylor will be with you for that. Yeah, yeah. We have to share it out. We love cricket too much, you see. You can't deny each other the privilege, can you?
Very true.
I've already done Hove and Trent Bridge this year, so I don't get Scarborough. White turns and approaches Mosley once again. This one's straight. Mosley forward, turns it into the leg side. Picked up at mid-wicket by Matthew Revis.
Hove is lovely.
I try to work out whether you mean that then.
No, I love going to Hove.
No.
You actually park in the ground as well.
Just
like you can here.
Leave the car for 4 days.
Yeah.
And walk back to your hotel each night.
Yeah.
I did. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed getting my steps in. It was a decent game of cricket. Sussex deservedly won it in the end, but it was one of the most undulating games I've seen. First 3 days, unbelievable. Mosley awaits White again and guides him past mid-wicket up towards mid-on. Doesn't find an angle to get a run there. A quiet start from Dan Mosley, who looked $1 million at Trent Bridge a fortnight ago against Nottinghamshire. Got 49 off 49 balls and then played a loose shot and got out. And I mean, it was almost fury he showed as he left the crease, in that he knew that he left a lot of runs out there. And then they were bailed out in their first innings by a brilliant century from Ed Barnard. What just became a very, very, very flat wicket. Right into Mosley, and forward again in defence, straight down the wicket. Once more. Yeah, so part of the ground at Scarborough is effectively condemned for the time being, isn't it? So section round from the pavilion, and then sort of goes through the press box and round.
Yeah. As I say, I'm not quite sure how things will operate for the 10 days of men's first team cricket there that they have this season.
I reckon trestle table on the boundary edge, or do you?
Well, you would, but if it rains, you wouldn't, would you?
No, you wouldn't at all, not at all. Is it again? White, an appeal for LBW. The umpire looks down at his hands, and that's his way of turning it down. And I think probably on 2 grounds, the height and also the angle, I think might have taken it down leg. End of the over, good over from White and Maiden. 11 for 1, Warwickshire.
Yep, a handy start from Jack White, as usual. He's on the money. It's not a bad shout, actually, looking at it for a second time, but yeah, you can see there's a potential doubt in the umpire's mind about whether it's going down or not, certainly. And the sun manages to find a break in the clouds down here at Edgbaston, as Ben Cliff is about to commence his second over then. In and bowling now, and that's dropped out square on the offside by Yates and fielded by James Wharton. And there is no run. There was I did a little piece with Messrs Wharton and Thompson a couple of days ago. There was some fun baiting between the pair. James Wharton warning Tomo that he's going to get lots of short stuff, and Jordan accusing James of boring everybody about his 90 odd last week at Taunton. All good-natured banter, of course, but there'll be no mates out there while it's going on. Good delivery from Cliff. He's got him. He's just nipped that away from Rob Yates, who was anchored at the crease, has a little flick at it, feathers it through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow, and it's 11 for 2. Yates gone for 7.
Once you win the toss, you've got to make use of it, haven't you? And they've done that. They're putting the ball in the right sort of areas. And Cliff, just an awkward. He's jabbed at it, hasn't he, Yates? There, it's almost a flick out. I don't think he was entirely sure whether the ball was going to be hitting his off stump or not, and made a late decision to play at it. And as a result, nicks off, and comfortable catch for Johnny Bairstow. Warwickshire, as has been the trend in most of the games so far this season, struggling against the new ball. And out comes Sam Hain earlier again than ideally he'd want to be there, just 15 minutes into the day's play.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with himself, only Rob Yates, really. The ball did nip a little bit, but it was slanted that way anyway, and it's nowhere near tickling the varnish on the stumps. It's probably about 5th stump, Richard, something like that.
Yeah.
And he's squared up, has a little flick at it, so yeah, he's going to be disappointed, but Ben Cliff will be delighted. Just as it would have been last week when Leeds managed to win over Burnley. Big Leeds United fan, Ben.
Okay.
Yeah. Likes to get involved on that front. And I think that'll do his confidence plenty of good. He was backed, as I said, last year by Anthony McGrath, remembering, of course, that he'd just taken over as coach during the winter before that. So it was his first match in charge of a team, and he gave Ben the nod, which was a real vote of confidence for him. So to pick up that injury in the first game was a huge disappointment, I know, and then came back and showed what he could do when he got all those opportunities in white ball cricket. Spent the winter in Melbourne playing grade cricket down there, and he's making his way in then to bowl to Sam Hain with those 4 slips, still waiting for an opportunity, and Hain immediately on it to a ball that's a half volley length over pitched by Ben, giving him too much width, and Sam Hain is not going to miss out on that, whether he's well set or not.
If you are going to err anyway, you're going to err by over pitching, aren't you? You want to give the ball a chance to move. Seems to be a little bit coming off the seam, but that was quite a wide half volley, and Hain just leant on it.
Yeah, there was some swing, but he just started it off probably about 5th stump before it even got going. Surprised that Sam didn't have a problem pulling a muscle, stretching across for it. Now then, it's a better delivery. There's an appeal, and Yorkshire, you'd imagine, are going to be up for quite a bit of that this morning. He's falling over that, Sam Hain, and again, it's not a bad shout at all.
The light in here is making it really hard looking at replays to see how high.
Yeah,
it's on the top of the flap, isn't it? So the umpire's going to give him the benefit on height there.
Yep, it's around about leg stump, you'd have said.
Yeah.
But it's a decent delivery.
It's a really good ball. He's managed to move it both ways, actually, in this over. And that's a very useful skill to have.
So 15 for 2. And he's in again, Ben, and bowls it now, wide of off stump. And Hain shoulders arms. Maybe a little bit two sides of the stumps, if you like, in his early moments here, Ben, but he's picked up the wicket and he'll want to settle in on a bit more of a consistent length, although we don't know. It might have been a case of just go out there and find me 4 or 5 wicket taking balls, please. We'll take the rest. But this is what I'm talking about with Yorkshire wanting to start better than they have done. Cliff bowls, and that's dropped out into the offside, and Logan Van Beek will be around to field, end of the over, 15 for 2. So there's been little spells, Richard, where they've gone okay, and then there'll be a change of bowling. Van Beek will be a case in point, and the ball will begin to go around the park at more than 4s. And you're just kind of releasing the pressure that you've got on, so they'll want some backup to this good start.
It's okay if you're still bowling the odd wicket-taking delivery, and, and you know, I think the side of Brendan McCullum's and Ben Stokes' philosophy with England that doesn't get talked about so much is you don't worry hugely about the run rate where the opposition are batting. You worry about whether that wickets column is going up. That it's all about taking wickets. And you know, if you end up with, I don't know, 3 for 50 in 10 overs, that's fine. That's fine because you've taken the 3 for. 4 slips, all crouching down, waiting for Dan Mosley to receive this from White. He can't again quite find the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. It's quite tight. Both he and Sam Hain started moving down as if there might be a single, but there wasn't. It's interesting you mentioned the conversation between James Wharton and Jordan Thompson. I think it was quite a lot of surprise last year when it was announced that Jordan Thompson was going to be leaving Yorkshire to come down here. He's settled in pretty well. He hasn't bowled a huge number of overs, but he's picked up important wickets so far. This is edged onto the pad by Mosley, leaning forward, still not off the mark. 9 balls in, he'll be getting a bit scratchy.
Yep, I know Stephen Julie, I think Jordan told me we're coming down, his mum and dad, so if you are with us, Stephen Julie, morning to you. Not seen him this season, obviously. Might still be on the way down, lying back up in Leeds.
Well, you know, he might be batting before lunch, so they might have to get down here. They do have a bit of a habit of losing a lot of early wickets, Warwickshire. Number of times the second set of 5 wickets have scored more than the first has been too many so far. As this one is tickled into the leg side again, I think bit of bat, bit of pad for Dan Mosley. And around comes Revis to do the fielding. It's a new surface, not the one that was used for the women's game earlier in the week. That was over on the other side, nearer the building site. Plenty of runs on that. It's doing a bit. You mentioned 12 millimetres of grass left on it, you'd been told.
Mm-hmm.
And it is lively, and if you use that new ball well, then you can give yourself the first chance to take control of the match. White in again round the wicket to Mosley, gets in behind this one and defends. He's not comfortable at all out there at the moment. Just joining us, both openers gone. Alex Davis, who was caught at second slip by Adam Lythe, off Jack White for 4. And then Rob Yates nicking off to Ben Cliff. Johnny Bairstow taking the catch. He was out for 7. Sam Hain on 4. Dan Mosley yet to score. And it's a very quiet Dan Mosley at the moment. Batting for survival rather than anything more. As he awaits Jack White, that's left alone outside off stump. The one virtue the Bears do have is is a pretty long batting order, which serves them quite well.
Yeah, Dan, obviously we've seen a lot of him in those regular white ball T20 thrashings that Birmingham have had over the Yorkies.
We'll spare you this year, eh?
Talented player.
Yeah, he has gone well against Yorkshire. You're right, in white ball cricket. But he's struggling to get going here. White in around the wicket again, and once more it's bat onto pad. And a strangled yelp because there's no valid appeal to be made. But another really good over from White, another maiden. 15 for 2 at Warwickshire after 5 overs.
Are we playing Warwickshire or Birmingham this year in that format?
Neither.
What now? Bears, is it?
No, we're no longer bedfellows in the T20. We don't meet.
What's the team recognised as name-wise?
Warwickshire.
Warwickshire.
They are the Warwickshire Bears.
All right, so we've seen off Birmingham. We've managed to get him into a different division and get him to change the name. They're running scared of Yorkshire.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it, with the changes.
Yeah, we had north-south for a long time, other than during COVID, haven't we? So
yeah. Cliff to Sam Hain, who treats that with a bit of respect, runs it down to 4th slip where George Hill is doing the fielding. No run. Where were we? Yes, Yorkshire playing at the Utilita Bowl in one of their matches, a Friday night away game.
Oh my word! Yeah. Well, the rogue away game the Bears have got, it feels like an annual fixture because it's Trent Bridge, so no concerns about that. I feel for the one team we've got to travel here, though.
Here's Cliff bowling and Hain defends. Go on.
The other outlier who come to Edgbaston for the first time, I think possibly the first time ever in T20 cricket, is Sussex. I'll have to check that. I think the Bears have been down there for a quarter-final, but I don't recall Sussex having played against Warwickshire here in the T20. May have done in the very earliest days, I don't know.
So 15 for 2. Alex Davies caught Lythe bowled White for 4. Rob Yates caught Bairstow bowled Cliff for 7. The 2 wickets to have gone so far, and another good delivery from Cliff to Hain. He has to be very watchful. George Hill down and doing the long barrier to make sure he stops that at 4th slip come gully. Finley Beans at 3rd, Adam Lythe is as ever at 2nd, and Harry Brook has done a straight swap with Joe Root for 1st slip. Having a chat with Johnny Bairstow. Revis at point, Bess at mid-off, yawning gap through the covers. Van Beek is at mid-on, Wharton at straightish mid-wicket, and Jack White down at long leg at the moment. As Hayne again gets solidly in behind this latest Cliff delivery.
Conditions are right, aren't they, for seam bowling? You've got quite a lot of cloud and it's reasonably low and it's warm as well. It's not particularly hot, but it's about 14-15 degrees.
Yeah, I think it said top temps today would be 16, maybe 17 tomorrow. A bit warmer, isn't it? And then I think it gets cooler again days 3 and 4. Here's Cliff again up there with the potential for driving it, but Hayne chooses the defensive option and pushes it to Don Bess, who is at mid-off.
It's very early days as captain for Ed Barnard. He hasn't got the toss right yet. He's just, he's got to become more consistent with it.
I'd say Yorkshire won the first 3 tosses, stuck the opposition in, didn't win any of their games. Last week, lost the toss, got stuck in and won it.
There you go.
So if that sort of form's to be maintained, then they could be in a bit of trouble. Here's Cliff trying to make sure they're not, but nicely played off the hit by Hayne. That's going to be 4, just a little flick. Timed it superbly, and it's raced away to the shorter boundary towards the Hollies stand. So 19 for 2. Wickets falling elsewhere as well, Richard. Chelmsford, a couple of Hampshire poles have already gone against Essex, 15 for 2. At Sophia Gardens, Somerset have been stuck in, 20 for 1 early doors. Notts have also lost one, 15 for 1 at Trent Bridge against Surrey. Lancs are 1 down at Old Trafford in Div 2 against Middlesex. So already some early scalps around the nation.
To note as well that down at Worcester, Ben Stokes has indeed taken the new ball for Durham against Worcestershire and does have a wicket as well. Worcestershire are 15 for 2 there. Same score as Warwickshire were prior to that last delivery, which was punch for 4. Or flicked by 4 by Sam Hayne. As this first ball of a new over from Jack White sees Mosley just stand up and defend. Yet to score off 14 deliveries. He was in a good mood this morning, Dan Mosley. He's a bit more subdued now. But I went out to put a microphone out on the netting in front of the balcony that's down below us. And they were about to play their foot volleyball, and he's shouting up the Villa, Rich. Taunting me because I cover Birmingham City. Don't think he'll be available to go to Istanbul though, Dan. I don't think you'll make it there for the final. This is forward and defended by Mosley, but he's one of the big Villa fans in the group.
I've never been to St Andrews, but I've commentated at Villa Park a couple of times, which was, I've got to say, sorry to anybody who's not a Villa fan listening, but it was an enjoyable experience on both occasions.
It was. It was.
I enjoyed it.
It's a perfectly good place to work, Villa Park. You must come to St Andrews. The press box the press box does have to be seen to be believed.
Is that doesn't sound like it's a good thing.
It's like it's 1970s and mid-riot as White is in onto the pads of Mosley, and that gets him away as he just guides it wide of a diving Revis at mid-wicket and to the short boundary for 4. Mosley is underway, and Warwickshire 23 for 2 in the 7th over.
Yeah, nicely played, and Jack with a rare stray onto anybody's leg stump, really. Doesn't often get hit in that area, so he'll know what to do to correct things.
At the end of the over, we will bring in the whirling dervish that is Melinda Farrell. She's here. She's got about 42 jobs to do this week, and she is literally whirling for our pleasure right now. I wish you could see it. Whirl the other way to get rid of the dizziness. White is in, driven by Mosley. I thought maybe sufficiently wide of mid-off that they probably could have taken a single. It would have been a fairly remarkable piece of fielding to cut them down in their stride by George Hill. White 1 for 11. Bowled pretty well, just that one loose ball at the start of this over and one loose ball to Alex Davis, which he very soon got revenge for because 2 deliveries later he got his man. And he drives in once more past the umpire, and Mosley is forward in defence.
Interesting that they've taken out a slip already, Richard, or one of the cordon, whether it was slip or gully, and reduced it to 3, as you mentioned, George, at mid-off. Matthew Revis has gone in to mid-wicket. Now, for me, that would suggest that Jack is trying to bowl at the poles throughout here, so he risks obviously being flicked away in that direction, doesn't it?
And a leg slip as well.
Yeah. It's a tactic that Yorkshire have used quite a bit in the early part of the season, the leg slip.
Not an easy place to take catches, but Don Bess is a good enough fielder to be there. White in to complete his 4th over. And Mosley is cutting this through point for 4. Just dropped it short. And Mosley, after a bit of a tense start to his innings, gets a couple of boundaries in that over. He joins Sam Hain on 8. Warwickshire at 27 for 2. I shall be back in half an hour. But Melinda Farrell will join Jonathan Deutsch.
Thanks, Richard. Yep. Started off quite nicely. Dan Mosley, he's been watchful and he's been rewarded for his patience with the short ball there. Averaging, just about 30, just over 29 in his first class career so far, with just over 2,000 runs and a couple of tons. 15 half centuries, so his conversion rate has not been brilliant. But he's got plenty of time out there at the moment, if he's good enough to take it at the moment, though. It's Ben Cliff bowling to Sam Hain, who shoulders arms to that first delivery of the over. They're retaining the 4 slips here, no leg slip when Ben Cliff is bowling. James Wharton is in at square cover, come point. Don Bess giving the ball a good shine up at mid-off to the right-hander. Van Beek is at mid-on. Revis at mid-wicket. And Jack White with a drink just beyond the boundary rope. With the double teapot at the moment, is walking in from long leg as Cliff makes his way in again, and that is dropped out square on the offside by Hain. Just short of length, no run. 27 for 2. Good morning, Melinda Farrell.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I haven't seen you for so long. Jonathan Deutsch?
I reckon it's got to be at least a couple of seasons, probably.
Do you know when it was?
Last match I can remember was, I think it was Worcester at Headingley.
It was?
Right? Yeah.
It was the last game of the season, was when Worcestershire were promoted, in fact. That's how long it's been. Here's
Cliff. Up there to drive, lovely shot. That's the shot of the morning so far from my point of view. Bit of swing from Ben Cliff, but again, he just started it too wide, and Hain noticeably didn't go hard at the ball. He just used the pace of it and his natural timing. That's a cracking shot through extra cover for 4.
Warwickshire could really use a good innings here from Hain and from Mosley after the terrific start for Yorkshire. I think both Cliff and obviously White have bowled really well this morning. Just that time, just a swing being a little bit too predictable for Sam Hain. Yeah,
I think Ben's probably just got to straighten it slightly. He's just a little bit wide of off stump and it's going further for him. But it's been an encouraging start. Here he is again. And there's your straighter delivery. But of course it's been tucked away, wouldn't you know it, into the leg side for a single. Matthew Revis round to field. So, yeah, what on earth have you been up to in the last 18, 20 months or whatever it'll be?
Oh, my gosh. Well, I am here for 3 days. Shall I start now? We might get there by the end of day 3. Gosh, since I arrived at the start of April 1st, I arrived in England. In that time, I've been to New York, I've been to Durham twice, I've been to London, I've been to Trent Bridge twice, and I was at Wantage Road last weekend. So, fair to say, I've been about.
Northampton, you get all the big gigs. As Cliff is in, that's flicked off the legs by Mosley down to Jack White at fine leg. 1 run. Sorry, Radders, if you're listening.
Claws are out from Jonathan Deutsch.
Sorry, Radders.
And we haven't even got through the first hour. No, I had a lovely time at Wantage Road. I got to commentate on one of the best spells I have seen in domestic cricket for an awfully long time, that of Ben Sanderson. It's all about the older blokes at the moment, the more experienced blokes, certainly in the second division. Sanderson, Rain, Anderson.
Why did you look at me when you said that? Here's Cliff, good delivery. Sam Hain is beaten genuinely this time. That's a very good nut by Ben Cliff, but it hasn't brought him a wicket. 33 for 2 come the end of that over. With Hain on 13 and Mosley on 9. This partnership worth 22. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, maybe you've been a little bit slow getting out of bed. Well, just 3 minutes, 5 balls into the day's play. Alex Davies was caught by Adam Lyth at second, slip off a good delivery by Jack White for 4, and then Rob Yates followed shortly after the score had moved on to 11. He was caught behind by Johnny Bairstow off the bowling of Ben Cliff for 7.
Very good summary there. It's weird being back here though. This is my first time back at Edgbaston, and there's a big hole in the ground. Well, not in the ground, but in the, you can actually see out there. The work's going on, the cranes are going nuts, and you can hear the jackhammers in the background as White is in and bowls. That's defended stoutly by Mosley.
Yeah, I mean, clearly things are moving fairly quickly, because Richard mentioned that it had changed since he was last here, whatever he said, 3 weeks ago or something like that. But so when you don't come from year to year, last year we were only down here for one T20 match, and that was it, and everything was still as it had been, if you like, at that point. The apartment block or whatever it is away to the left, I think might have just been completed.
3 slips and a leg slip in for Mosley as White is in once more, and he just tucks that into mid-wicket. No run. Matty Revis doing the fielding there. I do believe, do you know what? I've got a little complaint to make.
Oh, let's get him out of the way first of all.
Well,
please just put it in writing though.
Okay, well, I will write it down. Yorkshire don't have the squad numbers on the website. Not, well, a lot of them. They've got a few,
right.
but most of them don't. So I had to go to Wikipedia.
Oh,
so
no.
that font of trusted information. So I hope I've got all the numbers right. As White is in around the wicket. Bowls a big flash at that one, and now Mosley goes the 3rd wicket. He's caught at first slip. Harry Brook there makes no mistake. And my goodness, what was a fine start for Yorkshire has now become a terrific one. But it's all going wrong for Warwickshire at home so far. Mosley, he departs for 9, just went for a bit of a big booming drive, caught the edge, and that's all she wrote for Dan Mosley. 33 for 3 now, Warwickshire, all the 3s, none of them particularly good numbers for them this morning.
No. But excellent numbers for the Yorkies, and he'll be livid with himself, I think, Dan Mosley, because Jack White has thrown him a wide one really, and he's chased it, and that's 2 players who've done that of the 3 wickets to have fallen. For those who can see a replay, the ball angled in, but it is wide of off stump, isn't it, by probably 5th stump again, and he swishes his bat in anger when he turns to see Harry Brook catch it, because he knows it's batter error. It's not Jack White's greatest delivery, but it's a wicket-taking one, and it's 33 for 3.
Oh, what a start this is for Yorkshire. Warwickshire are beset by a few injuries as well in the bowling department. They've had to recall Ollie Hannon-Dolby from Worcestershire, where he's on a loan spell. But with the bat, they would at least be hoping to get themselves a really good score on the board. Could happen still. Sam Hain looks good, and Bo Webster is the next player in. The Tasmanian Australian Test player actually spent half an hour sitting on the couch chatting to him upstairs in the press lounge yesterday. Gosh, the days go quickly. That was just yesterday.
Did you sit on a higher sofa than him? Because he's rather tall.
Yeah, when we're sitting down, it's fine. We can almost look at each other in the eyes. Standing, it's only when you stand up. We stood up and I just went, God, you really are tall, aren't you? Doesn't know if he's 6'6" or 7. He's on strike now as White is in, and he pushes forward in defence, but not convincingly. The ball whistles past the outside edge. So a little bit of danger there for Bo Webster first up. Sam Hain just walked down to have a little tap of the pitch where that ball pitched, and then Bo Webster followed him to do the same thing. So the ball's doing a bit, that tells you straight away. We're on a bit of an angle here, so it's not always easy to see what it's doing, is it? Actually, what am I saying? It's never easy to see what it's doing from this angle. White charges in. Next ball, he's got him into a right tangle. I think that might have, did that wrap him on the hand perhaps? He pulled it away a bit quickly, pushed forward. The ball ended up just trickling out to the offside. He's gone for another walk and another tap of the pitch there, Bo Webster.
Yeah, had a good game. First time I think the only time I've commentated on a game in 4-day cricket when he's played was at Headingley last year, and he, I'm just going to get his figures back up, but I seem to recall he had an impact on what went on there.
He's there now, readying himself as White is in, bowls, just on the leg stump. He flicks it off his pads around the corner. They'll take a single to finish off. Terrific over, another terrific over from White, just a single from it, and the wicket of Mosley. He's been outstanding. At the end of the over, Warwickshire 34 for 3 with Hayne on 13, Webster off the mark, he's on 1, and it's going to be Cliff taking the next over.
Yeah, he did. He got 85 at Headingley last year, so he caused Yorkshire some problems with the bat. And obviously as a bowl as well, doesn't he? When you're slinging it down from that height, it could be awkward. But yeah, George Hill coming into the attack. Ben Cliff's had an early burst. He's done his job in picking up a wicket. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18 so far for him.
Ah, it's not Cliff. There you go. Well, if you don't have Cliff, you've got Hill. Same thing, right?
Yeah.
Hills and cliffs. Have we got any valleys?
If Cliff don't get you, Hill will. As this is a ball short of length and punched into the offside by Webster, fielded by Wharton. George, well, he's had another good start to the campaign with the ball, and he just keeps on asking questions of batters, and you know, fairly consistently they're not coming up with the answers over the long term, if you like. They might have a bit of success while they're out there. He just keeps nibbling it. There he is, on the money again, and Webster turns that one to Cliff, who is at mid-on. And there's no run so far this season. He's taken 14 wickets at 27, including a 5 for 46. I suspect that average will reduce as the season goes on. He's had to take on quite a lot of the workload because he's not really been getting the backup from 1 or 2 of the other bowlers, with the exceptions perhaps of Jack White and Don Bess, as that's dropped out into the offside by Webster. So both bowlers have got 2 right-handers now to concentrate on, lines and lengthwise, although given the discrepancy in height between these two, they still might have to think about the length.
Yeah, so he said doesn't know if he's 6'6" or 6'7". I'd be erring towards 6'7".
Hill comes in, yeah, that's flicked off Bo's thigh pad, which would be near the helmet on some players. He's so tall, that's down to Jack White, and they've gone through for 1. Webster on 2, Hayne 13. There's a smattering of spectators that are in view, not too sure how many are at this end of the field. It's difficult to say. See a few away to our right. Smattering in the Hollies stand.
I'd say there'll be a few in this members stand for sure.
Hill bowls, good delivery. Sam Hayne, much as he had been in the previous over bowl by Ben Cliff, rooted, and it takes a good delivery to get a player of the ability of Sam Hayne to play a shot like that.
Actually, it was one of the things Bo Webster and I were chatting about yesterday, just how much both of us really appreciate the fact that people actually come and watch first-class cricket in this country, because this would be a huge crowd for the Sheffield Shield.
Here is Hill, flicked off the legs. That's going to race away down to fine leg Jack White. No chance of cutting that one off. And 4 runs to Sam Hayne, who moves on to 17. That's 39 for 3. Yeah, people just not not turn. I went down for the first time ever.
Really?
Yeah, I went to Adelaide and Melbourne for a couple of the test matches during the winter.
Oh, you should have told me. I had plenty of time because there weren't that many days of cricket.
No, well, no. Fortunately, Melbourne, I was flying back on day 4, so.
You got it all.
Yeah.
And a bonus day.
Full match. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty insane. If I'd known, I'd have bought you a pint somewhere. Well, actually, you can even buy a pint in Adelaide. You can't buy a pint everywhere in Australia.
If I'd have known you were buying, I'd have been there.
Of course you would. Oh, no. Oh, did you have a good time?
Brilliant. Yes, absolutely superb. Thank you. Adelaide is a beautiful, smart city, isn't it?
Certainly
really
is.
Enjoyed that.
Both Adelaide and Melbourne. Here is White in bowls to Webster, who, funnily enough, is on his toes, as tall as he is, and just plays that out into the covers. No run.
And the stadium at Adelaide,
Yeah.
top draw. I sat the first couple of days side on. And I've never seen boundaries as long as there's 2 straights there.
Yeah.
They're huge.
And then where did you sit on the 3rd day? Did you sit on the hill at all?
At the end, well, in the seats just below that, yeah.
Didn't want to get your bottom dirty, sitting on the
It's
grass.
just wherever I got a ticket for, really.
White is in bowls. Well, Webster tries to turn that around into the leg side. Ends up getting a bit of a leading edge, but it's along the ground, and it ends up at short extra cover. No run.
I thought the organisation of stuff around the ground, if you wanted some food, you got food. There was an occasional queue, but not very much. That was impressive.
So I just think if you could combine the best things about the cricket in the 2 countries,
Yeah.
it would be so good. I'd love that. 3 slips, leg slip. White is in, bowls, and Webster just plays that defensively up to straight mid-on. No run.
I did get vertigo just looking at the people standing on the roof there.
Oh.
Get away. Just get down. What are you doing?
I've done
You
that.
fools.
So when I did that, I was filming something, a piece
So you actually
a few
went
years back. Yeah. I was filming it for ESPN Cricinfo, who I was working for at the time. And we went up there, was just as White comes in, bowls. It's just played out to point by Webster, no run. We had to go and film something, so it was just me, the producer, and the camera operator. And we went up there, and I had to do this thing called an Ashes Minute. So I'd written this script that I had to memorise, and I had to fit it. It had to be basically exactly 55 seconds, I think, with a little sting. And I had to have a couple of goes at it. But what I needed to do at the end, I was holding a microphone, and then what I needed to do at the end is hold my arms out and like fall backwards, and like because you're in a harness and it would kind of catch you. As White rumbles in, bowls, and it's smothered by Webster, ends up at short extra, no run. So, and the producer, she was freaking out because I just had to do this thing where I just went, and you can do this and go backwards. But I just figure, look, if it goes, I'm gone and I won't even know. Well, they have lots of safety things happening up there. So it's quite, you can do it at Perth Stadium as well. And that must be even higher. That's really high. You can go up the top there. Great views, though. As White, he's in and bowls to Webster, who, well, he pushes it up to mid-on, but he was almost squared up a little bit by that one. Maybe just a little bit of nip into the Tasmanian. End of the over, 39 for 3. Hayne on 17, Webster on 2. Hayne, by the way, has got to 17 off 17 deliveries, so he's actually going at a pretty good clip without you even noticing.
The mind, I know it's mind over matter, Mel, but I mean, just it's funny how the mind works, and what you think you can and can't do. You know, there's no way I could stand up on that roof, and it just even you describing it, I could feel in my feet, which is where I get the feeling that I felt like I was on there, just from the description. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
It's certainly an experience.
So George Hill with a leg slip in place. That's Don Bess. He's bowling over the wicket here to Hayne, who shoulders arms to the first delivery of the over. No change with the slips. Brook at first, Lythe second, Bean at third. Finlay, Bean of course, has kept wicket this season for Yorkshire. For those who maybe aren't aware, Johnny Bairstow got a hairline fracture of his right thumb in the very first session of the season down at Cardiff. Couldn't play any part with the gloves for a couple of matches thereafter. As Hill bowls, that thuds into Haynes' pad as a stifled appeal, but no interest from the umpire. And Bean took over. He was the only player on site, I think I'm right in saying, who'd got any keeping experience that can still keep. Sam Whiteman obviously was a keeper, but he's not kept, I'm advised, for about 9 years now. So Finlay, who played England under 19s with the gloves, took over, did a competent job and did another game after that, while Johnny couldn't. As Hill's in, that's dropped into the offside. And Bean, right on cue, is charging after it to field. They get back for 2. But Johnny was back keeping again last week down at Taunton. We're to assume that there's been no major issues since then because he's got the gloves on again. Van Beek is going through a few looseners. He's at mid-off at the moment. And Hill. In he comes once again. A bit of offering of swing about that as it's turned to leg where Revis does the fielding.
And just a real period of caution from these two at the moment, understandably so. Those first 3 wickets falling for just 33 runs. And Warwickshire, they've looked like a side that could be a contender. They certainly have early in the season, but I feel that this division and Division 2.
Here's Hill again, pinged off the hit this time by Hayne. He's not going to get a boundary as he did earlier. He's going to get a single Jack White fielding.
It's really competitive this year, isn't it? Early doors in the season, you saw Surrey, they made a bit of a charge, but you saw Surrey sort of mid-table, and there's a fair bit of jostling going on early in the season, is what I would say, in both divisions.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset were top when Yorkshire arrived at Taunton last week, but ended up 4th, I think, after the game because the Yorkies had won that match. As Hill bowls and slightly squared up, Webster defends to complete the over at 42 for 3. Hayne on 20 and Webster on 2. Yeah, so it's just kind of sorting itself out, isn't it? We'll have a clearer idea when we get to the end of this first raft of matches, probably the end of next week, as to who the leading players kind of going to be. But I think we probably know that anyway.
Well, we do. Look, there are no Surrey fans listening, are there, at the moment? I think it was a really good thing for them not to go 4 in a row, because it was they'd done the 3. Brilliant side, fantastic squad. And some of the other clubs seem to have followed. There's a real Surrey look to some of the other squads and the way they've built them and the way that they're trying to play. I think this season as well, but with Notts having won it last year, defending champions,
yeah.
A couple of the other sides looking pretty strong. I'd just love to see it be incredibly competitive this year. As we do see Logan Van Beek it is. He's just going through his warm-ups, a few tuck jumps, and he's getting himself set to bowl to Sam Hayne. He's got 3 slips in and also a leg slip. The short side is the offside for Van Beek to Hayne over by the Hollies stand. As Van Beek is in, first ball is short and it's down the leg side. Sam Hayne just shoulders arms to that one, but leg slips in place. Yeah, so it's been, I think, a really interesting start. You saw Essex, they were right at the top a few seasons ago. They've been having their challenges. Somerset, as you say, were top. They've dropped back a bit, but it got some really impressive players in that lineup. A lot of excitement about the Roos, the Kangas this season. And so it's just Quite an exciting time of the season.
Thomas made his first-class debut last week. Finished with a second ball duck in his first innings.
As in comes Van Beek, and that's just turned by Hayne into square leg. His fielders will come around and keep it to a single. I actually watched Thomas Rue. I was at the Under-19s World Cup in Namibia and Zimbabwe earlier this year. So Thomas Rue was brilliant in captaining them, and in the semi-final he was outstanding against Australia as England won and advanced to the final, only to come up against Vaibhav Suryavanshi, the Indian batting prodigy, who's well,
looks useful.
Useful. I mean, he was carving it up in that Under-19s World Cup, and he's been carving it up in the IPL as well. Webster waits. In comes Van Beek, and that's a better line. It's just defended back to the bowler. Oh, Webster just goes for a little walk, actually. He's taking off his jumper. He's taking off his vest. See, he's from Tasmania. It's pretty chilly down in those parts. So he's warmed up now. And he's certainly used to the cold. It's the consistently coldest place you play cricket in Australia. Down in Hobart, Bellerive Oval. He's from the town of Snug. Bo Webster.
Yeah. Not
too far from Hobart. There now as Van Beek is in, and now he's got some width, and he slaps that, carves it away down to the deep third boundary, which isn't that deep because it's the short side of the ground. 4 runs for Webster.
Yeah, loose again from Logan Van Beek. I'm just trying to work out his economy rate for the season while you're talking, actually, because this is a case. Yeah, he's going on for 4.5 and over consistently, and he's averaging 55 per wicket, 7 wickets so far.
He's in now over the wicket to Webster. This time he's clipping that away through square leg. There's protection running around from long leg, so I'll just get the single. Well, Webster is someone who's been really consistent early doors, just in getting starts and getting himself. He's got a couple of half centuries, scores of 53, 48, 1, 14, 91 and 25. So there's quite a few batters in the Warwickshire side who've got one big score and then pretty much nothing, a bit like Alex Davies, for example.
Dan Mosley, similar, isn't it? I think he's got a 49 and 100 and whatever it was in the first match, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been patchy. In comes Van Beek. Again, it's just too far on the leg side, and that's off the hip of Hayne. Plays out in front of square leg. They'll get a single. And at the end of Van Beek's first over, Warwickshire are 45 for 3. With Hayne now on 22, and Webster off 3. It was Hayne who got the 4. My goodness. I got that wrong then. Apologies for that. I should be able to tell them apart, or is the scoreboard wrong?
Well, Hayne had more than, he should have had more than 22 by now if that 4 was his, but Webster can't have hit a 4 if he's only got 3.
Okay, so a few
times.
Was
it leg buys?
But it was third. It was down to third man. He's not going to knee it down there.
No, true. George Hill from this pavilion end, bowling to Hayne, who, good job, he held back on that shot because it was aerial for a moment. Will Luxton, by the way, made his way onto the field just before Logan Van Beek started there. He's shining the ball now at mid-off, wearing number 68, so he's 12th man for Yorkshire. And it was Jack White who at the time nipped off the field and doesn't look like he's back on yet. Sun shining at the moment, so the pair of batters out there will appreciate things a little more as Hill has slanted one down the leg set. It's a good take by Johnny Bairstow, but just going back to Van Beek before I disappear for half an hour to reinforce the point. You've signed an overseas player, you want him to make an impact. Neither of them have been at the best, I think it's very fair to say so far. Logan, 7 wickets at 55 and going at 4.5 and over. That's what I'm talking about in terms of you've got the pressure on, and then at the moment it's been released. and that's been the case in most of the matches, including last week when they bowled the best they've bowled collectively. There was still that few overs when Logan came on where things leaked, and I'm not singling him out because, as I said, both the overseas could have been better. As that was a dot ball played up to Will Luxton at mid-off. 3 to come in the over. Ooh, good delivery again from Hill, and Hayne just falling over that one slightly. Yeah, we have some cue, so maybe Richard might want to step back into your chair, and I'll disappear in a sec. Update time coming up. And just a couple to come in this George Hill over. It's been a positive start by the visitors here with those 3 early wickets. Can they maintain their grip with the ball? It's a pretty good delivery by George Hill. He's going to concede 4 down through fine leg, but Hayne did not play that with confidence, and it was a bit inside edgy. Not too far away from the diving Don Bess. Van Beek unable to reel it in. 49 for 3, and that moves Hayne on to 26. And Webster still on the 3. Welcome back, Richard.
Yeah, been a busy first hour, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Game's moved pretty quickly already. Feels like a result week. Well, you never quite know. Surfaces do often die.
Famous last words. See you at 4:45 on Monday. As Hill's in, and that's dropped out square on the offside by Hayne to complete the over at 49 for 3. I'm disappearing for a bit. I'll leave you with Richard and Mel.
Excellent. Yeah, Jonathan back with us in half an hour's time. I'll have an update in about 90 seconds for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Jonathan here from the BBC Yorkshire stations, and Mel here from a small town in Australia called Orange. I don't like to draw too much attention to that, though. Question is Melinda's mum listening at the moment? If so, good evening to you. Much enjoyed her contributions to the T20 World Cup coverage on social media.
Well, I'll just point out, my mum was not on social media, but I shared some of her observations. You're in big trouble because she doesn't know that I do that.
She was, and I think the phrase they use these days, spitting out truths. As Van Beek comes in to bowl to Webster, who defends it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. We'll investigate this a bit more in a second, but I'm going to do a clock start report in a moment. And then we'll return to that particular subject. Warwickshire remain on 49 for 3. Hayne is the one batter who's looked composed today. He's on 26. Webster on 3. I'll resolve Mel's mystery of what happened to the boundary as well in a minute. As to why Bo Webster's only on 3. As he faces the next ball from Van Beek. Swings down the leg side, misses out. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 49 for 3 after the opening hour of their game against Yorkshire. Put it about, they've lost Alex Davis for 4, Rob Yates 7, and Dan Mosley for 9. That's a shot he'll take back, really. A big swing trying to play an off drive, caught by Harry Brook at slip off. Jack White, he's taken 2 of the wickets to fall. Sam Hayne has looked in good nick so far, he's on 26. Bo Webster on 3, getting a little bit frustrated at the moment, but Yorkshire, exploiting the conditions well, have reduced Warwickshire to 49 for 3. There we go. We got there. As Webster awaits this next delivery and again pushes forward defensively to Van Beek, back up the wicket. You know why he's only on 3? That shot that you described as having been cut for 4.
Yeah.
And I'm not telling you how many walls I heard that through because I wasn't in the room at the time. It was stopped at point.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've had a shocker.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Thanks for clearing that up. I thought that had gone.
Yeah, no.
I mean, to be fair, because I've got that big... that thing in the road. The
column.
Yeah.
There is.
So I thought it had gone all the way.
That metallic bit, what holds the glass in. Yeah.
Wow, good start from me.
Van Beek into Webster, pushed it into the offside for a single. That's the Warwickshire 50. It's taken them into the midpoint of the 15th over and the loss of 3 wickets to get there, but Webster to 4. And Warwickshire 50 for 3. So is she keeping well, the star of social media that is your mother?
Oh, stop saying that. You're going to get me into trouble. She's all right. Yeah, she's doing all right, actually. I had to go out and buy pillow protectors yesterday because she's She's been on at me about buying pillow protectors. And hang on, am I doing this over? Or are you doing
No,
this
I am.
over?
You're
You're
fine.
doing this
Yeah,
over?
you're fine. There's 2 balls left in it.
Oh, yeah.
Hayne back on strike. And he just guides the ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
We speak on the phone, you know, a couple of times a week, and she told me that she'd gone out and bought a new triangle pillow, you know, those sort of, we call them boomerang pillows.
Yeah.
That's on my bed at home in Orange. She decided to get a new one because she'd washed the pillow cover and thought it looked a bit tatty. And she said to me, no, you need to go and buy pillow protectors because you are a bit of a dribbler. And she wasn't even talking about my commentary.
Van Beek onto the pads of Hayne, tries to drive it through mid-wicket, but he picks out the fielder. End of the over, 50 for 3. Can you get a pillow protector for one of those huge pillows? I know you can get them for a normal orthodox pillow, but...
Well, I don't know, but she went and bought a new pillow. And then she told me I needed to get pillow protectors for my pillows here.
Okay.
Because she was concerned about my dribbling. Everybody dribbles when they sleep, don't they?
Yeah, it's worse for daytime sleep.
Well, I don't fall asleep in the daytime.
Jack White is back on having been off, and Will Luxton went off. But now it looks like is Jack White going back off? No, he's going to go to mid-off. So Will Luxton has come back on, and somebody else has gone off. Is that clear?
No.
Okay.
As mud.
You know, it didn't feel very clear to me. I'm going to suggest that Ben Cliff may be off.
Off a cliff. Here comes Hill in over the wicket, and Bo Webster is striding forward in defence, but that's beaten him.
Good delivery again. He's getting a nice bit of shape, George Hill.
I mean, they're bowled well all around. Have the Yorkshire bowlers coming here this morning. It's my first time at Edgbaston. Well, yesterday I was here, but I didn't actually have a look out at the ground, so I've not seen it with all the busy bee workers.
All the fraggles,
yeah, it's happening. As in comes Hill, he's bowled him. Webster was troubled in the previous ball. He was beaten on the outside edge, and that has just taken off both bails. They have bowled well. Warwickshire continue to see their batters in and out, and now it's Webster who departs for 4, and Warwickshire have lost their 4th wicket just after reaching 50. It's a tough morning for them, but the Yorkshire bowlers, well, they're cock-a-hoop because they're having a great time of it here at Edgbaston.
Not the morning for the expansive drive, I'm going to put it that way, and he's got a little inside edge onto that, a ball that would have been just outside off stump. And he plays it onto his own stumps. I think he was just getting frustrated. They bowled very well to Bo Webster. 4 off 23 balls. It curbed his natural style. And that just angled in by George Hill. Draws the inside edge, George Hill rather. And deserved wicket for him. 50 for 4. Ed Barnard will come out next. Warwickshire have a specialist batter in Zen Malik at 7. And Jordan Thompson, who of course can bat and will want to do well against his former county at 8. Michael Booth will be a bit higher than he has been at 9, but he has made 48 and 70 in his last 2 innings. But yet again, the Warwickshire top order struggling, and conditions have played their part quite a bit this season. It's been a season for winning the toss and bowling, more than I can ever remember in Division 1. It really has.
It has. It's also it's felt like there's been a lot of results. I'm sure there have been a few very high-scoring draws, but it's also a one where has every team won in both divisions? I think every team might have won already.
Leicestershire haven't.
Leicestershire haven't. Okay, there you go. That's for almost every team, or for every team bar one to have won at this stage in the season. Is that a bit unusual?
I think it is. I think conditions have played a part. I mean, I think the toss has been really important in quite a lot of games. But Warwickshire were in this sort of pickle in the last home game and ended up beating Essex because the wicket got flatter.
So Barnard bowling in facing, and he's beaten first ball from Hill.
I say flatter. It was a little bit easier to bat in the 3rd innings of the game. And I don't think Essex batted tremendously well, chasing 209 in the final innings of the game. But I think the conditions are going to help the bowlers for quite a lot of this match. So you're not out of it when you're 50 for 4 batting first.
Well, we saw what happened in that game between Surrey and Sussex last weekend, as in comes Hill, bowls, he squared him up. This time Barnard, who goes for a little walk, because I think that might have just got him on the hand.
Yep.
A little bit painful. Really did square him up, though. He's coming off 165 against Nottinghamshire last week. He's the skipper for Warwickshire. But I imagine he'll get a real working over early on. Another one of these players, Warwickshire, who's made one big score and not a huge amount else. In comes Hill, and well, he plays that out in front of point, but I think it just got a little bit big on him, and he was swaying out of the way as he played that ball.
Unusual to see Barnard looking this uncomfortable. What I would say is when his first few weeks, the highest score he got was 25. He was batting like $1 million. He looked in great nick. He was timing the ball really well, and a couple of bad shots, 2 or 3 really good balls accounted for him. The innings against Nottinghamshire was outstanding. It was a really well-controlled, chanceless innings.
He's there now as in comes Hill, and that was more comfortable as he plays it up to mid-on. End of the over. Terrific one for Hill, great one for Yorkshire, and at the end of it, Warwickshire are 50 for 4 with Hayne on 26 and Barnard, the skipper, yet to score. I was talking about it being quite a fascinating start to the season with teams jostling around. I mean, Barnard is another one, so he's got that 165. He did get a 41 against Sussex.
Oh, that was the other time.
The other time.
He played a shot that he very much would like to have taken back to get out to the spinner there when there was nothing for the spinners. Warwickshire had got through the pace bowlers, who bowled really well, and he played a daft shot, launched it to mid-off as Hayne clips the ball towards mid-wicket. Good diving stop, very tidy pick-up actually on the dive, that from Revis. Both these teams stacked with seam bowling options. Revis available as the 5th for Yorkshire, then of course have Don Best to lead the spin attack. Adam Lythe if they need it, but I think we're going to see a lot of seam this week. I mean, Hayne has been the one consistent person with the bat this season so far. Rob Yates probably closest to him. Off the back foot, he'll push this through the offside. There's a chase on, but I think it's going to beat the fielder and go for 4. It is indeed. It was a good effort for George Hill to run after it, but it's well timed by Hayne. He goes to 30. He is the outlier this morning in the score of 54 for 4.
Yes, so far, I would say Hayne just needs to find someone to stay with him and actually build a good partnership, because it's been just a little bit too regular. I mean, 4 wickets down, and we've only just gone past the first hour of play, an hour and 12 minutes gone. I need this partnership to flourish. Oh, my goodness.
Again, and Hayne's judgment there proves good, because it's got outside off stump, but not by much.
Well, it's coming back in.
It was coming back in. It also seemed to keep a little bit low. We saw the ball in the previous over there where it got up more than Ed Barnard expected.
Well, that, in the end, you say it's a good leave because it didn't hit, but also I reckon it might have just given Hayne something to think about. I don't think he'll want to leave too many of those. No. Because that was low and it was coming back in. I saw where Johnny Bairstow ended up taking it.
Bate once more, driven through the offside for 4 by Hayne, dismissed from his presence. A half volley. Second boundary of the over. He's to 34, 58 for 4.
Well, it is a short boundary, so any width, I imagine Sam Hayne will pounce on it. And it's been so difficult, and the ball's been doing a bit, seeing players caught behind quite a few times. If the ball is there, you've got some width to put it away, as long as you don't chase the wide one and miss it, because we've seen a couple of those as well where they've just got the edge.
Hayne waits once more. And he's got a fielder out on the boundary now as he chops down on this defence into the offside. Across from point comes Bess. And there's no run. I just want to reassure Mel's mum, saying that you became a star of social media during the T20 World Cup. She wasn't quoting you that often. It was probably 4 or 5 times a day.
You're in so much trouble. You're in so much trouble. Oh, we're going to have words at lunch. Look.
I enjoyed it. It was wisdom. It was wisdom.
It is. She usually hits the nail right on the head when she's making an observation.
Yeah, absolutely. Hayne cutting this one. Bess parries it at point and prevents any runs. Hayne feels he missed out on what was a loose ball there from Van Beek, end of the over. Warwickshire 58 for 4. Hayne on 34. Barnard yet to get off the mark.
I mean, poor mum, because she was with me and I commandeered the TV, she was having to watch, Italy and Nepal and Scotland, and as well as the bigger games. She watched everything.
She loved the minnows. Her knowledge of the minnows was very, very good.
We don't call them minnows.
Well, no, but that's the point. I mean, but that was part of the debate actually at the time. But I can hear her next to Simon Dool in the commentary box next time the ICC have got a qualification tournament.
No,
you're not the
first. You're not the first to have made such a request. Actually.
Yeah.
No, but I'll protect her from the masses. As Hill begins a new over, he's over the wicket, and oh my goodness, that was almost another because Barnard was driving, and it's just gone past the outside edge.
Really unusually sketchy start from Ed Barnard. This tells you the ball's doing that bit. It's very hard at the moment. Who are you protecting, her or you? I mean, if she was over later this summer, you'd have to bring her on to do 10 minutes. You'd have to.
Although she's not here, I've got my sister-in-law and my niece. I've just seen them off to Scotland this morning.
Oh, lovely.
So they've been here this week, which is why we had to go shopping for things like pillow protectors and mattresses and so on. Here's Hill, it's him, bowls. That's just tucked on the leg side by Barnard. It makes its way down towards long leg. They'll just get a single. Brings Hayne on to strike.
Oh, Linda, I'm not having my great niece sleeping in your house with no protector or no pillow.
No, we've got to get a set up. She'd only been in the country for 4 hours, and I found her a job.
Excellent.
Literally, we walked into a pub.
There aren't that many chimneys to clean these days.
No,
well done. Yeah.
In a very, very, very nice pub. As Hill is in, bowls. Hayne tries to turn that into the leg side, but it ends up just dribbling up towards mid-off. No run. Yeah, I've got to. They landed. They got there. I took them for a walk to a really lovely pub, about 15 minutes walk from where I am, and I'd already lined this up. But the manager came over. I introduced my niece, and she's hopefully, when she gets back from Scotland, she'll be straight in there for a trial shift. In comes Hayne, bowls, and it's tucked off the hip by Hayne, down towards deep backward square leg, and they'll come through for a single.
Okay, which one? It's not the obvious one that I would normally go for.
No.
The bell?
Nope. Very, very, very nice Edgbaston pub. Lovely one. Not too far from the Hagley Road.
Dirty Duck?
No. Oh, come on, you should do better than that. You might go there if you weren't feeling well. There's a clue. Hill is in. Bowls. Oh, my goodness. It's another tight one from Hill. Just getting away from Barnard. And he was a bit indecisive then about whether to play or leave. And in the end, the ball's gone through to the keeper. But it is really streaky stuff at the moment. Yeah, if you weren't feeling well, who might you go to see?
No, I'm with you. I'd call it a gastropub.
It is a gastropub.
Yeah.
Very, very nice one. Hill in, bowls. This time it's played with soft hands just past the outside of third slip, who runs back and keeps it to a single to finish off the over. And Warwickshire now 61 for 4 with Hayne on 35 and Barnard on 2. 18 overs bowled so far this morning. So yes, so I think I might have a job there. I took them, you'll be happy, because we're over where all the furniture type shops are.
Yeah.
We were in the vicinity of the Balti Triangle, so took them down
right.
Ladypool Road.
Yeah.
And said, we'll go for some curry. And they were very impressed. Very, very impressed.
There aren't many of those Balti houses left anymore. So
we found one.
Yeah, no, the ones that are there are there because they're good. I mean, you know. So I've just had a message from someone I had a message from for a long time. I shall return to that. As Ed Barnard awaits the first ball of a new over from Van Beek, and he just dabs it down in front of point. Best has got a bit of room to manoeuvre there, and it enables Barnard to get through for a single. He's to 3. Because I've had a message saying nothing wrong with watching Italy. I thought, well...
Yeah, exactly.
No, but the point was that I thought to see, because it was a number I didn't recognise. And then there's a picture of a handsome former cricketer, now based in the UAE, or thereabouts. It's Dougie Brown. Dougie Brown is of course exhorting us to be watching Italy play.
Hey, I'm a massive watcher of all the associates.
As he's pushed into the offside for a single into a similar spot by Hayne, he goes to 36.
Yeah, they were fantastic. The Menenti brothers, the Mosca brothers, they did really, really well along with the rest of the side.
The tournament proved that, particularly in the T20 format, that if you open the door to more sides, you're going to get some really entertaining cricket. And it is the fast track to developing cricket around the world in other countries, and they competed.
Oh, yeah.
They competed.
Of course they did.
And back into Barnard. Looks to tickle into a similar area, but this time it goes down into the slip cord and a couple of bounces before it's picked up by Finley Bean.
In fact, I thought that World Cup, it was at its most entertaining in the group stages.
Yeah.
Because, and that was largely because of the associate countries. You know, USA having India with their backs up against the wall. Nepal almost beating England, coming ever so close to beating England. It was
the skill set of those players, by the way. Van Beek down the leg side, and it's going to be fumbled by Bairstow and go through for 4 byes. Some free runs. He's ringing out his left hand, 67 for 4. I mean, Dougie's done a lot of work with associate member teams, and we remember him so fondly from his playing career and his coaching career here. Great bloke, and he, you know, has long been one of the people saying, look, we need to give them a stage. You've got to give more teams a stage. And then there was a period, maybe 6-7 years ago, where the IC seemed to be closing the doors. It just
that was felt more like a World Cup, I think, than any World Cup we've ever had. 20 teams and so many new players. Thing that people don't quite always appreciate is that every time associates play, something's really on the line. There are just no dead rubber games.
I'm back to Barnard way outside off stump, leaves it well alone.
Of course, Van Beek is someone who knows a huge amount about that with all his time with Netherlands. Yeah, because of the structure of the way that they qualify for the one-day World Cup, that Cricket World Cup League 2 is incredibly competitive. They go hammer and tongs every single time they play, and then the qualification tournaments are brutal in T20.
Barnard looking to drive, plays and misses, oohs and ahs, end of the over. Warwickshire 67 for 4. And of course, the bigger nations, the established nations, they've got a lot at stake when they play those games because they don't want to be losing them. And actually, the way the tournament format was, you couldn't really afford to lose them either. You were in trouble if you lost one of those games. And so it should be.
Well, you saw the previous edition, USA made it to the Super 8 stage.
Yeah.
So I would have been quite happy to see a couple more upsets, to be honest. That's always good.
That's the only disappointment.
Yeah,
but it didn't turn into upsets.
No, but it was competitive. It was good fun.
Because in 20 overs, one brilliant innings by one batter can really turn a game on its head. One exceptional over by a bowler can turn a game on its head. And it just makes it more of an even format, isn't it? It's like a best of 5 snooker match compared to a best of 19.
Hill starts another over. First ball's defended on the front foot by Hayne. Back to Hill for no run. Yeah, well, you know me. I'm a bit of a lover of the associates. I've been lucky enough to commentate on a lot of on a lot of associate cricket, and it just gives you a different perspective, I think. I'm trying to work out what it is that Jack White's doing, because he's out there hopping on one leg. If that's a warm-up, it's a very unusual one. As Hill is in and bowls, another forward defence by Hayne, just treating him with a lot of respect at the moment.
He's giving himself. Dougie has got back saying,
Oh,
which is why the FA Cup is one of the best competitions in the world. Give everyone a chance to have their day out.
I'm with you, Dougie, all the way. All the way.
Who is it he supports? Alloa Athletic, I think it is. It's Alloa Athletic he supports.
I don't know who that is or what that is.
It's a football team.
Oh,
I mean, you could have gathered that bit, couldn't you?
Okay, I get it.
Your mum would have known.
Haynes there, and he shoulders arms to the next one from Hill, which bounces harmlessly over the stumps. No run. In between, I'm very lucky because I often get to do associate cricket in between county championship stuff, which you know I love very dearly as well. I've been around and about. This is my first Division 1 game of the season.
You were sent out on loan like Ollie Hannon Dolby.
I was. Oh, well, I was there with him last week. In comes Hill. It's a fuller delivery. It's just punched to short extra cover. No run for Hayne. Yeah, I was watching him last week at Wantage Road. It was weird seeing Ollie Hannon Dolby play for Worcestershire. He's a pair, not a bear. Now he's a bear once more.
He's a bear once more. He's had the necessary inoculations.
I bet. I'll bet. No, that was good to see him. As Hill is in, bowls, and that one is staying low, shoots through, and Hayne leans on his bat in his follow through. Don't think he got anything on it, but it stayed very low. Oh, I mean, Ollie, like he battered in that brilliant partnership with Ricardo Vasconcelos in the first innings. I think he faced 96 balls, which was unfortunate news for my cricketer colleague George DeBell, because he's sponsoring him for every ball he faces. Hill is in bowls. That's clipped away in front of square leg. There's a fielder on the boundary. They'll just get one.
So he's fueled not only by his professional commitment, but also by an element of spite. I like that.
So 68 for 4, by the way. Hayne 37, Barnard 3. So what he's doing is George is sponsoring him for the Professional Cricketers Trust. So that's the right name, isn't it? It's like the PCA, the trust. Yeah. And of which obviously Ollie Hannon Dolby's heavily involved with, and so yeah, it's a pound. I think it's a pound for every ball. A pound for every ball.
That's quite dangerous. I mean, a pound for every run is costing you almost nothing.
Well, he did,
but a pound for every ball face is slightly more dangerous.
Well, he sent me a message that might have had a few expletives in it.
I'm making the bowl to Hayne, who's driving this wide of mid-on, and White is going to chase. He should reel it in after they've come back for 2. This will be 1 for the arm as well. 3 more to Hayne. He goes to 40, 71 for 4. See, I think they got... Worcester were getting very excited last week by the fact that I think he batted best part of 30 balls before he got off the mark. And we realised...
that's normal.
But that's amateur's hour for Ollie. Because there was the infamous 67 balls where he then disputed the single that got him off the mark because he thought it was a leg bye. But it was very reminiscent that season when he played the 67 balls before he scored. That was one of 2 occasions where he saw Michael Burgess from 50 to 150. So it was very, very similar what he did with Vasconcelos last week. As Van Beek comes in to bowl to Barnard, who's for a moment looked like he's going to guide it into the slip corner. It was like the catching practice drill. Happily, the bat didn't catch up with the ball. It remains 71 for 4.
Yeah, well, I was getting a few messages from George saying, expletive, he's going to destroy me. And there was another one saying, no good deed goes unpunished. No, it's a very admirable thing he's doing, and it's a great cause. So well done to George.
No, it's very generous from George. Absolutely generous from George. Barnard on 3, trying to pull it. It's hit the back of the bat. Van Beek has fallen over in his follow-through. The fielder's cap has fallen out, fallen off as he takes the ball, Finlay Bean. And the scorer will just put a dot in the book. for all of that activity, and it's the end of the over, and it's 71 for 4. Dougie Brown, formerly of this parish, points out that Aller Athletic are in the playoffs in Scotland this year. As Mel will disappear, she will return post-lunch, which we will look forward to, with her wisdom, and probably a little bit of coaching from her mother between now and then. There will be a few reflections offered, and Jonathan Doidge is moving nicely back into position with his little smart book. And as that blast ball has hit Ed Barnard on the helmet, and I thought it was the back of the bat, but it's the head. So Gerhard Mostert, the long-serving physio, comes out. We'll check. It's actually shown considerably more interest in the helmet than he is in Ed Barnard's head. So we'll be checking whether the helmet can continue. But I think he's fairly sure that Ed Barnard can. It's 71 for 4. It's been Yorkshire's morning. But they would like another 1 or 2 before the interval here, wouldn't they, Jonathan?
Yeah, I suppose they'd really like to ram home their advantage. You know, I usually say, I don't know what your measure of whether you've done well enough when you've won the toss and stuck them in is, but mine would be sort of minimum 3 wickets and usually 4+, really.
Yeah.
And so they picked up the 4.
It's just when you take them so early, and it's funny, isn't it? You've got one batter who looks fine out there, but for the odd ball, nobody else has got the double figures in this session, and it's just not been easy for anyone. And as long as Hayne has been out there, there's still the odd ball that looks like it's going to do him up. So I certainly today, and I suspect at least tomorrow, I'm not sure anybody's going to be settled out there, Jonathan.
No, I could agree with that.
Van Beek continues his 5th over, and has he got him? Yeah, the next ball, after being hit on the head, he's played a rather diagonal batted drive and nicked off to Bairstow, and Ed Barnard is gone, and Warwickshire is 71 for 5. An uncharacteristic innings from the Bears skipper. He's gone for 3, and Logan Van Beek has his first wicket of the day, and Ed Barnard, I don't think quite believe what he's just done.
No, that's 3 of the 5 wickets now that have been players playing shots at balls wide, and that was the worst of the lot. I mean, that is missing at least 2 sets of stumps, at least. I mean, it's probably about 8th, 7th stump, something like that. It's a long way wide, and he'll be livid with himself as well, I would think, on the back of that when he sees it again. Logan Van Beek has a wicket, but yeah, just look how wide that is, and Bairstow takes it right across towards Harry Brooks. Simple catch for the keeper. 71 for 5.
You can see the temptation because it's wide and fairly full outside off stump. As a result, it's a horrible ball to get out to. And 5 down again. Warwickshire's first 5 wickets go for under 100. And Zen Malik comes out. Last season, although a specialist bat, he tends to come in at 7. I wonder whether that's something that may be revisited. The Warwickshire batting order will need a bit of looking at. It may well be that during the break for the first set of T20 Blast games that they do that. And another failure in the second innings here, and a tough week next week. You could say Alex Davis's position at the top of the order has to be questioned eventually. Half a dozen single-figure scores in a row. And here's Malik, talented player. Deep at Nottingham a fortnight ago. But again, coming in a really tough position. It's been the story of the season so far. This ball still only its 21st over, still doing plenty as the first delivery he receives from Van Beek just turns Malik round a little bit, but he squeezes it out into the offside. And it's fielded by Dom Bess.
Yeah, they just need a couple of people, don't they, to put a partnership together. I mean, minimum for starters, Richard would be taking it up to lunch. This pair reset. Have another go.
It's going to be a challenge. 3 slips in position for Malik, but that's a short ball down the leg side. That's a wasted delivery from Van Beek. But he's got his first wicket, so all 4 seam bowlers employed by Yorkshire this morning have struck. 2 for White, 1 each for Cliff, Hill and Van Beek. And Sam Hain on 40, the only one of the 6 batters so far, well 7 now that Malik's out there, to have reached double figures.
Yeah, 16 balls, 24 minutes stay at the crease for Ed Barnard for that 3. As I say, he'll be really disappointed, I think, when he sees the shot again, especially in the circumstances. George Hill going to continue at this pavilion end of the ground then. Sam Hain, who's been a player that Yorkshire have found pretty difficult to remove in whatever format. In my time on the mic anyway, over the last 8 years, and that's dropped into the offside by Hain. 40 of 50, the delivery is really immaterial, apart from to say that, you know, one player is able to deal with this and pick up runs at a reasonable rate, and even he's been squared up on a few occasions. Here's Hill. Ooh, and Hain again just getting across into position to punch that through the offside, but he had the wherewithal to withdraw the bat at the last moment.
I mean, it's tricky. The atmospheric conditions certainly in favour of Seaman's swing, but does look to be slightly uneven bounce as well. We've seen balls going up at gloves unexpectedly. We've seen a couple that have definitely kept low and gone through at half stump height. It's a little concerning on the first morning.
Yeah, here's Hill again, and Hain just plays that into his body and drops out into the offside, no run. Also, there's the patches left by the bowlers, footmarks and follow-throughs, are a little bit on the dark side, which is what you'd expect in England at this time of year, Richard, just showing you that there is a little bit of moisture under the surface. Don't say there's going to be loads of that, and it'll be drying out as we go through the day, until it rains later in the day, I suppose.
which it potentially might do, yeah.
Here's Hill again, and Hain, watchful once more. A quality player, Sam. Obviously you get to see him play a lot. We Yorkies just maybe a couple, 3 times a year, something like that. But he takes the ball late, like good players do. Shots all around the park. You often need to get him early, or else he'll stick around for a long, long time. He's striding across and shouldering arms to this latest delivery.
He's procured his runs today largely by just punishing the bad ball. The occasional one that's been dropped short, anything that's directed onto his pads, he's put away.
Yeah, right from the first ball he received, of course, from Ben Cliff, which was up there to drive, and he put it away across to the covers, not towards them. Just rechecking his guard with this final ball of George Hill's 7th over incoming, and again makes an adjustment there with a little bit of nibble, and he remains on 40 at the end of the over. 71 for 5.
Yeah, I think he retook his guard there, because I think he's batting a little bit further out of his crease now. And he will at least put it in Johnny Bairstow's mind at some point whether he needs to stand up. Weather-wise, at the moment, we're reasonably sound in that the fact they're playing at Worcester would tend to be encouraging. Just try to look at the direction of the clouds. They're not moving very quickly. There's not much of a breeze. So the only danger with that is if you do get a rain cloud over it, might take a while to get rid of it. There is the prospect of showers. Or suggested might be some sort of lunch or the hour after lunch, but at the moment that looks a bit less likely. There's a steward wandering behind the bowler's arm now, which isn't going to make him very popular. I think you need to explain to him as well. And he's not in a hurry to get out of the way either.
No.
Whoever it is, he's stopped play for now. And eventually he's going to be a bit further out of the way. But Zen Malik doesn't really need his concentration hindered here. As Logan Van Beek begins a new over. Dabbed into the offside, too close to the field. And Revis, who comes in. Looks like Ben Cliff is stretching with a view to having a second go. George Hill, I think, has bowled 7 overs now, hasn't he? So he's become a very impressive bowler, hasn't he, George Hill, in the last couple of years. You can see why England are having a good sturdy look at him. Goes back to his mark. Strong in the shoulder. As he bowls just back of a length. Again, just touched into the offside. This time it's Hill who comes in from the covers to field. Yeah, we've got one of those odd forecasts today, Jonathan, in that it's anywhere between 37 and sort of 46% chance of rain every hour for the rest of the day. And then after that, the forecast has improved a bit for the next couple of days. But we'd be fortunate to miss all of it, but sometimes you do, don't they? Sometimes you just miss everything.
Yeah.
They claim that cricket grounds slightly part the clouds. I don't know whether I believe it. Malik gets off the mark with a clip off his hips down towards deep backward square, and 72 for 5.
It's just the British weather, isn't it? I mean, down at Taunton last week, when we turned up, day one was going to be okay, but might be dodgy after the sort of lunch. Day two was going to be absolutely disastrous, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
And day three, it was going to be a deluge and never arrived. You know, so that's why you get the tripped out cliche from those that play or coach. You know, we can't play to the weather forecast.
No, you can't. You can't make judgments based on it. As Hayne is forward and defends into the leg side. The only exception is when you get the forecast of something like sheer heat. I think we all had to be prepared for that. Remember that a couple of years ago?
Well, I was down at Taunton for that. It was 2022 actually. Ant and I were sitting in that white TARDIS down by third man.
Oh,
it was horrendous. Yeah.
Yeah, happily that's no longer where you have to be.
And yet, ironically, the match never completed because there was a deluge the following day, I think it was, and it was underwater. A bit like, remember, it was underwater here.
Yeah.
2019, my first season, it was Lake Birmingham, really.
Hayne leaves outside off stump. The leave has been underplayed, underused by the Bears today, but that's outside off stump from Van Beek. Over by in front of where the temporary stand is there. The week of the really, it's 40 degrees temperature, isn't it? We had Ollie Hannon-Dolby had a little table with an umbrella down in that corner, like his own little cocktail bar, because he was always going to have to do a lot of work. He's very much the attack leader in 2022, and he was fielding with his trouser legs rolled up above his knee. It was a sight to behold. That's a lot of shin. And back into Hayne, tries to push it off the back foot through the covers, doesn't get enough of it, and that will be the end of the over. 72 for 5, Warwickshire. Hayne on 40, Malik on 1. Is the bowling change happening now? It is. It's going to be Ben Cliff.
I reckon that 2019 match, there was something like 2.5 sessions of play in the entire 4 days. It rained that much. I've still got the photographs of the ground, and it was, I don't think I've ever seen barring obviously Worcester with what happens there, but a ground that's not known for flooding, I've never seen one as flooded.
Yeah.
It just rained and rained.
He was seeing the sights and sounds of Birmingham that week with an umbrella.
No, I spent most of it in the press room upstairs, just,
Yeah.
like you do, marking time really. I seem to remember Tom Kohler-Cadmore got 100, and I think Tom Lowton, who was on Yorkshire's books at the time, got a half century, and that was pretty much all that happened really. And also I think Dom Sibley got his call up for England during that game. I seem to remember Clive doing an interview with him. Here's Cliff, meanwhile, bowling at Zen Malik, who steps across to cover off stump and watches that one sail by.
Yeah, that would tell you. It'd be the sort of week after he'd made a double 100 and then a very quick 100 to chase down a target at Trent Bridge, and it kind of that match rather cemented his position at the top of the queue to get in to the England side. Wasn't currently known as the Emilio Gay position. Because he seems to be top of the list at the moment. He's certainly getting the media are certainly pushing for him based on his form.
Yeah, here's Cliff starts that wide and it goes wider. Bairstow taking that nearly 1.5 slip by the time he's wound up. So Ben just wants to get that line straight again. He's just getting himself loosened up once again. Only bowled the 4 overs earlier. That's been, if there have been any features of Ben's short first-class career so far, it's been fairly short spells.
Had to protect him as much as anything else.
You'd think probably, yeah. Here he comes in again, lovely little skippy sort of action as he comes in, and that's played out to Bess. at short extra cover, and there is no run. Yes, spent my last night of my time in Melbourne in a bar with Ben and family watching Leeds play Sunderland. I pretty much went back to the hotel room, got about an hour's sleep, and then was off for the flight back. Here he comes again. Over the wicket, and good length ball, and treated with a bit of respect by Malik.
If they're Leeds versus Sunderland, you kind of have to have a stake in that, don't you? It's not one for the neutral.
Well, I think the stake is that if you're a Leeds fan, it's Leeds, and if you're anybody else, it's Sunderland.
Yeah. I can quite like Leeds under the current manager. He's an entertaining fella. Well, there's some movement beyond the bowler's arm here. Ben Cliff was about to be on his way, and Zen Malik stood up again.
Cliff making his way in again then. 2 to come in the over. And once again, as you were from the ball before, played out to best, no run. There's some cracking impressions of him doing his post-match interviews going around on socials from time to time. I don't know if you've seen them. They're very good likenesses, but he's right from the word go, and obviously I cover cricket, not football, but I just follow the team. But from what my colleagues tell me at BBC Radio Leeds, he's a great bloke to deal with, and has been from the word go. Which is good to hear. Oh, good delivery from Cliff. That one was just about there to nick, and Malik chased it. And a good finish to Ben Cliff's return over then, 72 for 5.
There was a real tempt to that, because it looked like it was going to be half volley, but if anything, it pitched a bit further up than that. It's quite a full ball, and Malik could easily have got a nick on it. In terms of Emilio Gay, if he is going to consolidate his claim this week, they're away at Worcester, Durham, and they're bowling first. But Worcester with a very inexperienced attack with Jack Home and Harry Darley in the side. Tom Taylor will be leading the attack. Matthew Waite and Ethan Brooks sort of sharing the fourth seaman's role. But certainly he's going to be an opportunity there, you would think, for him to make more runs. As Jack White returns to the attack, 2 for 16 in his opening spell. He got Alex Davis in the opening over of the day for 4. Caught by Adam Lyth at second slip, and then he got the left-hander Dan Mosley to nick through to Harry Brook at first slip, trying a big drive outside off stump. Bowled very, very well in that first spell. He's got 3 slips. Point, there's a man on the cover boundary as he bowls to Sam Hain, and it's onto the pads of Hain, who can neatly flick it round the corner, and in comes Cliff to do the fielding. Another single to Hain, 73 for 5.
Yeah, nicely played. He's just got a lovely sort of casual, timing, the way he plays the ball. Sam, just let that come to him. Lovely little effortless flick.
It looks huge in comparison to Zen Malik, and Zen Malik's not a little fella. It's quite interesting. He's got an imposing physique, Sam Hain. As Malik prefers to face White, and that's a good ball that goes past the outside edge through to Johnny Bairstow, who's enjoying his morning as captain, because since calling the coin correctly, things have been absolutely as he would have wanted them.
Yeah, and I've been talking about bowlers needing to back up the opening pair. Well, obviously today Ben Cliff's been opening with Jack White. Ben going at under 4. None of them have gone for 20 yet, even in the match, which would be unusual at this stage of a game.
Malik waits again. He actually took a step down the wicket and then still plays inside the line of the ball. And through to the wicketkeeper once more. I think he's tried a little bit to hide the bat there. Can debate whether it was that successful, but at least he didn't get a nick on it.
Yeah, just sort of nibble, nip from Jack. Standard procedure, really. He's been a very good find since he joined before the start of last season. I say find, you know what I'm saying? Very good signing.
Yeah.
Probably what I was looking for.
Did well when Northampton had that season in Division 1 and his Spurs. As this is going to be edge, and I think it's dropped short of second slip there. Lyth is able to stop it, but I think that's pitched about 6 inches in front of him there. And that just tells you something a little bit about the fact the pace in this wicket is not going to get any quicker, that's for sure. So a good stop in the end from Live.
Yeah, it was. Just away to his right. Those who can see it, going to get another look at it. Yeah, very, I mean, as you say, 6 inches might have been just about spot on, really, only just short of getting the fingers underneath it.
So White back in his rhythm straight away as then Malik defends the next ball. I say rhythm. I mean, he's not a bowler who's ever going to look like he's in rhythm because of the way that he comes in. It always looks an effort from ball 1 at the start of the day to ball 6 in the 96th over of the day. If Jack White's bowling, it will look like it's hard work. But he's consistently getting the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, and touch wood, he's never really had much in the way of major injury issues. So he's, you know, he's got that, probably that old-fashioned bowling fitness, Richard.
Do you know what? You may well be right. Into Malik again, tucks him up, an appeal for LBW. Umpire doesn't show a great deal of interest in that. White then flashes his head round to look again and then looks back at the umpire as if to say, well, what was wrong with that? End of the over, a good one, 73 for 5.
Yeah, he certainly had to ask why not as he turned round. He was pretty confident that he'd got his man there, and it's hit him on the back leg. I'll tell you what,
it's a good shout.
It is a very good shout. It's probably the best turned down shout of the day so far, I would have said.
If it's been given, I'm not debating it with you.
No.
You know what I mean? It's one of those.
Yeah.
Because it is back pad, and it looks to me, I mean, it's one of those that it's probably hitting the bails. So if it's given, it's given. It's right on that cusp of umpire's call, I think.
Certainly not missing the line of the stumps anyway on that occasion.
No. That's for sure.
So 73 for 5. The Yorkie bowlers on top, and so far so good. I think the coaching staff will be pleased with what they've come up with collectively here, keeping some pressure on us. Right on cue, Ben Cliff slings one down the leg side, but he's got away with it.
It's interesting, for all that White's approach is awkward, but his delivery is excellent. Cliff has the smooth approach until he gets in towards his delivery stride. When he slows down, there's almost a hop to the right, and then so much of it is shoulder. It's a really upper body action, isn't it, that he's got?
Yeah, it's just a nice measured little, as I said, skippy sort of approach up to the wicket, and then bang. And he's turned that one into the leg side, Sam Hain.
As a result, it does feel like there's more rhythm about it. But he does slow up just at the end. It's not a sprint by any stretch of the imagination. It's just setting himself to bowl.
Yeah, just getting a few words of wisdom from George Hill, who is fielding at mid-off. Don Best will be enjoying himself. He's been entrusted with the covers at the moment. Must mean you're a good fielder, eh? As Cliff's in, and that's wide of off stump and left by Haney. He's a good fielder, to be fair, Dom. Not much gets past. James Wharton's out at point, which is where Dom regularly fielded when he, I think, was at Somerset, and for much of his time since joining Yorkshire.
He's lost his favourite position.
Well, or has he? I mean, he sort of will field there. He's been in the slips quite a bit. He's obviously been at leg slip a bit this morning as well. Last week he found himself doing the mid-on, mid-off a little bit. Ooh, now then. Hain leaving that, but too late, has cannoned it into the deck and down to Finlay Bean at third slip. So again, I think like you were saying, he's looked good, Sam Hain, but there's just been the odd delivery that looks like it could have had him, and then maybe, well, obviously a slight error of judgment in one way or another with that.
But the feeling at the last home game against Essex was that nobody was ever in on the surface, and this looks a bit similar.
Yeah, Cliff in again, and Hain drops into the offside, no run. Yeah, is it a make 'em while he can because there's a ball with your name on it type of deck?
Potentially, although, as you said when he came back on at 12:30, 3 of the wickets that have fallen have been players trying to play a big shot that wasn't necessarily on.
Yeah, and then the spectre of the heavy roller as well to come. should make it easier as things go along. Here's Cliff again, real effort ball. It's turned out into the leg side where Revis bounds in, and they pick up a single. 75, 74, 75. We're settling on 74 for 5.
The scoreboard was quick.
Bang on.
It was quick. So a couple of more overs left before the lunch interval, so we're going to get there 4 overs behind, as is the way.
It's really dried up out there, Richard. Only the last wicket fell at 71. I made it 12:31, so in the last 24 minutes of play, just 3 runs added.
Yeah, because I mean, Hayne has gone quiet as well. Malik 1 off 16, hasn't looked comfortable yet. Hayne has only scored, I make it 2 runs from his last 16 balls as well, so that would tally pretty much with that. Jack White in, the sun out more than it has been all day, and he plays and misses Hayne. Another really difficult phase of the day, this. The ball in its 27th over, still doing plenty.
That's when he looks awkward because he's opened up, isn't he? He's squared up, but the good thing from his point of view is that he just, even though he's squared up and it looks a little bit ugly, he keeps his eye on the ball and just manages to keep that bat just inside the line and doesn't get the nick, and that's the vital bit.
White to Hayne. Again, that turns him round a bit, but it squirts down towards third, and around from point comes Matthew Revis, and they'll get a single. 75 for 5. 5 of the Bears' top 6 have missed out again in this innings. Davis for 4, Yates 7, Mosley 9, Webster 4, Barnard 3. Another day when winning the toss and fielding was the right shout. More wickets down here than anywhere else in the country. I think there's a couple of other matches where there were 3 and 4 down. But Yorkshire exploited the conditions terrifically well. White into Malik. He'll just dab the ball through square leg for a single. 76 for 5. Relied a lot on their lower order. They're not quite as strong with the bat today, with Chris Wokes not on the side. Ollie Hannon-Dolby comes in for him. The previous match that Wokes missed, Keith Barker played and made a few runs. We've only seen Barker once this season. Had a decisive impact on the final morning in the game against Essex. Took 3 wickets in his first over, which rather set the tone of the final day. White to Hayne down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch down the leg side, but the person who was least interested was Johnny Bairstow, which rather gave the game away. I think that may have just flicked the hip of Hayne.
Yeah, it sounded like there was a noise of sorts. Wasn't sure what it was, but clearly if Johnny's not gone up, it ain't worth bothering with.
He'll have had the best view of what it did hit. Running in from the light green into the dark green, and then bowls, and he's clipped through square leg. Chase for Cliff. He should be able to cut it off. They've taken 2. Well, they take a 3rd on the arm. Indeed they will. It's got a long boundary out there. Good piece of fielding by Cliff, who's mid-spell. But 3 more to Hayne. He's 46, 79 for 5. Just straying onto the pads, and Hayne not trying to overhit it. Just take what you're given.
Yeah, good arm from Ben Cliff, wasn't it, from boundary edge?
That's a good 80-yard throw, that.
Straight into Johnny Bairstow's gloves.
So Malik back on strike for the final ball of the over. And he gets into line and prods it into the leg side. He's defending a little bit on the move at the moment, Zen Malik. He's trying to come down the wicket. Not in an aggressive way, but just to foreshorten the chance for the ball to move. It may just be that after lunch, if Malik's still there, that Johnny Bairstow contemplates standing up to him, just to prevent him from doing that. 1 over left in the session. Warwickshire 79 for 5.
Yeah, Yorkshire will be happy to have 1 more go, see if they can see the back of Sam Hayne before the lunch break. He's doing a tremendous job really in context 46 out of 79. Here is Ben Cliff then, leaving behind our commentary position and running into ball now, and Hayne flicks nicely off his legs to a ball that was over pitched on leg stump. Return throw will come in from Matthew Revis to Logan van Beek, and they've got through for a single.
Interesting to note that James Rue opened for Somerset today, as the quest for that England opening spot is there. He was out for 4 to Van der Huchten. Somerset 104 for 1. But just interesting that he was given the opportunity to open now. Would Durham do the same with Emilio Gay this week? Interesting.
Here's Cliff. Oh, chance off his own bowling there. It's just aerial for a moment from the bat of Malik, and Ben Cliff, who was tailing off to the left, of course, trying to get off the pitch. Couldn't get the arm. Needed a bit of Inspector Gadget arms there to get his hand on that.
Such a tentative drive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The ball was there to be driven, but it was done with no conviction.
Harry Brook once asked if he could open for Yorkshire. Lasted a few weeks. Start of my first season in the com box. Didn't last that long before he asked if he could be moved back down. Here's Cliff. It's wide of off stump, and Bairstow takes it. Andrew Gale famously left him out of the side, having given him the opportunity, saying words to the effect of, you can't pick and choose your spots in a Yorkshire side, pal. Go get some runs in the twos.
Didn't do any harm. Let's face it.
No.
What a player.
Finished up the season with a ton or two, I think, from memory. Cliff making his way in again then. 3 to come before the lunch break. Ooh, good delivery again, and Malik just plays the original line. He was quite comfortably inside it.
There's nothing about Zed Malik's innings so far today that suggests he's here for a long time.
No, not a lot.
But if he can survive these next 2 balls, gives him a chance to have a bit of a regroup.
So Cliff on the turn again. Coming in past umpire Chantry, and bowls it now. This time a more comfortable shouldering of arms from Malik, and there's just 1 to go before the lunch break then. Remember, Yorkshire won the toss, and they chose to bowl first. Alex Davis for 4, Rob Yates for 7, Dan Mosley for 9, Bo Webster for 4, and Ed Barnard for 3. The 5 dismissed batters.
I have to forewarn you that very quickly after this ball I'm going to have an update. When it ticks across to 3 minutes.
You want to take the ball? You might as well.
Okay, final ball of the session. Cliff into bowl to Malik, who just covers up and defends. Really good session for Yorkshire. They've got the work done, having won the toss. They've taken 5 Warwickshire wickets. The only man to hold them at bay, Sam Hayne, he's on 47. But everybody else has found it extremely difficult. 80 for 5 they are at lunch. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are taking lunch at 80 for 5. They've had another difficult morning in conditions that have helped the seam bowlers. Yorkshire, having won the toss, have exploited them really well. 2 wickets for Jack White. He got Alex Davis and Dan Mosley both caught in the slip cordon. Yates 7 and Webster 4 also went cheaply. Ed Barnard struck on the helmet, and then slashing at the next ball was caught off the bowling of Van Beek. One man has held his head high. Sam Hayne has just punished the bad ball and worked his way to 47, but nobody has looked too comfortable out there. Warwickshire 80 for 5. And for those of you listening to us on the on Sports Extra 3 and also via the BBC Cricket homepage, Jonathan and I and Melinda will be back with you for the restart at around 20 to 2. Warwickshire 80 for 5 at the interval. Welcome back here to Edgbaston. The umpires are out. The players for Yorkshire are in their huddle before the afternoon session, looking to capitalise on the excellent start that they gave themselves this morning, reducing Warwickshire to 80 for 5 in that opening session. 2 wickets for White, 1 each for Cliff, Hill and Van Beek. The men out: Davis 4, Yates 7, Mosley 9, Webster 4 and Barnard 3. Zen Malik will come out for Warwickshire, batting at number 7. He's 2 not out of 23 balls and does not look comfortable. Sam Hain with him is on 47. He's looked rather different, albeit there's the odd ball that has been quite hard work for him. And so this partnership worth 9 in 44 balls so far, which tells you a tale of how tough that half an hour was before the interval. Credit to the Yorkshire attack. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. At 2:10 we'll be rejoined by Melinda. I mean, it's all the right consonants at least. Melinda Farrell will be with us, and from a Yorkshire perspective, a very contented with the morning session, Jonathan Doidge.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, they'll be happy anyway. I've not spoken to anybody during the lunch break, but I'm sure they will be, that they have shown signs that they're going to take advantage. To take full advantage, they're going to have to do what some sides have done to them this season, and that is ensure that their opponents are all out for what you would consider to be a low score. So I'd say, given that it's a batting point at 250, something below that, and they'll prefer it to be below 200, of course. And then they can start to work on their own first innings batting and try to take the ascendancy in the contest.
A little bit gloomier for the start of the afternoon session. Still plenty of cloud cover, there has been all day. And Jack White, elbows pumping, will come in from the Birmingham end of the ground to bowl to Hain, who's well down the wicket when he defends this towards mid-wicket. Wharton moves in front of Hill, who's at mid-on, to do the fielding. The one word of warning is that 4 members of the ground staff are sitting on the hover cover, and that would normally suggest that they feel that there may be an interruption at some point this afternoon. It may just be that they fancy sitting on the hover cover. I mean, never read too much into things is my principle. But
Yeah.
Ordinarily it's a clue.
If they put their umbrellas up, would you be making other suggestions, perhaps?
Quite possibly. As Hain gets up onto his toes and plays the ball high on the bounce, again towards mid-wicket. Rather squarer this time, and Wharton fields. I don't think they think there's anything imminent, but I think it's usually telling, because it's a little bit of a walk from where they're housed this season, because they've lost their area in the stand that's been knocked down.
Bless them.
They can't be playing their ball games during play. It's a worry. So looking at the weather radar, there is a lot of rain around England, but everywhere seems to be playing, so that's a good sign. Cricket is the winner. As White is in again to Hain, who pushes forward in defence, slightly squared up again.
That's reminded me of a few cup presentations after finals.
Cricket is the real winner here.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it takes 2 sides to make a game of cricket. Cricket was the winner. If you Google that, there's probably is a script, a drop-in script for any final words you have to say around the specific individuals.
Doidge J, 1993. White 2 for 22 against his name in his 9th over today, and Hain is padding up. It's outside off stump. There is an appeal, because you've got to appeal, but that would have had to have cut back a long way, and it wasn't going to. But always worth having a shout. Keeps the batsman true.
The Bradford League, one of the Premier Leagues up in Yorkshire, used to go to the Priestley Cup final, and Bruce Moss was the guy who was the president of the league at the time, did the presentations, and year on year you could trip out the "Ladies and gentlemen, it takes 2 sides to make a game of cricket," and cricket was the winner. And it's quite a high-pitched voice.
Oh dear. White comes in again, and Hain just leaves alone a ball that's well above stump height. So is the local cricket cup in the Bradford League named after J.B. Priestley?
I don't know, to be honest with you. It's not a question I've ever asked, nor been given the answer to without asking it, so don't know.
Well, he was a Yorkshireman, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they'd name a cricket cup after him. It could have been.
He could have been a keen cricketer.
It could have been the silversmith who made the trophy.
I don't know.
Because he was good at silversmithery.
Silversmithery. At university, we had the J.B. Priestley Library. It was in Bradford. White in to complete his 9th over. Hayne pushes forward in defence. Almost has Malik too far down, backing up there because he was interested in a run. In the end, he sends him back. Another maiden over from White to start the session. 80 for 5, Warwickshire. I want to see if J.B. Priestley was into his cricket.
You do that. Meanwhile,
thank you. I feel like I've just been put down by a parent. Thank you.
Ben Cliff, he's got to open up for a second time today.
No, hold on a second as well, by the way.
Yeah.
He famously captained teams of authors in charity matches during the 1930s and was associated with the golden age of cricket.
Hold on.
Oh, come on. Strong.
Yeah. Okay, well done.
Well, it could be it's the Priestley Cup. It was you who introduced the Priestley Cup.
I did. No, that's excellent research. Thank you, Mr. Wilford. As Cliff comes in, and that's defended solidly by Zayn Malik, and there is no run. Just getting a closer look at the officials out there, having deliberated in the morning session. It does look like Jack Shantry is at the Birmingham end of the ground, in fact, and Russ Warren is down this end. As Cliff is in, and that's dropped down through third man by fielded by James Wharton, going round to that position. Russ Warren, I've mentioned it on a couple of commentaries before, did manage to get him some free tickets into the Cheltenham Festival 2 or 3 years ago, so he should be giving lots of decisions Yorkshire's way as a result of that. But I don't see that in reality out there on the field.
I found out the other half of the story now.
Okay.
I will be able to tell you the answer as to whether it is named after him.
Bursting to tell us, as that's played with an open face by Malik. It was up there to drive and he accepted the invitation, but fielded by Wharton. Go on.
It's the BBC's goal to educate, entertain and
inform.
I'm educating. The Priestley Cup is named after Sir William Priestley, a prominent local figure, a former Member of Parliament and the president of the Bradford Cricket League when the competition was founded. He also donated the trophy that is still presented to the winner.
Well done, you. Here's Cliff, who might have played in a Priestley Cup game or two when his time at Pudsey St Lawrence. That's pushed out into the offside and fielded by Bess. No run.
There is also a Priestley Cup in the Huddersfield and District Evening Cricket League, but that's named after their former chairman, Stanley Priestley. It's just a lot of Priestleys.
Yeah.
A lot
I know
of Priestleys.
there is, in the Airedale and Wharfdale League, which is where the club I'm involved with at the moment, Rawdon play, there's the Waddilove Cup, and in another league in Yorkshire there was the Waddilove Trophy, I think it was. Don't know if they're any relation to each other, the Waddiloves, the Shawaddy Waddiloves. That's turned to leg by Malik and fielded by Revis, and there's no run.
I mean, it would seem more likely that it has to be one Waddilove when there could be, as it turned out, several Priestleys. It's not known whether darts player Dennis Priestley enjoyed playing cricket.
I once did an evening, compared an evening, and he was playing darts against one of the audience. Top man, actually, Dennis, really nice guy. Is Ben Cliff bowling, and Zayn Malik turns it to leg, and it's fielded by Logan Van Beek to complete a tidy start to the afternoon for Yorkshire, because there's been no change to the score. 80 for 5 after 2 overs of the afternoon session.
It took me back to my student days when the Yorkshire squad was announced. And is it the lad Sylvester? Is it Dan Sylvester who was in the squad? What was his first name? Who was in the squad for this game? Brad Sylvester. But I note that he plays for Cleckheaton. And I've many memories of playing in the local basketball league away at Cleckheaton in the sports centre, where you've got the main gym on one side and then the indoor bowls on the other side and a walkway through the middle. Errant basketballs were not welcome on the bowling greens.
Was that at Cleckheaton? It wouldn't have been on the cricket club site, would it? Was that Wycliffe Mount School, perhaps, up there?
I think it probably was at Wycliffe Mount School. Yeah. I had a good game there once. I mean, just once. Did have a good game once. Jack White to continue. And now Johnny Bairstow is going to stand up to Sam Hain to stop him coming out of his crease. And the ball back of a length is guided off his hip. They run the first one hard and they'll come back for 2. And as a result, there is a misfield. A little bit of pressure on the fielder does its job. And Hain gets the first 2 runs of the session. He's to 49. 82 for 5. Revis or Van Beek who's...
Revis down there.
Revis down there. He's taller, isn't he, as he comes closer. Van Beek, I'm guessing, I'm saying he's mid-on. He's facing me at the moment, so I can't see his number.
That's Cliff at mid-on. I think Van Beek is out by the Holly stand. At,
on the boundary.
Cover, yeah.
Rats, I was trying hard. It's helpfully they do have the numbers. Warwickshire's sweaters don't this season. As Hain, from his crease, is able to defend up towards mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And there's no run.
Somerset's don't either. It was much... Although you do get used to players over the course of a 4-day game, you know, picking up, identifying the movements and that sort of thing. But 1 or 2, it took me a day or so to get used to if they have the sweater on. But I do like the traditional cricket sweaters, Richard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, they do look better. I had trouble in the early part of his Warwickshire career with Jordan Thompson, but I'm getting there now. You'll find it a lot easier to spot him in the Warwickshire field, I'm sure. White into Hain through square leg. Again, not trying to overhit the ball and brings up his 50. And in the context of the game, that's quite a good half century, isn't it, to say the least, out of a score of 84 for 5. Hain has gone to 51 off 79 balls with 7 falls.
And a shameless attempt at a mention by your namesake, my friend David Wilford, who says the cup is named after Sir William Priestley, former president of the Bradford League, and his ears are still ringing after going to the darts last night.
Oh yes, it was darts night in the big arena in Leeds. Victory in the final for Luke Littler over local hero Luke Humphreys. 6th win of the Premier League season for Littler, who gets booed just for taking the stage these days. It's an anyone but culture because he's been too good. Hain awaits White once more and just defends out into the offside. And there's no run.
Yorkshire lad's been in touch. Says JB Priestley's buried at the church in Hubberholme, opposite the George Inn. Not a lot of people know that.
See, I've launched something now. So your friend who shares a surname with me is his family from the Doncaster area by any chance?
No.
Oh, okay. There's quite a lot of Wilfords around Doncaster, around Rosington, that sort of area. Family of miners we were. As Hain gets an inside edge off a good ball from White that was about top of off stump height. Revis comes round from long leg to do the fielding, 85 for 5.
My friend with the same surname as you, I'm sure he'll appreciate me mentioning this yet again, but his dad was a journalist.
Okay.
Was specific title, probably producer at YTV's calendar programme, and famously got together Clough and Revy for that interview in 1974.
Magnificent. What a claim to fame that is. God, I'm trying to imagine what the equivalent of doing that would be there. But whatever it was, it wouldn't be achievable, I don't think. Malik comes forward a couple of paces. Bairstow standing back for him, just dabs it into the offside. White does the fielding in his follow-through. End of the over. 85 for 5, Warwickshire. Sam Hain, as has so often been the case during his Bears career, carrying the load. He's on 52 not out.
And as so often has been the case in his Bears career, playing against Yorkshire as well.
Yeah, well,
it seems to churn him out. I mean, that might be just an impression rather than a fact.
I think Nottinghamshire suffer at his hands even more. But yeah.
Well, lovely afternoon at the moment, but there is still a lot of cloud around. 5 rather than 4 ground staff are now perched on the hover cover, but I don't think there's an immediate threat of precipitation as Cliff comes in. It's wide of off stump and Hain with an exaggerated leave. They've set up here as if Ben might drop a short one in to Sam, or they could be setting up for just bowl it straight, and if you flick it off the hip, we'll cover the boundary. It is so short. I always wonder on occasions like this why people choose to sit where they sit. Why is the bloke who's about 3 blocks in decided to go to the middle of the far half of the row? Why would he not go to the end seat or whatever, so it's easy to get out? Here's Cliff in bowling, and it's left again by Hayne.
Well,
what's the psychology of where you sit?
Well, the chap at the back there sits there for every day of every game, regardless of where the wicket is. And I've got to say, sitting in the middle, I don't think he's going to get his route to get out blocked terribly, because there's nobody else sitting in his section. So I think he'll get out easily enough.
Well, I was thinking about, actually, I'd not really spotted him. It was the people who are forward of the pillars that are holding the roof up.
Well, the chap at the back is almost, yeah, he's always there.
Here's Cliff, bangs one in short, and Hayne ducks underneath it comfortably.
I've seen days that we haven't seen a single ball bowled, and he sat there until the moment that it's called off, because it's what he does. It's his thing. He loves it. It's a habit. We all have our habits, don't we? One of our favourite parts of stadiums to sit in, and you know, your favourite chair at home. If somebody else sits on it, you're not happy.
Be nice to have a chair. Cliff turns, makes his way in to bowl to Hayne once again, and once more Sam is covering that and then leaving. Ball shaping away, but also kept a little bit on the low side.
That was taken at the second bounce. I burst out from this end particular, and to see both batters now are doing a bit of gardening, because that's the universal gesture for that one. Kept a bit low.
Yeah. Yeah. Then there's a hand signal, isn't there?
Yeah. That's hooped.
Yeah. Cliff making his way in again. 2 to come in his 9th over here. He's got 1 for 20, and that'll still be the case after Hayne blocks that. He bounces up quite high. He played it fairly late.
Johnny Bairstow's appealed.
Yeah, he's appealed for hit ball twice, hasn't he? Because he did put his bat out and tap it back into the pitch, and he's now double teapot Johnny. He wants a reason to get into the game here.
I mean, Sam Hayne had no need to touch the ball a second time, but he's not doing anything that would be trying to gain advantage. He wasn't going to be preventing a wicket. He wasn't trying to score.
Cliff for the final ball of the over, and Hayne turning that one to leg. Van Beek round to field from mid-on, but they've got through 4-1, and Sam will keep the strike. 9 overs, 1 for 21 then Ben Cliff. 86 for 5 with Hayne 53 and Malik on 2.
It's been a bit Hayne against Yorkshire today. It's about whether anybody can stick with him while he's still there to create a respectable partnership. The highest partnership of the day so far, 22 between Hayne and Mosley. There was 21 between Hayne and Barnard, and this is now up to 15. You're not going to get far on those partnership numbers. The run rate was okay for the first 9 or 10 overs, because there was the odd bad ball that they were punishing, but since then Yorkshire have also kept a lid on that. They've gained control, and it's going to be White to continue, and Bairstow once again is up to the stumps to prevent Hayne going on the wander. And the first ball is a nice one, just angling in towards off stump, hits him high on the pads, and Bairstow will pick up. The noises of the building site aren't ideal at times. I remember Old Trafford being like that for quite a while. But if you bring your kids down during the T20 season and you're high enough to see the diggers, they'll like that. Lots of diggers, lots of hard hats, lots of high vis. Right into Hayne, off his pads, but he's picked out the fielder who's in front of square. That's where George Hill is stationed.
I can think of one former Yorkshire batter who, upon being challenged, might try and hit the tower crane driver.
That's a long hit from that side of the square. It's not a job that I fancy being up there.
No, definitely not. That's too high, and for a tower crane, that's not very high, isn't it, really?
It's, yeah, it just feels, I mean, it gives me vertigo looking at it. White in, inside edge from Hayne, dribbles back 10 yards behind the stumps. They're not going to run because Bairstow is just jogging behind it. And it's no run. The cabin of the crane overhangs at the front. And you've got these massive concrete blocks at the back of it. And how high, I mean, it's really hard to judge how high it is. But let's say 100 feet off the ground. You genuinely could not pay me enough money to get into that cabin.
Yeah, same here, snap, completely.
Mel
Mel was just saying earlier that she'd been on the roof at Adelaide. I was saying that I'd never get on that roof. She said I've been up there.
Well, you do get clipped to something up there, don't you, I think, as you walk along. White to Hayne, that's good straight delivery, back of a length. Prods it back down the wicket. Breeze getting up a little bit at the far end, judging by the Bears flag. No flag on the Yorkshire pole at the moment. I hope they've brought one. It's always nice to have a couple of flags up.
Yeah, John Potter, the scorer, usually brings it with him.
Pattern of the last couple of overs is Hayne looks to get a single towards the end as if he just wants to keep Malik off the strike. Let's see if he gets one here. Always lifted it in a rather airborne fashion to a straight mid-wicket and does get a single, but he's under no control with that shot. He's to 54, 87 for 5. Got an update in around 30 seconds or so for BBC Radio WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. They've been rather cock-a-hoop on the latter one of those stations for the last few weeks. It'll take them a while to come back down to earth. For a bit of sky blue magic in recent weeks. White 2 for 28, one ball left in his 11th over. Comes into bowl to Zen Malik, who defends him almost back down the wicket. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire after lunch are 87 for 5. Creeping along at the moment, led by Sam Hayne. He's reached his half century. It came off 79 balls, including 7 fours. He's batting quite nicely. He's protecting Zen Malik, who scored just 2 runs off 31 deliveries. Yorkshire exploiting the fact that they won the toss, and they've taken 5 Warwickshire wickets. They're 87 for 5.
Yeah, Ben Cliff going to continue at this pavilion end of the ground. Ben Crossland's been in touch, says, having just spent 2 days with friends in Sutton Coldfield, I've had to drive home today and so unable to watch the Tykes at Edgbaston. The compensation is hearing your dulcet tones on the stream. Last week at Taunton you weren't on the stream and had to make do with Vic Marks. Well, that is because, Ben, yes, I'm going to do it again, I am employed by the BBC, believe it or not, and we commentate on the BBC Sport website and app, and on this occasion we're also on 5 Sports Extra 3 as Cliff bowls to Hayne, who shuffles across and leaves once again. So that is, you know, where you'll always find us, irrespective of any other communication that carries the commentary. No excuses. You've been around the game long enough, Ben, now to know exactly that. Meanwhile, Martin Bloomfield has also been in touch on a couple of occasions. I note, fresh from a stunning victory at Taunton, he says, let's hope the Tykes can maintain momentum over the next few days as Cliff bowls and Hayne flicks to leg and will pick up a single out to the incoming James Wharton. He goes on, it won't be easy with a little extra spice from a certain Mr. Thompson in the opposition. For me, he says, well, I won't read what he said, but basically he thinks that Logan van Beek needs to perform better. Afternoon to Lily as well, who's been in touch and is celebrating the fact that Harry Brook is in the Yorkshire side. It's Cliff bowls, and that's wide of off stump and left. And then Martin Bloomfield also says, I believe last time Mel shared the combox with Doige was a couple of seasons back at Headingley, Worcester versus Yorkshire, which we did establish by accident by ourselves, I think, earlier, or by design maybe. During the game she sparked a debate deliberating on the difference between Ginnells, Snickets and Twitchells. If clocking up the air miles following the Associate Nations is not enough, she continues to entertain us all her commentary stints. Today we learnt that one of her many talents is that she allegedly dribbles more than George Best or Chris Waddle. Hashtag Pillowgate, as Cliff bowls to Malik, who defends. I must have missed that.
But your snickets and your giddles in Birmingham, we have gullies as well, which would be these little passageways between.
That's a fielding position.
Yeah,
if you snick it, it goes to gully.
It's perfect. Oh.
Okay, I'll get me coat. 88 for 5, Malik on strike, and 2 to come in Ben Cliff's over. Oh, he's got an edge on this one, but soft hands has helped him avoid being caught by Findlay Bean, who did a good piece of fielding at third slip, and I think he's now feeling that on the hand as a result. Maybe didn't collect it spot on.
I'm going to have to do something to the effects mic in a minute, because it's not well. You can suddenly realise you can't hear anything outside the. Yeah. Oh, it's come back again. That's interesting.
I could do with hearing more in the cans. I prefer that. I think.
There you go. Yeah, we're very quiet for a moment there.
Here comes Cliff. A lovely measured run up, and he's got underneath this one as Malik, but he's got it a long way behind, square on the offside, and it goes through wide third man really for 4 runs to complete the over. Cliff just straying a little bit too wide. 92 for 5, Hayne 55, Malik. That takes him on to 6 for his first boundary.
To be fair, there were 1 or 2 hands on heads there, but that was a ball to throw your hands at, and it was a wide half volley, and he's got value for it, and he's got to play some attacking shots sooner rather than later. You know, he's been stubborn out there. He hasn't looked enormously comfortable, but he's 35 balls for his 6. But, you know, if it had gone to hand, it would have been a cheeky wicket.
Yeah, and Ben has just offered up 1 or 2 of those as the day's gone on. But still learning his trade, and you can't really overestimate how difficult it is to keep putting the ball in similar areas. That's why the best bowlers do that. Think of Glenn McGrath, folks, or a bloke who plays his cricket down here but is not in this match in Chris Wokes.
Hayne back on strike, he's on 55 again. Bairstow standing up to the stumps. There's a ball down the leg side. Quick hands from Bairstow to whip the bails off in case Hayne had dragged that foot out, but he hadn't. There is no appeal, but it keeps him honest.
Yeah, so often we talk about the great delivery that swung or nipped or whatever, don't we, Richard? But actually it's just, so often the player who can keep hitting similar sort of spots and boring the batters out and getting them to play shots that are not really there to be played.
Nagging accuracy goes a long way in this game. It's, once more, Hayne awaits White, clips it fine down towards long leg. Shouldn't beat the man on the inside, but they will run hard and come back for 2 on the arm of Matthew Revis. Hayne to 57, 94 for 5. I think in recent, in the last decade with Yorkshire Patterson, but he's not express pace, but he's going to keep it in that area. If it nibbles, you're in a bit of trouble. We go back 25, 30 years here. Tim Munton, similar sort of thing, had that extra height as well. Just very reliable.
Pato was about 70, he bowled it out. He did it at the end of his career.
Jack White bands in once more. And Hayne edges and is taken by Brook at slip. And that one has just got up a little bit, up towards the shoulder of the bat. And Hayne has gone for 57. He's the one man that was looking like he could play on this surface. But now Warwickshire find themselves 94 for 6. And a 3rd wicket. Good reward for this spell from Jack White.
Yeah, just again, has got him a good player to have a little nibble at one wide of off stump, and they'll be delighted with that. And maybe that ploy, Johnny Bairstow coming up to the stumps, it's just meant that he's not able to get forward and cover the length of delivery that Jack White had bowled at him, and that would have been the aim, that sort of delivery, I'm sure, from the moment that Johnny decided to stand up. And it ends up being a nibble and a routine catch, really, by the standards of an England international at first slip.
Yeah, it's got up a little bit more than Sam Hayne was expected. May well have been the glove that made the contact. That was a tough ball to get. .94 for 6. And that will lead to Jordan Thompson coming to the crease against his former county. He's had a number of starts for Warwickshire. He's got into the 20s on a few occasions without really carrying it on further. A few times he's found himself batting with number 11 and has holed out on the boundary.
Yeah, well, every single one of the lads, barring perhaps, and probably even including Logan Van Beek, will know what JT is all about. Had a good day here on a day that was not really a good day for the county in the T20 finals of 22, and Lanks knocked Yorkshire out in the semi, but I can still see him hitting the ball in his usual arc for a 50 that day.
Bairstow back into an orthodox position. 3 slips are in, but that's a poor ball onto the hip of Thompson, who times that beautifully. Deep backward square leg, 'cause that's effectively where Van Beek is. Can't get round, and that's 4 to Thompson off the mark with a flourish. 98 for 6.
Yep, very strong off his legs. As I say, James Wharton was baiting him that he was going to get loads of short stuff when he got out there, and that would be an interesting concept.
I don't think they want to waste this 34 over old bull with too much short stuff at the moment.
No.
It would rather sit up, I think.
Just planting the seed.
Yeah, absolutely. Do with something full instead. White round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson, angled in towards middle and off, defended under the hand of the bowler and up towards mid-off.
He'll certainly feel a lot better already, the fact that he's got the 4 against his name. There'll be a few little words in his ear down at pitch level, I'm sure, and would have been as he walked out. Well, I'm saying that they may have decided to do the opposite and completely ignore him.
Who's this lad? I don't know. Didn't play from last year, did he? No. In comes White, and he's cut into the offside. He'll pick out Revis at point. End of the over. Warwickshire 98 for 6 with Malik on 6 and Thompson on 4. Melinda Farrell will be in next to join Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah. So not too long seems to pass between one wicket and the next. They managed to survive, well, pretty much an hour of cricket either side of lunch, from the dismissal of Ed Barnard to that of Sam Hain. And it really is an outlier, Sam, isn't he? 57 out of 98 on this opening day. We've lost the FX mic again out there.
Do you want me to make?
Make some outdoor noises.
Well,
can you make the noise of a jackhammer, please?
Yeah, I think I could, but I'm not sure our listeners would enjoy it.
Here's Cliff again. Malik, carves that one away beautifully off the back foot through the covers, just too short and wide from Ben Cliff, and it's got the treatment. So 3 figures on the board for Warwickshire. 102 for the loss of 6 wickets. They've got to the 100 mark in painstaking 35 overs and 1 ball.
So Malik just playing a couple of more attractive and comfortable looking shots than most of the shots he's played since he got in there. It has been very hard work. Warwickshire really needs something from him today. Partnerships have not been impressive.
The Atmos has decided to return as Cliff is in. Oh, he's gone. This time it's Malik who's gone, and a sharp catch by Finlay Bean at third slip. A ball on the rise, and Ben Cliff strikes for a second time today, and that means plenty to the Yorkshire side, who are straight round to mob him. He's into his 11th over, and he has 2 for 30, and Warwickshire now 102 for 7.
Well, the procession continues. It's been an excellent bowling performance by Yorkshire. They really have maximised the first morning and now into the second session. It's just Edge City, isn't it? Everything has been caught behind in the slips, and we've had one chopped on as well, but the bowlers are just putting it on a spot. And Zem Malik, he fought hard, and it hadn't been pretty, and he was just starting to unwind with a couple of nice looking shots, and it all comes crashing to an end. 7 wickets down, and we're only in the first hour of the second session. My goodness. This game's moved pretty quickly, Jonathan.
It certainly has. And 2 new batters at the crease. This is going to be Michael Booth. Ethan Bamber was down at 9, but Booth is going in his place.
That doesn't surprise me, but Booth can bat quite nicely, really. He's been good with the ball. There's a lot to like about the Zimbabwean, the young Zimbabwean. He can bowl quite sharply as well. He's a really good prospect. Having made his way over here. But boy, oh boy, do they need something from him. This is not at all convincing from Warwickshire at home. 25 years of age, Booth.
Here comes Cliff then to bowl to the right-handed batter, who punches really his first delivery out to Revis, who's patrolling an area, quite a big area really, in front on the offside, in front of square. He's the only player who is. So he's taken up a halfway house between mid-off and extra cover, really.
So Michael Booth, he's only played 2 games so far this season against Sussex and Notts, but he did make 48 against Sussex and then 70 against Notts. So that was his highest first-class score.
So there is ability there, without question, as Cliff just pushes one wide of off stump, and Booth not suckered into playing at that.
But they'll need his highest score and some more, I would imagine. Look, one thing I will say, I've changed the mantra, the cricket mantra this season, because you can't judge a pitch until the tail enders have batted on it.
Yeah, rather than both sides.
Oh.
In comes Cliff again then, and that's a good length ball once again. Has been punched back to the bowler in his follow through. Welcoming listeners of 5 Sports Extra, as well as Extra 3 to Edgbaston. 102 for 7 then, the hosts, having been put in by Yorkshire when Johnny Bairstow won the toss this morning. We've seen a couple of wickets fall since an eventful morning session. So the procession, as Mel just described it, does continue. Final ball of the 11th Ben Cliff over here, the 36th of the match, is defended by Booth, who's just gone in following the dismissal of Zen Malik, who was caught a sharp chance at third slip by Finlay Bean off Ben Cliff for 10. Sam Hain had preceded him back to the dressing room. He managed about a half hour since lunch, and very much the standout player for Warwickshire on this opening day. 57 off 97. He was caught by Harry Brook at first slip off Jack White. That was after Johnny Bairstow decided to come up and stand up to the stumps to just draw Hain, who'd been walking into playing plenty of his shots today, back into the crease. Earlier, Alex Davis for 4, Rob Yates for 7, Dan Mosley for 9, Bo Webster for 4, and Ed Barnard for 3 were the 5 wickets to have fallen this morning. 2 of those to Jack White, 1 to Ben Cliff, 1 to George Hill, and 1 to Logan Von Beek.
So Jack White starts his run from the Birmingham end. He's in around the wicket, and the angle has just made it easy, relatively, for Thompson to flick it down towards deep square leg. They'll just get a single. That is the short boundary today. Over at the Hollies stand, the pitch very, very much on that side of the square today. It is actually a really quite a nice day. Quite a bit of high cloud around, some showers forecast for later in the day. The workers here on the other side of the ground where the stand has been demolished. Busy little bees. As in comes White, bowls and all that's the outside edge. How many times have we seen that today? Booth just pressing forward in defence. Really, it wasn't a big booming drive or anything like that, but we have seen ball beat bat an awful lot today, Jonathan.
Yeah, 12 millimetres of grass left on, according to what Yorkshire coach Anthony McGrath had suggested. I think they were given that information yesterday. But we should point out as well, Mel, that certainly 3 fairly wild shots out of the 7 wickets to have fallen.
In comes White, and that's defended. The ball just drops straight in front of Booth, no run. Well, I mean, Davies was out pressing forward. It was a defensive shot, caught the edge. Yates, though, the left-hander, it was White sort of pushing the ball across him and leaving him maybe a touch. But Dan Mosley chased a wide one. And Barnard, the captain, chased a wide one. They won't look back on those fondly. Here's White bowls, and it's just clipped to mid-wicket, quite straight by Booth, no run.
Yeah, I mean, Ed Barnard's was very, very wide, wasn't it?
It was really wide, and I guess the thing that makes that a little more egregious is that he'd seen those wickets fall before him as well. Just everything bar one, I think, has been caught behind or in the slips. There was a slight inside edge from Webster and played onto his own stumps. Here's White, bowls. Was played very late by Booth. Ends up behind at backward point. No run. So, yeah, you'd have to say some of them are, when you see booming drives, outside edges.
Yeah, in these conditions, you'd be scratching your head a little bit. There's been a lot of criticism of Yorkshire not taking advantage of conditions so far this season, but I think you'd have to say they have done so far today.
It's 3 slips in, they crouch waiting as White is in over the wicket. That one's just defended and rolls slowly up towards mid-on. That is the end of the over. 103 for 7. Booth yet to get off the mark. Thompson is on 5, and it really is a case where they have not been able to build a lasting partnership.
No Ben Coad, of course, for Yorkshire. He's got a side strain, so he's missed a couple already, and hope things are improving, Cody, if you are tuned in, because the county needs him, and he'll be absolutely, well, sick enough as it is to have picked up an injury, but to be missing out on conditions like this, which are right up his alley, snicket, ginnel, or whatever you'd like to say about that.
I'm going to get on to that. I'm so excited that one of your listeners remembers the conversation about snickets and ginnels.
Here's Cliff, meanwhile, bowling to the left-handed Jordan Thompson, who's leaving that one wide of off stump.
I'm a little bit more worried that he's picked up on me being a dribbler, because now I expect that to be in his memory for the next year and a half. People never remember your great calls of an exciting wicket or anything like that. It's always the other things that come along the way that people remember.
Here's Cliff. In and bowling. Thompson turning it in front of square on the leg side, and they get through for a single. Well, we already had the embarrassing moment this morning when Jared, who's you'll probably hear on the commentary a little bit later on, said to me, "Morning, Jonathan. I remember being in the commentary box with you at Cardiff a couple of years ago, or whatever, and I couldn't remember." But he was lovely about that, and he said, "Well, I didn't have a beard and longer hair at the time, so he was trying to make excuses for me." But in the com box last week at Taunton, Annie Chave and Stephen Lamb, neither of them could ever remember commentating with me before, which is, yeah. Booth hammered that one off the back foot. I think it bounced off the knee of Matthew Revis on the deck. They've got through for a single. So if there are ever any egos, then they've been thrown out of the window.
Well, so I feel like I'm at a disadvantage, right? I always say this because I am terrible with names, but I often go, I'm in press boxes or press packs where I'm often the only female in about 50 people. There might be 2 or 3 women.
Here's Cliff, bangs one in short, and Thompson ducks underneath it. There's the short stuff that James Wharton was alluding to that Jordan would receive against his old mates.
And so I figure everyone else just has to remember 1 or 2 or 3 women's names, right? It's much easier because you look different. You got different names. Whereas there are times when I will meet like 30 blokes. And that's hard on my poor little pea brain. Got to remember all of those names.
Yeah, here's Cliff and Jordan leaving that one wide of off stump.
I'll let you in on a little secret. So what I will so often do is I'll say, oh, that's a nice photo in your pass. When was that taken?
Yeah.
Pick up the pass, read the name. Oh, that's who it is.
I'm not that clever. If I don't remember, I'm trying to read the pass, but I'd never thought about that line. You see, you're a step ahead there, Mel.
Yeah. I've got to have a few little tricks.
Final ball of the over. Cliff to Jordan Thompson, who's solidly in behind and defending 105 for 7 at the end of the over. Now, the first time I recall you, and we've had this conversation before, was in a completely different sporting world when I was on an attachment at a certain satellite broadcaster based in Isleworth, Middlesex, and you were down there. I think you were probably an AP, were you not, on Neville Smith's rugby league broadcasts?
Yeah, well, other way around, PA, director's assistant,
PA.
Production assistant. Yeah.
You're talking, I reckon that was 1999.
No, don't say the year. Don't say the year.
Like that.
Don't say the year.
Long time ago.
You'll be in real trouble. That's our secret. Now, that was when I was just out of university and over here for the first time. My first stint over here, but it was a different life ago. That was a long time. No, that was then. That was when the only Headingley I'd ever visited was the rugby league ground. Jack White begins a new over, 3 slips in, bowling to Booth, who, well, he actually just clips out quite nicely, just square of the fielder who was in it mid-wicket, and gets it far enough that he'll pick up a couple. That's the long boundary out there, so you have to time it well to get it there, but it also means there's plenty of vacant space to get back for a second run. 107 for 7. Now, I don't know, I had a quick look. My maths is not great, but I think the biggest partnership that Warwickshire have had has been 23 between, that was before the 5th wicket fell. In comes White, and that's left alone by Booth.
I'm going 21 for the 5th wicket, 23 for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, that's the biggest one. So Sam Hain and Zen Malik, that was. Now, you ain't going to win many games of cricket if you can't get a partnership beyond 23.
No.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but unless, of course, the other side does the same. And we shall see. But I mentioned before, don't judge a pitch before tail enders have batted on it. I say that with reason, as White is in and bowls to Booth, who defends nicely up towards mid-off. No run. It's been a season for it. We've seen so many good scores from tail-enders or near tail-enders, the bowlers. I certainly have, as I've gone around the different counties early on. And it's been quite interesting, and trying to work out whether it's because of the pitches and the pitch regulations coming in, meaning that things seem to be a bit more conducive to early wickets. As White is in, bowls, defended by Booth, and White picks it up.
I think there'd be an element of that, wouldn't there? But also, I mean,
ball's going softer.
Yeah, ball's going softer, but players are just better lower down the order than they ever have been in the game.
Yeah, that was the other factor. We were, myself and Nick Friend on our podcast, we were kind of looking at all the different reasons, because there really have been a lot of extraordinary tail end partnerships and tail enders doing quite well this season. As White starts his run up, we've got the effects back. Here he is, bowls. This time it's defended up to straight mid on, no run.
Yeah, part of the time of year. I mean, if you think about it, you know, I've just been saying when Richard was on with me earlier on, you've got the dark footmarks there on the pitch itself, so that shows you that there's some moisture underlying. If you have a bad morning, like Warwickshire have done, but then, I mean, today the sun isn't out hasn't been out very often, but if you do get a sunny day where there's moisture in the morning, does a bit, and then in the afternoon it dries out, it might get a bit easier as the day goes on.
Here is the next ball from White, and it's just slapped away into the covers by Booth, but with no real timing. He didn't make a particularly good connection. And that will finish up the over. 107 for 7 now. Warwickshire trying to rebuild with Thompson on 6 and Booth on 3. And the partnership is currently 5.
You tend to get a lot of moans and groans from supporters, and I bet it's probably at most, if not all, counties that they don't think that their bowlers are good enough against the tail. But actually, often I think there's quite a bit in that pitches will dry out as days go on, and then it might just get a little bit easier for the last couple of hours of the day, when often by that time, because of some assistance, you've got through 5 or 6 wickets, and then they just happen to be in at that point of the day, and can take advantage of that because there's just more depth to batting lineups than there was once upon a time.
I would say Warwickshire do bat quite deep, but problem is they don't have many runs on the board by the time they've got to them today, this morning, and this afternoon at least.
I mean, I don't have to flick much further back in my notebook than last week, when in their second innings Yorkshire made 365 for 9. Don Best going in at was he 7, was he 8? 8, yeah, 8 I think, yeah, got 40. And Jai Richardson made a half century, going in at 9.
This is what I'm talking about. It's been happening a lot.
Here's Logan van Beek back into the attack, then right arm round the wicket to Jordan Thompson, and I think this is probably deliberate given Tomo's appearance out there in the middle, because if there was one thing that we talk about a lot when Jordan was playing for Yorkshire, was his batting against the short ball. Can't have him hopping around a bit. If you stick it in his arc, it will disappear, and all those lads out there will know that only too well. So there'll be a bit of get him on the back foot about this, probably. He's on 6 at the moment, 107 for 7, and that's punched up to mid-off, and there is no run. As I was saying, I was having a chat with him the other day. Still in good nick. He's enjoying himself down here, he says.
Well, he's in Birmingham, isn't he?
Well, is that... No, I won't say what I was going to say.
No,
that's obviously a good thing.
Hey, I'm an adopted Brummie. I'm be loyal to my town. I live less than 2.5 miles from here. Lovely part of the world.
You walk it. There's Van Beek, short. Jordan tries the pull shot but misses out. Johnny stops it of a fashion. You walk it on a morning to get some steps in, Mel? I
do, but I didn't this morning because I'm drowning in deadlines at the moment, and I was actually running late because I was trying to set up an interview and things like that. But if it's not raining later, I may well walk home, and I'll definitely walk in tomorrow. Yes, it's not that bad. It's about 45-50 minutes walk.
Van Beek up there to drive, invitation accepted by Jordan, but he's banged it into the deck, and Van Beek feels off his own bowling. That's more the sort of stuff that Jordan will want to be facing out there. If you throw it up, he'll hit through the line. He's always had a very good eye since childhood, really. And if you put it there, he can certainly pick it up and hit it a long way. He'll often talk about his stand at Headingley with the bloke who's at first slip at the moment against Worcestershire in a T20 match, where the ball was disappearing to all parts from both of them, as he misses one that was angled down the leg side from Van Beek, and they've gone through for a bite. So scoring off the bat continues to prove difficult here. 108 for 7, just 6 added since that most recent wicket in the last 20 minutes.
I've just had family arrive from Australia, and it's interesting how my niece and her mum, but when you're showing someone around your city for the first time, it's really nice because you're reminded and you see it through fresh eyes all over again.
Van Beek switches to over the wicket. Good delivery, which has cut Booth in half there. Around about the waistline, look at where Bairstow took it. He's on the next strip down the leg side, so that tells you how far that came back. But no damage done ultimately. End of the over, 40 of those now complete, 108 for 7. How long have you lived down here then?
I came over, so when I first started working for Cricinfo, so that was 2015, that summer. So yeah, I've been here for 11 years now. Living not too far away, and of course, because I live not too far from, or very, very close, what am I saying, to Edgbaston Reservoir, which is near here. So it's like I've got a lake in my backyard. It's lovely. There are about 30 swans who are on the lake, loads of other bird life. It's very green. There's a little sort of community sort of group settlement with a cafe and so on. Here's the start of the next over. Big shout for Hill's first ball to Thompson. Umpire not interested. But yeah, they've got like a community orchard and garden and cafe, and they do yoga and tai chi and beginners archery, which I'm going to try. I've always wanted to try archery.
Beginners archery, does that mean that people die because they can't quite get the arrow in the
I don't think you should. I don't think they get like William Tell and they get someone to stick an apple on their head so you can practice on them. Here's Hill around the wicket, defended by Thompson, no run. Yeah, I don't think you practice on live people. That's probably against occupational health and safety guidelines, would be my guess.
Not as much fun then, is it?
Nah, not really. Unless you had one of those little, like, bow and arrows that were sort of plastic with a plastic arrow. Or maybe one of those ones that have a little suction cup on the end. So if you miss, it just sticks to their forehead. As in comes Hill, bowls, left alone outside off stump by Thompson. But yeah, so it's really lovely. Go down there, I try and do at least 2 laps every day. If you do 2 laps, about 5 kilometres. Yeah. And yeah, very, very fortunate. So there's lots of lovely parts of Birmingham. Gets a bit of a bad rap by people, I think. But I'm quite defensive of my English home. As Hill is in, bowls. Oh, that's just gently carved out into point with no real timing and no run.
I mean, as somebody from not round here, just thinking about the sort of stuff that's said about the cities in England when you're watching TV or listen to the radio or whatever, it does get overlooked, doesn't it, by comparison to London? People go, oh yeah, love a weekend in London. And you don't hear many people saying, yeah, got a dash to Birmingham for a weekend, can't wait.
In comes Hill, full ball. It's turned around behind square by Thompson, and there is protection in the deep. They'll just get the 1 run.
Do you think as a city dweller now here, do you think that's that people are missing a trick when they don't hanker to come down here then?
I think they're missing a trick in a lot of places.
Come up here.
Well, yeah, good boy. You know, I love Leeds, me. I love Leeds. I've always loved Leeds. Hill, change of angle, he's over the wicket, and that has come off the outside edge of Booth's bat and just ends up at short third. Now, we're interested there, but it sounded very woody, that noise. That'll finish off the over, 109 for 6 with Thompson on 7 and Booth on 3. Yeah, I love Leeds, me. But then I love going to Manchester, you know, across the way as well. Don't screw up your face like that. Manchester. Yeah, wherever I go. I've been up to Chester Street a couple of times this season. I love going to Durham. Oh, it's so pretty. I'm staying in Lumley Castle. Aye.
Love it up there, Pet.
Oh, that's special. I was in the keep. It was like I was a little princess in my room.
Van Beek is in, he's round the wicket. Oh, Jordan Thompson, you're very close there to getting a nick on one. He's fallen over after he's played it, so not quite balanced as he's reached and tried to smash that one through the offside. I've stayed in Lumley Castle just once after a T20 game up there one night, but usually, because it's close enough there and back.
To see the ghost, because I have never seen the ghost. I've tried really hard. They told me that you're more likely to see the Grey Lady, the ghost of Lumley Castle. Your chances depend on how much you've had to drink.
Here's Van Beek. Oh, Thompson again pushing it one on the rise and missing.
Clearly, I've not drunk nearly enough.
No, obviously not. No, I mean I think I saw the ghost of Brett Lee up there when I was there.
Did you not, Shane Watson?
Oh, there was Shane Watson, wasn't there? That was the Goffey thing, wasn't it?
But he stayed. Shane Watson saw he allegedly thought, whatever, he saw the ghost or heard the ghost, and he slept on Brett Lee's floor.
Ah, that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Van Beek again. Oh, Jordan squared up this time through to the gloves of Bairstow, so he's finding it tough in this over from Logan Van Beek.
Every over looks like the first over of the day. It's not got any easier, and there's the high cloud that I mentioned earlier has actually got quite a bit darker.
It has definitely got a leaden underside to it. There's no floodlights on at the moment though still,
which is interesting because it is getting quite dark out there.
Here comes Van Beek again, and Jordan Thompson dropping that out into the offside for Besterfield. No run, and the lads will all know Jordan loves to play his shots, and so he's 7 from 23. He's got to play to the situation here. 109 for 7.
We've got two fielders on the leg side boundary.
He's in again, and that's straying down the leg side, and Jordan misses out trying to whip one off his legs.
Well, and that's, I mentioned those two fielders because that's if Logan Van Beek gets it slightly wrong, the protection there is a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. But then apart from those two and mid-on, I mean, there's just acres of space on that leg side. So Van Beek really, he's got all these catches and fielders saving a single on the short boundary side.
Van Beek again. Oh, he's gone after this one as well as Jordan. Has lifted the head. That is not the prettiest looking over from him with the bat, I'm afraid. 109 for 7, 7 off 25. I go back to an innings he played. Yorkshire supporters will know this story time and again, but Trent Bridge, I think it was COVID year, he got 90 odd, which remains his highest score in first class cricket, and he got out, you know, cow corner, playing one shot too many. He struck the ball fantastically that day, and in the post-day interview I said to him, you know, well played, blah blah blah, are you going to regret playing one shot too many? And he quite blasé said to me in response, no, there'll be plenty more opportunities. And I thought, you're batting at 8, will there be? And here we are, 8 years on, 7 years on, whatever it is. Richard's going to come back in. I think you're going to swap over this side, are you?
I am. That's why I got off for a second.
It
was a dot ball from White just going past Booth. But yeah, I'll hop off. You say something, we'll do this musical chairs thing, and it'll all be seamless radio.
Yeah, my apologies. I went on too long with the Tomo story. So 109 for 7 as Richard moves back into position to take you through this George Hill over.
Hill bowls, and does he take the edge? There he does, and Booth had been fishing and fencing in so many deliveries, and that one a little outside edge through to Johnny Bairstow, who takes another catch, and this Warwickshire innings continues to disintegrate, and all of the attack have played their part. George Hill takes his second wicket, Booth has gone for 3, and Warwickshire in all sorts of bother now on 109 for 8. It's going to leave Thompson having to probably hit out a little bit with only Bamber and Hannon Dolby to come. But they've exploited the overhead conditions, also what seems to be a pretty tough surface to bat on so effectively. And that little thin nick, the end for Michael Booth. His natural game is to be very attacking, but I don't think he was ever in a position to attack during that brief innings. Ethan Bamber will be next out, 109 for 8, and I don't think this is going to last necessarily too much longer, Mel.
I certainly don't think it is. I'll tell you what, you just came on commentary then, and that was the catalyst. So luckily we've worked out so it would be smooth radio, but it's almost as if at this point Warwickshire's batters are sort of saying, look, we've just got to try and get a few on the board because there's nothing doing here. But even though they have exploited the overhead conditions, I think some of the Warwickshire batters might look back at some expansive drives that they've insisted on because they've seen what's happened to those before.
Yeah.
Having said that, it clearly is really difficult to bat out there, and Yorkshire are bowling well.
I think Mosley and Barnard would probably like to take their shots back. I mean, Bo Webster, the ball's done quite a bit and come off his inside edge. I think, fair enough. Sam Hain got a brute of a ball for his departure for 57.
Yeah, it was bounced quite well, and it's just left him enough, got him quite high, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's those two shots in particular, I guess, from Mosley and Barnard that I'm thinking of.
Hill into Bambu, shoulders, arms, leaves it alone. Johnny Bairstow and Philly's team have almost got the first part of the job done here. And then you've just got to bat well enough. Got to bat well enough in this first innings. We don't know whether this will be one of these Edgbaston surfaces that gets easier. We thought the one against Essex would. It did a bit, but not much. So that was a low-scoring game where a target of 209 proved too much in the fourth innings. Hill sprints in, biggest sprinter of the four bowlers we've seen today. And forward in defence is Bamber, out into the offside. Actually, without Chris Wokes or Keith Barker in this game. It's left to Ethan Bamber to lead the attack again. Ollie Hannondale will be playing his first Division 1 game of the season. The question is, have they got the weapons with the ball? Booth, Thompson and Barnard, the other three main seamers. The sixth seamer is Webster. As Bamber turns this off his pads for a single. 110 for 8. The biggest partnership of the innings, 23. Which was Hain and Malik.
Yes, you were out of the room when I mentioned that and said there's not many games of cricket that you win when your highest partnership is that.
Not other than under 11s.
But having said that, you just never know.
Oh, that one goes past the outside edge of Jordan Thompson's bat. And as determined as he is to do well against his former county, he's also finding it horribly difficult. 110 for 8, Warwickshire. And a season of feast or famine in the first innings continues with another famine.
Sounds like my working life. I'm either feast or famine.
You've got a busy summer, haven't you?
I'm in the feast.
You're in the feast.
I'm in the feast.
Was Australia the famine?
Australia's always the famine.
Okay.
Australia, there's not the same kind of. There's just not the same industry around cricket and interest. Once December and January is kind of it, so it all really peters away. Smaller media landscape, not as many newspapers, no cricket specialist publications. Van Beek in for another over, full ball. It's sent straight back towards the bowler by Bamber, no run.
So in February and March, what sport are the Aussies getting their teeth into?
It's all pre-season then for the footy codes, isn't it?
Yeah, but pre-season's not satisfying. It's not real.
It's when it starts. Oh, and the actual season kind of starts in, I think it's March now, because there was a big to-do about the fact that the anniversary test between England and Australia is going to be in footy season next year. In comes Van Beek, and it's a big swish outside the off stump from Bamber that doesn't augur well. Yeah, because that's in March next year. They're talking about whether it'll mean that the AFL will have to delay the start of their season
because
by
of a test
week.
match.
Yeah, because it's at the MCG, or if they'll play games elsewhere. And it's like, come on, it's March, for goodness sake. You can't have all the year. Leave some for cricket. It's the creep. Here is Van Beek, who's not a creep. He's a very nice man, and Bamber just defends this one from him. Another very nice man, is young Ethan Bamber.
Gives your Aussie rules players another week to rip their sleeves off their shirts, doesn't it?
Yeah. You've got and put the shorts through the washing machine a few more times to get them nice and small.
They're not as prone to shave their legs as the NRL guys, though, are they? They do like a shaved leg in the NRL.
That's very true, actually. Bamber taps his bat, crouches, in comes Van Beek, and Bamber just whipped his bat out of the way of that ball in time. He goes for a little walk just to settle himself.
It's the land of the glistening shin and the concussion protocol. NRL. That's all you need to know about the sport, really.
I
like it. I mean, I don't know. I like NRL, but it's it's a curious thing.
It certainly is. Van Beek has been more expensive early. He's in once more. It's this time left alone more convincingly by Bamba. He's a bit expensive in his first few overs, but he's now got one ball left in his 9th over and figures of 1 for 18. So you'd probably be pretty happy with those most of the time.
Yorkshire will be happy with an awful lot.
They will be happy with an awful lot.
To be fair.
Yeah, it's been pretty grim, it has to be said, from a Warwickshire perspective. But for Yorkshire, you couldn't have asked for much more, could you? Showing up as Van Beek is in around the wicket. Oh, and Bamba goes bang! Goodness gracious me, he's had enough of this. And he's absolutely smoked that over long on. First 6 of the innings.
May well be the only one. Mind you, having said that, these two might give it a little bit of long handle. It's not exactly counter-attack, but Ethan Bamba knows that he's not the last long playing defensively, so he might as well have a good swing at it. Can you imagine a situation at NRL changing room an hour and a half before kick-off, and there's 2 blokes there, both of them about 6'3", both of them about 250 pounds, and the one says, "Oh, I've forgotten to shave my legs. Can you just wax my legs for me?" An hour and a half before the game.
Well, you don't get anyone else to do your legs, do you? I mean, maybe they go to salons and... Yeah, if you're going to shave them, you just do it yourself. If you were particularly hairy, you'd need a couple of razors to get through that forest, wouldn't you?
Hill begins a new over. Forward and defence is the left-handed Thompson.
I mean, imagine that in cricket. If Glenn Maxwell shaved his legs, if his legs are anything like his forearms, you'd need a machete.
Yeah, I can imagine that. In his shorts, he looks like he's in full-length trousers, to be fair.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that a problem you have?
No comment. No comment.
That's probably a bit personal for this time of day.
I would imagine it probably is. Thompson pushes forward in defence. No, never judge a bloke by his bald head. Yeah. Nature has a way of overcompensating in other areas.
You've missed me, haven't you?
Oh, I have, I have. Did I not send you a message the other week when I was at Trent Bridge saying I was missing you?
You did. I was very much looking forward to coming here and seeing you as well.
Round the wicket comes Hill into bowl to Thompson, leaves it alone outside off stump. To put that in context, this was not anything against Dave Bracegirdle or Nasser Hanif, who I was commentating with at the time. It was much more the fact that last September, when Nottinghamshire won the title, Mel and I were working that game and staying in the same place in Nottingham, and behind it were 2 really nice little pubs.
I was there not that long ago.
Yeah.
I went in there.
And I was in there 2 weeks ago without you.
Yeah.
I'm missing Mel to chat to here.
It's got some lovely little nooks.
Yeah, I was in a nice nook, as it turned out. As Hill bowls, that goes past the outside edge. The story continues as it was. Hill has bowled beautifully. But what I say, it was a quiet Sunday night that I was in there when I sent you the message, and as a result, the bar staff were quite quiet and they were quite friendly. If they saw you wanted to have a chat, in between serving people, they'd chat. So that was nice.
Yeah, it's a lovely little spot. That area, it's basically in the Lace Market, isn't it?
Yeah.
One of my favourite places to go for cricket.
This time Thompson does get a bat and ball and calls Bamba through for a quick single. It was a throw at the stumps from White that was probably unnecessary, but backing up in good position was Ben Cliff. They were always getting through. Thompson joins Bamba. No, Thompson will go up to 8. That's it. 117 for 8. It's one of the few occasions that the scoreboard has been a touch behind.
I know, it changes so quickly that I almost get myself in a tangle because I go up to see who's on strike and they've changed it for the next over so quickly. And it just gets me now. On the money, usually.
It's the way the bowling figures change to the next bowler too quickly.
That's what I'm... Yeah, that's it. That's the other one.
Once Hill delivers this ball, his name and his figures disappear off the board. As he bowls to Bamber, and it goes past the shoulder of the bat through to Johnny Bairstow. There's a groan of frustration. 117 for 8 Warwickshire. Yorkshire having won the toss in absolute control of day 1 at Edgbaston.
And just we were talking, wondering if the lights might come on, but actually the sun has just peaked. It's face out from behind the clouds, and it's actually quite sunny there. But there are quite a few black clouds around. Of course, we can't see. I always go out to the press lounge and look out the back window to the right, and that's where you see the weather coming from.
Well,
here.
they send the weather up the A38 from New Road in Worcester, don't they? Where it is currently raining.
Is it now? Okay. Well, wouldn't Yorkshire be happy if they could wrap this innings up? Here's Van Beek around the wicket to Thompson, who manages to do quite well, actually, to play across his body as the ball came back in and just send it up towards short mid-wicket. No run there, but he was pretty much cramped. There's acres of space there if you get the ball past there. That whole leg side is well and truly open. The long boundary. As Van Beek is in and bowls. Thompson goes for the drive, and he's gone. The shout went up. It looked pretty good. It was a full delivery from around the wicket, and the rot continues for Warwickshire. 9 down, and Thompson, who was out there for 34 balls, he departs for 8. And it has all gone horribly wrong for Warwickshire this morning. You've got me talking about Worcestershire now. For Yorkshire, they can't believe how well things have gone.
Got quite a lot of swing on that, and there might have been some doubt, except it's kind of hit him in front of off stump, and therefore you can reasonably assume it was probably going to hit leg, I think. So I think that's a solid decision from the umpire. But he was doing quite a bit, and if Warwick should take any encouragement, it's the fact that the ball is still doing plenty in its 46th over. They're going to have a new ball which ought to do plenty. The surface has been, I think, uneven in terms of bounce. It's not been easy. The umpires, by the way, are staring in the direction of where the weather comes from with some interest, because I think they might be weighing up whether they need to put the floodlights on. The ground staff, some of them have moved away from the hover cover. I'm not saying that they don't set a lot of stall in Ollie Hannah-Dolby's batting, but it's partly because they've gone to get the wheelbarrow and the stick to mark out the creases in between innings.
Hey, I watched him face, I think it was 96 balls last week. And once he got in...
If he faces 96 balls today, I'll give 30 quid to the PCA's charity fund. I'll join the George Dobell thing.
I think your money might be safe. He played some rather nice shots in the end. Here's Van Beek in first ball. He kind of played his shot after the ball went past, as if it was a practice shot.
he played it as it thwacked into Johnny Bairstow's gloves.
Oh dear! So it was almost like he left it and then practiced the shot. It was rather odd. Anyway,
one down, 95 to go.
Oh, he can be pretty stubborn. We'll see how long he lasts. A left-handed Hannah-Dolby, recently a pair, now a bear. And there's another shout. It was a similar delivery to the one that dismissed Thompson, coming in from around the wicket.
That swung again a lot. I don't think the umpire could guarantee it was going to hold on for leg stump. I think he might have just done too much. He is getting it to hoop in this over, which was too much for Ollie.
Oh, all of a sudden, it's just... I think he's finding a lot more swing than he did earlier, which is what you often find with the Dukes, isn't it? Some bowlers do it later. In comes Van Beek once more, and this time it's quite calmly left by Hannah-Dolby.
Why? Having taken the LBW wicket earlier in the over of Thompson, with another left-hander out there, who you've just wrapped on the pads with another in-swinger, would he then bowl the fifth ball a bit short?
It's a very good question, and I don't know the answer.
I think he's overthinking. Same ball. You probably get nothing on it if you bowl the same ball.
Well, he is coming in now, again around the wicket. It is full this time, but masterfully clipped off the toes by Hannon Dolby behind square leg, and he gets off the run with a single.
He's farming the strike.
He absolutely is. It's 118 for 9 with Hannon Dolby on 1, Bamber on 7, and you're going to have an update fairly soon.
In a couple of minutes, yeah. He's been foreshortened to Dolby on the scoreboard.
I know.
Yeah. What's going on there?
I feel like I'm following him around. Last week for Worcestershire at Wantage Road, and now for Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Being recalled by Warwickshire with all the injuries to their bowlers that have plagued them.
So you're actually pleading guilty to stalking. I like that. That's even before.
Oh, to be fair, I don't choose my game, so.
No. He's a good man, Ollie Hannon Dolby. New dad this winter as well. For the first time. Hill comes in and he's forward rather staunchly, rather well-timed forward defence that forces a tumbling stop in the end from Ben Cliff.
I reckon he might have got a bit of confidence from, I mean, not that he's been around for so long and he's done it so many times, but honestly, you should have seen the way he was batting after he'd been in for probably about 40 or 50 balls. It was impressive. How long can he last here, though?
Hill in to Hannon Dolby. That's too far outside off stump. So it's left alone. You said earlier, very reminiscent of 2 innings he played here a few years ago with Michael Burgess, where Burgess was on 50 when Hannon Dolby came in and ended up beyond 150 on both occasions. The one against Surrey, where it took him 67 balls to get off the mark, and then he said it should have been a leg bye. The very next over, he hit Jamie Overton for successive 4s, pulling the ball. And then the following season, there was the match when he hit 2 6s in successive balls, which flummoxed everybody. About to update listeners to local stations. Any second after a play and miss there. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are in terrible trouble in their first innings. On the opening day of their game against Yorkshire, they're 118 for 9 now. Zen Malik was caught at slip for 10, having hit the previous ball for 4. Tried to go again and got on edge. Michael Booth nicked behind to Johnny Best off the bowling of George Hill for 3. And then Jordan Thompson, a big in-swinger from Logan Van Beek, trapped him LBW for 8. Ethan Bamber has 7. Oliver Hannon Dolby has 1. But it really has been Yorkshire's day. Warwickshire now moving on to 120 for 9. Those 2 extra runs coming courtesy of an outside edge from Hannon Dolby down towards third. Revis gets there to do the fielding. 120 for 9. There's still 17 overs till tea. We're about to have a couple of overs deducted, but tea's going to be sometime after 4 o'clock. So weather permitting, there should be plenty of cricket to play later in the day.
Yeah, weather permitting might be the pertinent phrase. It did look like it was showery more than anything.
Yep. Hannon Dolby leaves the ball alone outside off stump. 4 slips in place, understandably. Mid-wicket is short. There's a short, straight extra cover as well.
And that's another factor as well. I was saying earlier, if Yorkshire were able to sew this innings up before the rain hit, but then it might actually be quite frustrating for them, or difficult if there's rain about and they're going on and off.
Hill bowls, that jags back in. I think on height that would not be LBW. There may even have been two sounds there. Fielded by Bess, 4th slip. End of the over, 120 for 9. Bamber on 7, Hannon Dolby on 3. Bamber and the long handle may be back in action here in a moment.
Yeah, you kind of wouldn't blame him either, would you, the way things have gone? Still, the highest partnership is that 23 between Hayne and Malik. Yeah, that is a real worry. Look, it's been difficult, no doubt. There's obviously moisture in the pitch. We can see foot marks down there, and the ball has been swinging and nipping about. But there have been a few perhaps not well judged shots played. Yorkshire have taken all their chances as well. They haven't dropped anything as Van Beek is in over the wicket to Bamber, who goes for a swish down the leg side, doesn't connect.
Getting intermittent fault with our effects microphone. Apologies for that at the moment. So
I was offering to make the jackhammer noise earlier just so that we could
did it go off again while I was out?
Yeah. It did, yeah.
I'll change something when in between innings. I'm gonna adjust something, and I think we'll be better off.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
You're gonna have to.
Yes, yeah, you're right. I am.
Settled again now. Look.
Oh, there we go.
It's weird.
You're weird. Bamber waits as Van Beek is in bowls. He does have a massive swipe at this one, but he doesn't get much of it. It ends up squirting off the inside part of his bat to deep square leg, and he turns down the single. Sent Ollie Hannon-Dolby back.
A magnificent amount of energy that he put into that swing, and almost none of it got into the ball. I'm looking to see if it's going to go into the crowd. It hadn't passed the umpire at that point. So where's it gone?
He's winding up Bamber as Van Beek is in, and he actually leaves that one outside the off stump. Good bounce. I'm trying to think of the balls that I've seen really bounce and some that have stayed low. The ones from this end being the one that have bounced more?
No, I think these are it's tended to keep low a bit more often from this end. Although there was one that got up at the gloves of Barnard.
Yeah.
The one that took Haynes' gloves was bowled from the far end, as was the one that hit Barnard on the helmet.
In comes Van Beek. Oh, and Bamber has a wild swish at that one. Tried to cut it away, but completely missed.
It's a filthy ball.
It was a filthy ball, and it was a pretty
wide.
filthy shot.
Yeah. I mean, I think as a number 10, you're entitled to have a swing at that one.
Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are. I wonder how come Yorkshire haven't brought their flag? I've noticed the flag's missing. The Bear and Ragged Staff is there. I always just look for an excuse to say Bear and Ragged Staff because I like that phrase. There's no Yorkshire flag. They've not brought it down from Leeds.
It'd be disappointing if they haven't.
Van Beek in bowls. It's on the hip and turned away to deep backward square leg by Bamble, who'll get a single. He'll keep the strike. And at the end of that over, Warwickshire 121 for 9 with Bamber on 8, Hannon-Dolby on 3.
It's not the end of the over, though.
Oh, it's not the end of the over? Of course it's not. It's because they're left and right-handed. Jeez, I'm having a shocker today. How many balls left? One. I'm ahead of myself. Well, at least everyone knows exactly where we stand. They know the score. They know who's on what.
Exactly.
This is the last ball of the over. Van Beek to Hannon-Dolby, who calmly drives that one to wide mid-off. No run.
And they know that our effects microphone's glitching. That's the other thing they know at this point.
121 for 9.
Oh,
yeah, that's not nice.
Yeah, no. We'll see. I can't promise the resolution, but I know something I can change, which might help. But yeah, Hill is going to continue from the far end as Yorkshire try to finish this off. This partnership has not reached the level of being an annoyance yet. It's only been 16 deliveries. Ground staff are still ready with their wheelbarrow and their straight line ruler thing.
I imagine what Yorkshire won't want is if there is some rain that comes and it is getting dark again, that they go off still needing to take a wicket. That would just be irritating.
Be quite annoying to the openers in particular.
Yeah.
As Bamber awaits and pushes forward to a full ball from Hill. Just the 4 bowlers used for these 48 overs and a bit. Understandably, under the circumstances, because they've been highly successful with them. Elsewhere in Division 1, not a huge amount of runs around, but fewer wickets. Hampshire 185 for 4 against Essex. Lehman 86 not out on his return. Ben Brown 43 not out, 3 wickets for Sam Cook. Somerset a very similar score at Glamorgan. Come to that in a second as drive into the offside. I'll get a single to point. 122 for 9, Bamber to 9. At Cardiff, Somerset 183 for 4 against Glamorgan. Thomas made 71. 2 wickets for Norton. And Nottinghamshire 187 for 3 against Surrey. Joe Clark 70 not out, relentlessly churning out runs. Keeps on getting out in the 90s, mind you. Jack Haynes on 48. All 3 wickets to Dan Worrell on his return to fitness. One more game left in Division 1 after this. Ball round the wicket from Hill to Hannon Dolby, who defends resolutely in front of middle and off. Leicestershire 156 for 4 against Sussex at Hove. Century partnership for the first wicket. It's gone a bit awry since then. The wickets have been shared out. Division 2, Derbyshire 173 for 2 against Northants. Harry Kane made 73. Gloucestershire 164 for 2 against Kent. Ben Charlesworth 81 not out. Ollie Price made 50. 2 to go as Hill comes in once more. Hannon Dolby defends. Lancashire 150 for 5 against Middlesex. Keaton Jennings 66 not out. Ryan Higgins with 2 wickets. And Worcestershire 149 for 4, but it's raining at New Road. Adam Hose is 59 not out. 2 wickets for Ben Rain. Ben Stokes opened the bowling and took 1 wicket.
Oh, there'll be a bunch of journalists there. They'll be all at New Road. I bet they weren't able to fit them inside today.
No, I bet they weren't as well. Hannon Dolby driving, can't get it past mid-off. No real timing. Don't think we've had our first substitute of the week yet, isn't it? The things that you start looking for these days.
Don't get me started on that. Do you know how many times I've ranted about that this year?
Well, I tell you what's really annoying, in that we were a little bit concerned that you're not fully match fit, and we asked if your voice goes or anything, can we have Jonathan Agnew? We've been told no. So, those are the rules. Bouncer from Hill, and Hannon Dolby ducks underneath it. 122 for 9. We'll have to bring Mr. Doidge in for you again very shortly. Well,
I'll see you.
Your break time, yeah.
I'll see you later.
Well, there's all sorts of important business to get through this week. All sorts in the next week. It's very, very busy. It's a woman in demand. I am literally looking down to see if anybody's made a substitution yet. It's difficult, isn't it? Because if you're fielding first, it'd have to be a fairly early injury. But in just over a week's time, they're going to have another look at the procedures as to how it works. It was interesting that Jimmy Anderson was saying that he'd prefer to get rid of the idea altogether. He made the point that he'd never be allowed to play on the grounds. He'd be considered too experienced for whichever player got injured to be replaced by him. It's an interesting way of looking at it. Start video over. Van Beek, and he's going to be launched this time, and Ethan Bamber's got plenty of that over square leg for 6. It's minor damage in the general scheme of things, but Ethan Bamber will feel good about life for that. He goes up to 15, which makes him the second highest scorer in the innings. 128 for 9.
I think Jimmy's too experienced might be, might be just a little bit of modesty for too good. For whoever is replacing.
Well, there is too good, but experience seems to be the thing that has created issues with Lancashire, where you end up having to have a wicket-keeper who bowls a bit of spin to replace a young spinner because you're not allowed a slightly older spinner. I mean, that one last week was nonsense. Van Beek is into Bamber again, pushes it into the offside for a single. 129 for 9. I mean, the point is that if the young spinner had been picked ahead of Tom Hartley, it's because they currently feel he's a better option than Tom Hartley. When he then breaks his thumb, surely Hartley should be allowed to be the substitute under the current regs. But no.
Yeah. Logan Van Beek, who is obviously bowling this over, has been part of all that because he was left out but then brought back in as a replacement mid-match against Hampshire. He and Ben Cliff for Jai Richardson and Jack White, who went down with food poisoning.
Short ball, and he sort of flapped it back in the general direction there. Hannon Dolby, but got nothing on it. So he was allowed as a replacement for Jack White, Van Beek, effectively,
well,
which seems reasonable.
I don't know who was replaced who, but they both dropped out of the game at the same point, and 2 substitutes came in.
Who came in for Cliff again?
No, Cliff came in with Van Beek for Richardson and White. So, I mean, Cliff would have nowhere near the experience of the other 2.
But they both seem reasonable options as replacements, as Hannon Dolby leaves the short ball alone outside off stump. So, I will get that sorted out eventually. Not quite sure what's causing it, but nonetheless. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, Cliff for White, yeah, he's a less experienced bowler. Van Beek for Richardson is overseas for overseas, effectively, to some extent. So, yeah, can see the logic of that. Van Beek, 2 for 33, probably hasn't been the best of the attack, but he's taken his wickets as well. It's been a little bit of a mishmatch, but that one driven by Hannah with no timing. It carried 2/3 of the way up to Jack White, but it was never going to go all the way.
Yeah, it's been a bit better from Logan today than we've seen so far, really.
It's been a good team bowling effort from the quartet. Wicket shared out. 3 for White, 2 for each of the others. 1 to go. Alan Dolby looking to drive up towards the mid-off. Fielding done by White. And there's no run. This partnership is worth 12 now. Which
half of which came in the one shot.
Yeah. Bamboo is never going to keep it too complicated, and it might as well. If you come in at 10-11, it's not your job to put the runs on the board. You just do your best. And if you just defend, the ball's going to get you sooner rather than later.
I think the pair of them will be looking forward to bowling in these current conditions. George Hill is going to continue at the Birmingham end. When did that change from the City end then?
Oh, it's been a good 10 years or
so. All right, I think I've always called it the City end previously. Belated apologies. Here's Hill, and an attempt at a scoop by Ethan Bamber. I think that might have hit him on the arm. Let's see. No, he's actually got some contact on it with something. Back glove down to fine leg where Johnny Bairstow chased it. 1 run.
It really coincides with the opening of the pavilion. So this has been here quite a long time now, and it was a substantial part of the funding came from Birmingham City Council, and as part of it, that end was renamed the Birmingham end. And I'd say I find it a fairly uncontroversial thing to do on the grounds that it's the City end and the City happens to be Birmingham.
Yep, here's Hill turned to leg by Ollie Hannon Dolby, and fellow Halifax man Ben Cliff goes out there to field it, and they get through for 2. A long striding OHD getting back in comfortably.
Yeah, only just, mind you.
Really?
And yeah, no, and that had that been a direct hit, I think he would have been out.
Yeah, really?
He was struggling a bit. I don't think he was expecting to when he hit the ball, and Bairstow didn't try and take the ball in front of the stumps. He thought it might actually hit directly. I think he probably gambled correctly. That would have been an unfortunate way to end the innings.
Hill in and bowling again, and Helen Dolby drives pleasantly through the covers. The ball holds up as it glides across the ground, and they come back for 2. Good afternoon, Bent Nielsen, who's celebrating Sir David Attenborough's 100th birthday today. Hip hip and all that. I was asked, curiously, about that by our presenter on our preview this morning.
What?
David Attenborough's 100th birthday, he's celebrating. So, well, I've never met him.
He wanted a programme featuring cricket.
She was liking him. I really didn't get the next bit, as in comes Hill, and that's just wide of off stump and left by Helen Dolby. She was likening. What she said was the calming nature of my voice to the calming nature of Sir David Attenborough's voice. I said, well, I'll take that. Thanks very much. I've never met him, but he's just one of those, stellar people in probably the lives of many, because he's Mr. Nature and all that, isn't he? And we've kind of, you feel like you learn from him, don't you, every time you watch him?
It feels like a compliment, I think.
Here's Hill, and a nice bit of limbo from Helen Dolby through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Banged that one in short. Afternoon to Z Thompson. Great morning session from the lads, says Josh. What are you building in the press box? Well, at the moment, we could do with building an effects mic, because poor old Richard here is he's flicking the dial up and down so that you're not hopefully hearing too much in the way of distortion. Ethan Edwards says it's great to have Melinda Farrell back on comms. As George Hill bowls again, Alan Dolby tries to get his hands through that one, and that nips away from him. And is the end of the over at 134 for 9. A few more emails while we've got a moment, Richard, if I can. Afternoon once again to Lily, who's hoping that Matthew Revis gets some big runs when he gets his chance. Peter in Ilkley says, read a commentary from Edgbaston. Was it Bill Alley, bracket Somerset, who snick-itted to Gully?
Nice.
Okay, very good. And Judith says she's enjoying the comms. She's spent the morning at North Marine Road. The outfield looking great for the women's match against Warwickshire next Saturday. Hoping the weather's better than the current forecast. Any Scarborough members wondering where their membership cards are? We've taken them to the post office this morning. There you go. We're just passing on the message for you, folks. I hope Yorkshire batting will be better than Warwickshire's and you don't get too much rain. Thanks, Judith.
Yeah, I think we're likely to get an interruption. There's some pretty miserable clouds coming away to the left at the moment as Ben Cliff comes on for another spell and bowls full outside off stump, left alone by Bamber. This duo have added 17 now. They're in danger of getting towards them in the biggest partnership of the innings, which does demonstrate a little bit the sort of day that Warwickshire have had.
Good afternoon also to Mel Wiles, who's listening to us from out in Cyprus, 25 degrees. Brilliant performance from the lads so far. Jane, who we lost recently, would have been so proud of all the lads, he says.
Here comes Cliff in once more, driven by Bamber. Wouldn't mind that temperature. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
it'd be nice if it was that. I'd like to get some warmth through the bones. Getting towards that time of year. White is doing some warming up again. So sticking with his 4-man rotation, no Revis yet, who he could still turn to. But
it was cold enough in Melbourne on Boxing Day.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a bit like England.
Cliff full, pushed into the offside. There's a big gap at point, so a single to Bamber. He's 18, 135 for 9. I made a pledge during the last section with Mel that because Mel was saying how well Ollie Helen-Dolby and how long he batted last week, and that George Dobell from the Cricketer is sponsoring him for every ball that he faces this year. I did say if he batted 96 balls last week, if he gets to 96 balls today, I'm going to give 30 quid to the same charity. And I think she has now passed that message on to George. And I am a man of my word. He's faced 24. He's a quarter of the way there. Quarter of the way there. As Cliff comes in to bowl to Helen-Dolby, who defends. I think he'll get let down by his partner, see. Get let down by his partner. But I've not taken on this this lightly.
Well, this is Halifax to Halifax. Out there.
So they are the pride of West Yorkshire.
Probably. If I say no, I'll get a lot of messages in from Halifax.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Cliff into Helen-Dolby, drives it into the offside. He's got to Halifax a lot to watch the Calderdale Explorers back in the day when they played basketball there.
Yeah.
So that's another gym I played in at the university. It was all right there.
I used to play basketball for school.
I had a former National League player who used to play for Halifax in the local league, a guy called Jimmy McCauley. And it felt like an honour to play against him because I'd seen him when I was a kid. It was very exciting playing against him. This is a full ball that goes past the outside edge of Helen-Dolby's bat. And through to the wicket-keeper. End of that first over back from Hill. And it does look like Jack White is going to throw himself back into the fray for over number 53. Warwickshire 135 for 9. The 10th wicket stand starting to become an irritation now. They've had 18 in 40 balls.
Yeah, the school basketball team won every game that we ever played, never lost a game. And we had, I think, half the team played for the City Boys, Leeds City Boys team. There were some very skillful players, of which I hasten to add, I don't think I was one, but I did go on as sub in a match once at Batley Grammar School, I remember, and the big guy that we had at centre lobbed the ball, most of the length of the sports hall to me, about 2 bounces and a layup, basket.
Yeah.
And I missed, and Mr. Taggart, the late great Les Taggart, just shouted. He just shook his head dismissively, said "Deutsch off."
Oh no!
It must have been the shortest spell ever in a game of basketball. as White's in, and down the pitch comes Bamber, and that's a lovely lofted drive between the bowler and George Hill at mid-off. Couple of bounces and it rattles the Rothesay board at the Birmingham end of the ground. So 139 for 9. 22 this final wicket partnership is so far worth, and Bamber's on to 22 himself.
Well, second highest scorer by a distance, because the third highest is Malik with 10. That's how bleak the innings has been. Hayne 57, Bamber 22, Malik 10. I don't think they've given away too much in terms of extras either.
And they've lost the ball, which
Five
probably
extras.
the Warwickshire boys will be quite happy with at the moment.
Yeah, it's gone underneath the white drape. It's been rescued by a member of the ground staff. Ollie Hallandolby propping his bat up on the stumps there. Takes a bit of precision.
Yeah, gentle touch. And the ball back with Jack White. There is a bit of breeze now because the flag opposite us is blowing out more or less horizontally, or certainly billowing. As in comes White once again over the wickets, and this one a lovely little scoop shot, chipped away down through fine leg by Bamber, whose score will advance to 26 with another boundary. Down beneath our feet, 26-run partnership.
It's not a bad shot for a lad who's spent his entire life at 10 and 11. He's executed that rather well. It is the biggest partnership of the innings, as you say now it's gone to 26. But he's played that very well, and you never know, over the piece of this game, these runs could prove to be pretty important. I mean, it's still absolutely Yorkshire's day, but a little bit of a boost for the Bears.
Yeah, barring two slips, the Yorkshire fielders have disappeared into various Birmingham postcodes, and they're all over the place as White comes in, and Bamber gets the ball wide of off stump that he tries to meet on the half volley, flicking it in the general direction of backward of point, but missed out.
Slower and fuller, but not quite straight enough from Jack White. I think he was hoping to bowl a slow, straight Yorker there.
Yeah, I think still the Yorkies will be happy with their day so far. Obviously they'll want to bring this to an end, and then we'll see what the rest of the day brings when they have got bats in hand. As Bamber right in behind this, plays it back to White in his follow through.
Bamber, the most unexpected member of this Bears team to have a first-class 100. He got at Chelmsford last year as coming in to protect wickets at the end of the day, and then batted through beyond tee the following day. And nobody was more surprised than he was.
In comes White, two to come in the over. This one is full and just nudged away through straight mid wicket. Wharton in to do the fielding, and they've got through for one. They've got, well, you've heard the sounds from the building site. You've heard us talk about the crane, which is in action at the moment. There's plenty of hard hats around, fluorescent jackets and all of that, and the cement mixer churning away towards the far end of that. Some flashing lights going on.
It's nothing like an operational cement mixer to bring the child back into you, isn't it? You know what I mean? There's always something lovely about a cement mixer.
White going round the wicket, and Hallandolby pushes at this one. It was aerial for a moment, but it was safe, and they get a single off the final ball of the over. Matthew Revis fielding. Yeah, there's a long-armed digger, if that's the right expression, over there. If you stopped it, it could almost look like it'd be drawn as a, you know, they look like Lego men, don't they? You can't see any faces, you can just see the bodies and the helmets out there.
See what time they usually stay till 5 on a Friday. We'll see if they stay till 5.
From this distance, it looks like a Tonka toy, doesn't it, the digger? I think I probably used to have one of them as a child.
Oh, that's a throwback.
Do they still go?
I don't think they make them.
No.
I don't think they do. Tonka for your heavy duty little models, and Matchbox for your little cars back in the 70s. As sort of new over from Cliff, and Hallandolby is resolute in defence. squirts it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Remains 145 for 9. So at least a little bit of resilience from the Bears' final pair. And it also means that yet again they've got a reverse split where the wickets 6 to 10 have scored more than wickets 1 to 5. Only just, but it's happened yet again. Alan Dolby wrapped on the pad, appeal for LBW, and that's not going to be given.
I think there was some bat involved.
I think there was. I'm not sure it would have quite clipped leg stump. Again, there's still a little bit of movement in the air. It's not as extravagant as Van Beek was getting half an hour ago. But Cliff has bowled an in-swinger into the pads of the left-hander.
Yeah, I'm not sure there was batting ball. Looking at it, it was hard to see how there would be, but it sounded like there were two noises at first.
There was something fairly solid behind it. Cliff with a bouncer this time. Hannah Dolby ducks under it. He's almost a third of the way to his 96 balls now for me to find myself a bit short of pocket money this week. But to be honest, if he gets there, then Warwickshire can have a strange total, but I can't see that happening. It's a bit of fun while it lasts. Cliff comes in to bowl again, driven with no power whatsoever, stopped by his right boot by Cliff in this all Halifaxian battle. Two men familiar with the Shay. Ben Cliff probably too young for Thrum Hall. Was it Thrum Hall they used to play at? Halifax Rugby League?
Yeah.
It's just gone now, isn't it, I presume?
Yeah. I'm not sure if he's a league man, you know. I think he's mainly a football man.
He's barely. And he strides in once more. Couple of wickets for Ben Cliff today. Trying to add Alan Dolby to the mix, but he defends back past the stumps at the far end. What's that?
Thrum Hall went donkeys
Yeah.
yonks ago, because I mean the Shay. I think when I started reporting on rugby league in the late 90s, they were already playing at the Shay for Halifax Blue Sox, as they were called in those days.
Blue Sox. Used to be a speedway town as well, but that's a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
I mentioned Calderdale basketball, but they're long gone as well. As Cliff in, Hannah Dolby drives actually rather nicely up towards mid-on, but no run. End of a maiden over. Warwickshire remain 145 for 9. What's that venue? Peace Hall, is that the venue in Halifax? It's rather lovely. Well, certainly seems it. But it might be a romantic notion when I see gigs advertised there. I think that might be a pleasant place to go.
I've never been.
It's one of Melinda's favourite buildings in England.
15 miles from home. I've never been to it. I've been to the Shay numerous times. I've never actually been to the Peace Hall. Duran Duran, to coin a local, an originally local band, played there not that long ago, 3-4 years ago, I'm guessing that.
The field scatters with Ethan Bamber on strike.
Jack White, 3 for 47 from 15 overs, 4 of which have been maidens. It's pretty much as you were from Jack, and he's in and bowling, and Bamber runs it down to third man first up, where Finlay Bean finds himself in that unusual position for him. Does the fielding, 1 run. And the field will change and become more attacking in nature for Ollie Hannon Dolby.
So will Bean and Lythe be getting a bit fed up with this now, because they're thinking, we're going to go out and bat, we're going to go out and bat. When are we going to bat?
Probably in a sense, maybe not, because they'll be hoping that things improve a little bit before they go in, even if it means another 10 runs, as Alan Dolby lobs that one slightly aerially towards Matthew Revis in the covers. He's not quite got over the top of 1 or 2 of his shots, but he's still there. 35 deliveries into this knock now.
It's a rather good one-handed pick-up that from Matthew Revis for a tall lad. Was he about 6'4"? It's rather good.
There are not many in the field these days who are not great, really, are there, Richard? They're all pretty good. as in comes White again, and Hannon Dolby turns that one backward of square. Ben Cliff makes the pick up, 1 run.
This is the bit where you want to be 3 wickets down and the ball's in its 55th over, and you think, well, now the next 25 overs we can have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
And Warwickshire haven't got themselves into that position, even if they were 5 down. It looks a little bit more innocuous, which isn't to say the next ball might not knock one over because it's 10 and 11 batting, but it does look a little more benign at this point with the older ball.
Yeah. Here comes White with that Hendrick-like run-up and a little fiddle flick at that one by Bamber, who walks away and just reminds himself not to play at similar deliveries. But he'll definitely be looking forward, as will his batting partner out there, to having a bowl on this, I would think. And he's caused Yorkshire a problem or two in the past.
So in the field to come in.
Yeah.
Now Johnny Bairstow. Deep mid-wicket is staying at deep mid-wicket, though.
Well, that will be the very much lesser spotted Jack White short ball if it comes. No, he's gone full, and it's been drilled along the deck to George Hill at mid-off. There's no run. And now Matthew Revis will make his way in as well from the deep. Don Bess is just down to our left at fine leg, and Finlay Bean's been left out at 3rd man, but everybody else in the ring, plus the 2 slips and YJB behind the stumps. 147 for 9, final ball of the over. Oh, it's a good one, and he's out. That's the end of the Warwickshire first innings then for 147. Bamber LBW to Jack White for 28. His 32nd delivery, I think it was. And Ollie Hannon Dolby not out on 9. And Yorkshire will now get the chance to experience what Warwickshire have just had to go through with the bat and see if they can do any better. And given what they've done so far this season, which is 1 score of 500 plus in their first innings and then nothing else that's earned them a batting point, they're going to have to work hard.
In the end, Jack White with 4 wickets, 2 apiece for Cliff, Hill and Van Beek. Really good job by a 4-man seam attack, and taking advantage of the conditions and the surface and keeping the pressure on Warwickshire. Sam Hain stood tall with a fine 57, but we're getting a really difficult delivery from White and being caught by Brook at first slip off the glove. And then Ethan Bamber, a couple of lusty hits on his way to 28, putting a slightly better look on the score. With the last wicket stand being the biggest of the innings, worth 30. 147 all out. We will be back with you in just under 10 minutes time. Weather on the horizon a little bit. I know the umpires are taking a few anxious glances. Hopefully we will resume on time, and there will be 9 overs. No, there'll be 7 overs before the tea interval at that juncture, assuming they don't take tea now, which is also a possibility, but we'll keep you posted. And welcome back to Edgbaston for what is going to be the final session after the gap between the innings turned out to be tea, which is rather handy. It means we don't lose any overs today, unless we lose any to the weather, which is a possibility. The ground staff continue their vigil on sitting on the hover cover. It might just be that it's really comfortable, but the fact that there hasn't been any play at Worcester for a while, we've been indicated that we could get curtailed. It means that potentially a long session here of 41 overs to be bowled by Warwickshire, by which point Yorkshire may well be ahead in the game, because they are following a total of 147 all out made by Warwickshire. Sam Haintop scored with 57. Jack White, the pick of the bowlers, with a 4-wicket haul. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Alongside me, Melinda Farrell is here, our third voice this week. Jonathan Doidge will be back very shortly. You seem to be looking at the weather picture.
Yes, I've been looking at a couple of different radars. It looks like there's rain about, but it's the little sort of clusters have been passing just to the north of us, and I reckon we might be all right until about 5:30 when it looks pretty dodgy. Who knows? Who knows?
Ethan Bamber will start this innings, bowling round the wicket to Adam Lyth, down the leg side, taken well by Alex Davis. I'm just looking as well. I mean, there is a lot of rain around, but it's avoided most cricket venues so far today, curiously.
Or thankfully. It's been good for Birmingham, for Warwickshire. This season, Ethan Bamber seems to have really grown into his role as almost the spearhead of the attack.
Oh no, he definitely is the spearhead of the attack. As he's into Lyth, an appeal for LBW. No, outside the line, I fancy. Another view of it, yeah, definitely outside the line, but just getting a little bit of movement back in.
Last week against Notts, he only took 1 wicket, but you look at the matches before that: 5 wickets against Essex, before that 5 against Sussex, and 4 against Surrey. So he's been in it, shall we say.
And he'll like these conditions if he can exploit them. As that one left alone by Lyth just about drags his bat inside it. I think this season, with the return of Chris Wokes, who's played in 3 of the first 5 games now it will be. Keith Barker has only played once, but I think he probably didn't feel he was going to be the leader of the attack. He certainly was last year. Previously it had been Ollie and Dolby, but Ollie struggled a bit in Division 1 last year. And he's just bustled in his first season a bit. Puts the ball in the right sort of places, attacks the top of off stump as he tucks Lyth up into the leg side, comes through for a quick single. And they get through in time. Fielded by Jordan Thompson. Alan Dolby warming up in the outfield, 1 without loss.
He's actually, I think, he's one of my favourites around the county circuit. He's such an interesting character. He's not at all what you think a fast bowler would be like. I mean, often fast bowlers are actually really nice people off the field. He's always a delight to talk to. He loves his coloured socks, his novelty socks. Likes to wear a different pair every day.
In now to bowl to Finley Bean for the first time, and he's going to nick that round the corner for 4. Fine. Right down towards the set back sight screen there. That's a long way back. Sam Hain goes running off it after it, but Bean off the mark with a boundary. 5 without loss. He is beyond polite. Just crazy polite.
Very self-effacing as well. Something that he's actually trying to work on, because he does not come across as your big, mean, fast bowler. He'll kind of make a joke at his own expense, and he's a delightful character. And you just wouldn't think of him as your big, hairy, mean, fast bowler coming in and being threatening.
Big and hairy. Maybe he needs to grow a beard.
Or just have a longer hair so he can wear a headband and,
give it the full Jack White.
Maybe a chain or 2 around the neck.
Into being the taller of these 2 left-handers, and has he got an edge on that? There's an appeal. Alex Davis liked it. No is the umpire's decision, and Warwickshire immediately seem to accept that he's correct. As we're joined by listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra with the news that first over is done of the Yorkshire reply. They're 5 without loss in reply to Warwickshire's 147 all out. Ethan Bamber with a lively opening over. As Ollie Hannon-Dolby on his return after loan is about to bowl the second. I'm just going to carry on for a moment, Mel, because I've got a little update to do in a second. But Melinda Farrell alongside myself, Richard Wilford, at Edgbaston, where it is quite murky at the moment, and the ground staff have been sitting for some time on the hover cover, mindful of the fact that it's raining down the road at New Road, and they usually send similar weather that they're having up to us. The breeze is that way. It's not the quickest. It's not the fastest moving cloud you've ever seen. As Hannon-Dolby prepares to bowl his first ball of the season for the Bears rather than the Pears. And it's going to be Lythe on strike. 4 slips in place. Hayne with the floppy white hat at first. And that first ball that he bowls is left alone outside. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Yorkshire are 5 without loss in reply to Warwickshire's 147 all out. Excellent performance in the field by the visitors after winning the toss. Jack White claimed 4 wickets. The only real resistance came from Sam Hayne, who made 57, and a belligerent Ethan Bamber, who was last out. He made 28. The Bears now need to make the most of these conditions. Yorkshire trail by 142 on 5 without loss. It's got the admin done now.
No, you do it so well. I'm just admiring. As Hannon-Dolby bowls the next ball that's just defended out into the offside by Lythe. And our effects mic has gone once more. Did you have a fiddle?
Yeah, I've changed it. We've got we have electrical issues here, so we're going to apologise that every now and then we do lose the noise from outside, which is really infuriating. But when it's back, I'll notice that it's back. Just dips in and out. I don't know quite what we got wrong. Might take till tomorrow to fix that.
Hannon-Dolby, he's in right arm over the wicket to Lythe, who defends that one behind point, but Zem Malik is a fielder who prevents a run. 4 slips in early on. Ball still doing quite enough, as evidenced by that first over by Ethan Bamber. The game progressing very, very quickly here at Edgbaston. 10 wickets and 10 wickets, and we're not even, we're just past 4 o'clock. Here's Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that's clipped around in front of square leg. It's a fielder at mid wicket, keeping it to a single.
I mean, clearly a day for bowling. In terms of the overhead conditions, it's reasonably warm as well, and the surface has looked a little bit uneven at times, but you felt that Warwickshire played a part in their downfall as well.
There were a couple of expansive shots that I don't think the conditions perhaps warranted earlier on. I think particularly of Dan Mosley and Ed Barnard. They might have seen the other wickets that fell around them, and they're out chasing wide ones, basically. Here's Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Bean chops down on it in defence, and Hannon-Dolby does his own fielding, of course, as you mentioned. Now a bear once more. He fitted right in at Worcestershire when he was on that loan spell.
Yeah, he took some wickets as well, because last year only took 10 championship wickets, which by his own standards was a very disappointing year, but he's bowled well in Division 2 so far this summer.
It's coming in once more, bowls. Oh, that's turned around the corner down to long leg, and Bean gets a single to finish off the over, and Yorkshire are 7 for none with Lythe on 2, Bean on 5, and they trail Warwickshire, I should say, by 140 runs. 39 overs left in the day, but we have already taken an early tea.
Which, if the weather holds, means we should get the full 96 overs in, because means we didn't lose any between innings. That's always good. But the length of time it will take to get through the overs and the type of skies we've got today, I think that will be a challenge. May just need the floodlights before too long. Ethan Bamber to continue round the wicket to Bean, who steps forward and neatly works this through the leg side past the diving mid wicket. Hannon-Dolby has a long run round, and they're going to take a third on his arm, and they've got plenty of time to do so as he hurls it into Alex Davis. 10 without loss. The big sort of video advertising on the top of the stand over at the Birmingham end of the ground, the far end of the ground, when it goes onto its sort of red typeface, it's really shining now in a way that tells you the light's not great. It's showing purple at the moment. They're flogging some holidays, but there's another advert comes up in a moment. This is full from Bamber, and stretching is live, can't time it, wanted to try and drive through the offside, and there's no run. Picked up by Booth.
The highest partnership for Warwickshire was a final 10th wicket stand between Ethan Bamber and Hannon Dolby, and that was 30 runs in that partnership, so that tells you the story.
Bamber's alive, cutting, Malik with a nice diving stop to his left at point, got both hands on that. No chance of a run.
That's a short boundary too, and it is quite short, so Malik did really well there, because if that had got past him, then it was a definite 4 runs.
One of only 3 Warwickshire players to reach double figures then, Malik, and he made precisely 10. It was that sort of innings. Bamber in once more to live, that's a good leave, outside off stump.
And I'll be interested to see how Yorkshire bat here, if they put away the expansive stuff. We saw some bad balls being put away, and you almost have to put away the bad balls when batting is so difficult, because there can be so few scoring opportunities in between them, and that feeling that one's got your name on it at any moment.
Bamber alive, and that one got up a bit more than he expected. He managed to jab down on the ball high on the bat, and it goes through the square leg, and that's a good example of what you were just saying. Sam Hayne looked as comfortable as anybody making his way to 57, but then he got a ball that rose sharply from White, and it got the glove through to Harry Brook, and he's gone for 57. I just don't think anybody's felt comfortably in.
No. Except for Ollie Hannon Dolby. He was fine.
Well, yeah. 9 not out he ended up with. Oh, that one has jagged a little bit off the seam. I'm going to make way now, because we need to get. It's a long session, so I'm going to make way for Jonathan. I think you don't want to move one across, I think. So we'll do a bit of a roving one.
Okay, so you keep talking. I'll get off.
I'll keep talking. And in around half an hour, I just want to introduce another voice for 15 minutes or so as well. So I'll just let you both know that as Jonathan moves elegantly into position. He's like a prime racehorse in the parade ring, ready to go.
It's funny you should mention that. Hannon Dolby in and bowling, and Finley Bean turns that one off his legs down to the long leg for a single. So Yorkshire have made it into double figures without loss. There's a suggestion just up in the press room now that they might be disappointed that they let Warwickshire get 147. 30-run final wicket partnership, but I think win the toss, stick the opposition in. If anybody just says to you, will you take 147 all out, you're going to say yes to that, aren't you, really? As the bowling side.
Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls over the wicket, and it's a play and a miss from live. Well, you can see now that one's just moved off the seam a little bit, and I can understand why people might be saying that it's pretty treacherous, but boy oh boy, any time that you've got some stuff to criticise over finishing with the other side back in the pavilion without 150 runs on the board, you got to be pretty happy with that. It depends what they make of it now. And the next ball, he does make something of it, Oliver Hannon Dolby. He's got the edge. It's the end of live. Wickets continue to tumble here at Edgbaston, and Yorkshire lose their first for 11. So it hasn't got any easier. Hannon Dolby just pushing the ball across the left-hander. Just a little extra nip, and Alex Davies making sure of it.
Yeah, good delivery by Ollie, slanted across him, just nipping a little bit further. And look at Adam Lythe, he holds the pose. He's played just a gentle little push, as if he's maybe holding the bat back inside what he thinks is the line of the ball. He's not had a flash, he's not done what some of the Warwickshire players did earlier on, but he's just had a little nibble, and that is enough. And it's a dismissal that wasn't really happening in Adam's game for a while, as I was observing at Taunton last week, but he did get a little feather on one in similar fashion last week, and he's been cleaned up for just a couple of runs. And James Wharton, who top scored for Yorkshire last week with 92, he's going to get an early chance here to see what things are like from a batting point of view in the middle.
So 11 wickets now to have fallen, and still 37.5 overs remaining in the day. And the thick grey clouds are heavy. The pitch clearly showing the markings of the feet as Hannon Dolby is in and left alone outside the off stump by Wharton. So really all the elements are there, because now Hannon Dolby with the right hander in is swinging that ball away. There is plenty in it for the bowlers. They've still got to make the most of it. They've still got to put it in the right spot.
Yeah, Richard observed it a few times earlier. I think one of those sort of days where nobody probably feels like they're in.
No, certainly don't. Here's Hannon Dolby again, and this is defended well by Wharton out to point. Thought about a single, I'm not sure why. There's never one on.
So which Birmingham night spots are you recommending for a travelling commentator this evening?
You're staying in the city?
Mm.
Right in the city. Yeah, I'll have to have a think. Look, I tend to not go out in the city. You know me, I'm a very quiet person who
Yeah, but there are a few quieter, Mel.
Yeah. To myself.
Not outgoing at all.
Hannon Dolby's in, bowls, it's left alone, and passes harmlessly over the stumps. And that's the end of Hannon Dolby's first over for Warwickshire this year, and he'll be pretty happy to have taken the wicket of Adam Lythe in it. 11 for 1, Wharton yet to score. Bean is on 9. I would tend to go for a drink in one of the pubs in the villages that are close to the city centre. In fact, I'm quite often seen in at least one of them. It's my office. But I have a rule. I go and work there during the day down in Harborne, and my rule is, because I'll often be there in the morning, I'll have a coffee and maybe something to eat for lunch.
Here's Bamber round the wicket, bowling to Bean, who's driven nicely through extra cover, and that's going to be 4, short boundary. Over pitching Ethan Bamber, sorry.
Yeah, no, we talked about putting the bad balls away, and that was just a touch too full from Bamber searching for swing. But so I'm not allowed to have a glass of wine until 5 o'clock. So if I'm still there at 5 o'clock, I'm allowed to have a glass of wine. So that's just so people don't think I'm the local lush who sits all day in a pub. Can't have a wine before then.
Here's Bamber again, and that's played out square on the offside to Malik, no run. I thought you were referring to 5 o'clock on your commentaries.
Well, that too. If someone wants to send a couple of cans or a bottle up to the commentary, I would never do that, obviously. Never. No, never. I once had a whiskey in Scotland while commentating.
There's Bamber, and Bean covering that and leaving. How did that end?
No, it's fine. It was just one, just a small one, just a wee dram. A wee dram, as they say. Yeah, that was brought to us by one of the folk up there hosting the match. But it was just one little one. Just have a taste.
Not sure if we believe her, do we, folks? been on 13 of the 15 that have been scored as Bamber comes in to bowl to him again from the pavilion end, and this time the ball on the rise as Finlay leaves that through to the gloves of Alex Davies.
Leg slip in now for Bean as Bamber bowls, and we saw Yorkshire employ a leg slip quite a lot, and that just tells you the way that they've got the ball moving both ways.
Yeah, it's a position that one or two counties have employed when Finlay's been on strike in the past. As in comes Bamber again. Oh, good delivery here. There's an appeal for everything, and the finger is raised. Now, is that an appeal for LBW, or is it for caught behind? Alex Davies took the catch. There was a bit of both bat and pad involved by the looks of things, and obviously the ball hasn't had great carry on it, which has put doubt in my mind as to exactly what it was.
I almost thought it was pad first, but regardless, Alex Davies has had an absolute blinder there, because he was in his appeal. He was appealing for the LBW when the ball came to his left, and he dived in front of first slip, managed to take it one-handed, and in the end it may just be for show, because it might actually be our LBW. We'll have to wait for confirmation.
Yeah, is it inside edge onto leg and then looped up? There's that feel about it, isn't it? Because it did.
Maybe.
It did loop a bit on its way through. It's dropped short of everybody else, hasn't it? And it's only Davies, because he's in front of the cordon, that's managed to get across. What decision have they come up with there?
He was celebrating. He was clapping and putting his hands up for the LBW. As we see, all the lights are just starting to come on. So,
and because that doesn't get shown on the board, so we're going to have to wait for the usual scoring sites to come up with the actual final call there. What I can tell you is that Matthew Revis has gone in at number 4.
LBW is what MV Play is saying. So it was LBW. So it was purely for show from Davies, but it was very good. Yes, so it's not getting any easier to bat out there, and now the lights have come on, or one of them. There's one E that's on. The others haven't come on yet. So just the one floodlight pole with the LED lights on top.
Matthew Revis probably delighted to be promoted to number 4, given that Joe Root was batting there last week. First time he's batted at 4 this season with these conditions. As Bamber is in, starts that wide of off stump, and it is left by Rev. And yeah, 13 off 11 deliveries in 20 minutes, including 2 fours, Finlay Bean. So both Yorkshire openers have gone the same way as all 10 of the Warwickshire batters, and that is back to the dressing room. He was out the 5th ball of the 5th over, Finlay. So wickets falling at 3.3 and 4.5 overs, 2 in the space of a little 7-minute spell from both ends of the ground.
I don't drive this thing, Jonathan, by the way, but I've just turned down that effects mic. I don't know, should I turn it off?
Yeah, just I would.
Here we go.
For the moment.
The gremlins are in our box. Here's Hannon Dolby in, right arm over, and oh my goodness, it's been dropped. Second slip. The edge was there from the bat of Wharton. Not an easy catch. I think it might be Rob Yates. It's gone down though. Well, that is a let-off. I think that's the first drop of the match, because I can't remember Yorkshire dropping any, but Wharton gets a life on 1.
Yeah.
Difficult chance, but you'd expect them to take it. He was falling low and to his right. Here comes Hannon Dolby again. Next ball defended. Just rolls back down the pitch. Well, one thing, after only managing a total of 147, you'd have to say you want to take your chances. Not an easy one, but one that you would expect to be taken. So they've all got their backs to us at the moment, and damn those Warwickshire boys, they wear those cable nets so you can't see their numbers.
No.
Hannah Dolby in, bowls, and that ball again goes to the slips cordon, this time to third, but it drops short. It is fraught out there, I think, is what may be inferred.
Yeah, I mean, James had a push at his first delivery. He did have a little push at that, but it was softer hands than the first one that was put down. So, yeah, it did drop short, but he's in peril at the moment.
Hannah Dolby in, bowls, full ball, clipped away in front of square legs. And Malik is herring out there towards the long, deep mid-wicket boundary, but they'll just get a couple.
When I spoke to James the other day, we were talking about it. He received his cap a few weeks ago up at Headingley, and then I think I'm right in saying he put it. I was out for a duck about 10 minutes earlier, and then I got presented with my cap. Might be the first player in Yorkshire history to have done that. He's quite a self-deprecating character.
Well, 4 slips there all in a row. Can't afford to drop anything. Here is Hannah Dolby, and, well, Wharton just decided to leave that one at the right moment. It was just nipping away slightly. He looked as though he was going to play at it, but then just pulled his bat up. And a second E is illuminated in the skies above Edgbaston now. 2 of the lights facing us at the Birmingham end have come on. It is really quite gloomy out there, has to be said. Hannah Dolby in bowls, driven but not firmly up to mid-on, and that is the end of the over. 17 for 2. It's all about the bowling here. It could easily have been 17 for 3, and Hannah Dolby won't be happy about that after taking 1 wicket, only taking 10 championship wickets last season. He's come back from his loan spell at Worcestershire, and he should have had figures of 2 for 5. As it is, he's got figures of 1 for 5. That ain't bad either.
Bamber coming over the wicket from the pavilion end, bowling to Matthew Revis, who's faced just that one delivery previously, and he's dropped that out into the offside, and with good support from James Wharton, who is quick, they have got through for 1. So 18 for 2. By the time Warwickshire got to 18, they were also a couple of wickets down, so early signs are that we could be on for something like parity. But if Yorkshire can find even one quality partnership, then they might get themselves a bit of a lead. Who knows? So Bamber is in, and that's run out towards backward point where it's fumbled. James Wharton happy to get some good support there from Matthew Revis. They get through for a single. Wharton on to 3.
And we were critical of just a couple of those wickets in the first innings. I guess, having said that, there may be something, although obviously Mosley was in earlier, but whether or not batters have just decided, look, this is not a batting pitch today.
Yeah, Bamber in. It's turned to leg by Revis. Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's a theory, isn't it, on days like this, that if you do get a loose delivery, you've got to make the most of it, and maybe 1 or 2 of those wickets were, that's wide, I'll go after it because I'm not going to get that many opportunities. But still, when you don't know what it's going to do on the drive, you still risk it, don't you? It's the short ball, if you get anything that's short, that you really want to latch onto. As Revis owns the face and runs it out to point. No run. So yeah, a little bit gloomy at this moment in time. I think Yorkshire would be delighted if they could walk off at this stage, to be honest, on this day, having bowled the opposition out, and maybe come back tomorrow and hope for a better day in terms of light and sunlight. And I think when they're saying it's going to get up to about 19, 20 tomorrow, maybe it might be possibly the best batting day of the 4. We'll see. That one's wide of off stump and Revis leaves.
so much about timing cricket
Mm.
in a 4-day match in particular, isn't it? When you're batting, when you're bowling.
Yeah. I know the Yorkies, they didn't say anything at the time, but once the match was done at Somerset last week, were pointing to the first day when they were all out cheaply, saying that they felt they'd had the worst of the conditions in the match and still managed to get out of that one with a win. Good delivery by Ethan Bamber, who's nipping it around for fun, and Matthew Revis playing down a different line to that which the ball went. End of the over. And again, the bowling figures have been whipped off the board quicker than you can say. Quicker than you can say. Mel Farrell, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14 for Ethan Bamber. Tidy start.
They're very quick here. They really are. It's caught me out before.
That's the one and only criticism I've had really of the board. It's very clear, isn't it? What's
It's
up there?
fantastic, the board here. It's very, very clear. As Hannon Dolby begins a new over, and boy, oh boy, Wharton, he's really having the time of it. He actually walked down the pitch a little bit, and the ball's left him, and he kind of just kept his bat up enough so the ball could pass underneath it. But it is not easy out there, and you do genuinely feel like a wicket could fall with every ball. So it's going to take something for Wharton and Revis to try and build a partnership. That's what we've been missing today. Hannon Dolby in bowls, and that's played with soft hands. Just about 4th slip with Gully coming around and cutting it off. It's still the highest partnership. Still the highest partnership is that 10th wicket one between Hannon Dolby and Bamber, who are out there now with the new ball in their hand. They're owning this day, aren't they? It's all about them. Bamber and Hannon Dolby with bat and ball. Wharton taps his bat very upright in his stance. As Hannon Dolby's in, and he's got a little outside edge there, and it's managed to get that wide of the slips cord, and it runs away for 4. But it's a streaky one.
It was. Again, soft hands, I think, has saved him, so credit to him for that. And I think if you do play and push at these deliveries, then soft hands is definitely the key. And you know, you can be forgiven for a few edges on a day like this. But if you go at the ball, you are risking it.
Yeah, it's not easy at all.
By the way, hello from Dutch Bird Kate.
Oh, hello, Dutch Bird Kate. Bless her. Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls, and that goes through to the keeper. I know that she's probably watching because of a certain Dutchman who happens to be playing today. She knows everyone who's playing everywhere. Big watcher of county cricket in general as well, though.
Yeah, Ben Crossland, by the way, on my request on where to go tonight, he says there's an excellent jazz festival.
Is there?
Happening this weekend at the 1000 Trades.
Oh, see, because being a shy, retiring type, I never know these things. Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls. That's punched through the covers, finds a gap. Wharton, but it's not going to reach the boundary, even though it's the short one. See, he didn't quite have the timing on it, but they do get back for 2. Valuable runs. Every run feels like it's worth about 5 at the moment. That was 2 of them. 6 off the over so far with 1 ball remaining. Well, yeah, so because I'm kind of here usually on my own. I did want to go to a Peaky Blinders festival on my own here. I dressed up as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, but in the bloke stuff instead
Right.
of the women's stuff. Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls, left alone by Wharton. No run, sits off the over though, and Yorkshire 25 for 2 after 8.
Why the men's stuff?
Because it was warmer to wear. So I went to a charity shop and found like a pair of men's grey trousers, and I had I bought a shirt as well, men's shirt, and I had the braces, managed to find them, had a flat cap, of course. Managed to find a watch that I took, I from a charity shop again. I took the band off and turned it into a fob watch. I looked really, it was spot on.
Bamber to Revis, who's turned that one into the leg side. Just couldn't quite steer it past mid-wicket. Good diving stop.
They had bare knuckle boxing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had
Real bare
jazz
knuckle
bands.
boxing.
Yeah, they were fights. I don't know how they got away with it, but
No.
and they had jazz bands and fortune tellers. It was very cool.
Sounds like you captured the look. 25 for 2, Bamber to Revis, who leaves one wide of off stump. Matthew Revis, not probably had the start of the season that he would have wanted, averaging 25 so far with a single half century against his name from 8 knocks. Had a stellar 2025 and proved absolutely that he's a player to be reckoned with when he gets himself in. Not easy out there at the moment though. He's on 1. And he waits, and that's flicked very firmly off the hip. That is one of the best shots we've seen, if not the, in the Yorkshire innings so far. Timed that really sweetly, and it's gone for 4 in front of square on the leg side.
Yeah, the Holly stand, the short boundary on that side. So if you stray onto leg stump, which is what Ethan Bamber did, then even though there is on protection at deep backward square leg and a short leg, you could well go.
Here's Bamber again, and Revis does get an edge on this. He did push at it, but not quite firmly enough to get it to carry to third slip. And I think it's just a typical shot of the day itself.
Almost thought for a second it had carried and been dropped, but I think it might have just dropped short.
So many edges. We've lost count. You'd want a wider bat, wouldn't you, out there, I think?
More edges than a dodecahedron.
As Bamber is in and Revis leaves. Don't know what.
I don't even know if that's a real thing. Isn't it a dodecahedron? No, dodecahexagon? I don't know. I'm not really one for geometry.
I mean, you are trying to say that before 5 o'clock as well, before the wine's gone down. So that'll be an interesting one later on tonight. The advertising,
it's
electronic
red.
advertising is bright, isn't it? Pitch side as Bamber's in again, and Revis has to pull his bat inside the line of this one. Good length delivery because he's not able to get forward to that. But he survived it. 29 for 2. We still have 32 overs, an entire session remaining in the day, and they've been out there 35 minutes since the tea break, which they took early. And they've, I guess, saved a bit of time by doing so.
I can't see.
It's pretty gloomy, isn't it, Mel?
Yeah, but there's one of the floodlights on this side. I was just leaning over to see if it had come on. There's the one to our left is still not on, so it might just be the 2. Although I think it might be 3. Here's Hannah Dolby in bowling, and that's left alone by Wharton. I was just looking at the shadows, and there are shadows going away from us, which makes me think that the lights behind us are on.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not good at geometry, I can work that bit out. Shadows have got to come from somewhere.
You know what a hedron is?
I think it's something with a lot of sides, edges. I think. Here's Hannah Dolby in, bowls, full delivery, and it's punched straight up past a diving mid-on. Just dived over it really in the end, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played by James Wharton, and that's the over-pitch delivery. So anything short, which we haven't seen yet really in the innings, anything over-pitch, you've got to really take advantage of as a batter, because it's those ones in between, the length balls and just short of length that are zipping around, and if you can survive those, then every, 3 overs or so, you might get one like James has just got. And he timed it well.
As Ethan Bamber with the dive, the attempted stop at mid-on. There's no mid-off. As Tanner Dolby in bowls, and he's played with soft hands. Again, Wharton just managed to get it in between point and the slips cordon. So we'll take another couple.
Yeah, I think the lack of mid-off is probably a good shout, isn't it, in these conditions? Because if you can get the batter to recognise the gap there, he's trying to play through it and it's nipping, then you bring in that 4-man cordon into play.
Yeah, the invitation is wide open at the moment. And you can probably forgive the occasional over-pitch delivery when you know what it can bring. Here's Hannah Dolby, and that's come off the inside part of Wharton's bat, but straight to short mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, you're going to get the few when you're pitching it up, aren't you? You're going to get the odd couple that are over-pitched. But it's if you can just get that ball nipping either way as well, then you'll feel that you're in with a shout. So far, partnership of 20. Off 29. That's about almost as good as we've had all day. As Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's defended well by Wharton. Hannon Dolby picks up the ball himself.
Yeah, watched it well. There's a bit of away shape, isn't there, from Ollie, as well as a bit of nip. Next man in for Yorkshire is, of course, Harry Brook. And then Johnny, by the looks of things, dropping down to bat at 6.
Yes, various England players in and out of the various county squads. It's Hannah Dolby in once more, and that's got Wharton in a bit of a tangle, trying to play it off his hip down the leg side. The ball ends up just plopping onto the onside, and that'll finish off the over. 35 for 2 now, with Wharton on 15 and Revis on 5.
Yeah, a lot of hard work to do, and final 31 overs of the day, if we get that far. The threat of rain, well, the ground staff, half a dozen of them, away to our left, are sitting on the hover cover. They've been there for some time.
They've been there for hours.
Barring putting the heavy roller on before Yorkshire batted. And even that's not made a huge amount of difference. In comes Bamber with the shadowing just getting a little bit clearer, more defined at ground level. Revis defending that first ball with a perfectly straight blade. If you've joined us more recently, as far as the Yorkshire innings is concerned, well, another stuttering start in tricky conditions. Adam Lyth caught by Alex Davis off the bowling of Ollie Hannon and Dolby for just the 2. And then Finley Bean, LBW, Ethan Bamber for 13. James Wharton also dropped at second slip when on 0. Just the 4th ball he receives is an appeal for LBW here. That a ball that nipped on Matthew Revis. Took one hand off the bat. Not out, says the umpire. Revis on 5, Wharton on 15, and a partnership worth 20. There's not been too many of those in this match so far, so in context it's reasonable. Another one thudding into Matthew Revis's pad. There must have been some bat involved, because Ethan Bamber started an appeal, turned and apologised to the umpire. The smattering of spectators who were away in the Hollies stand has reduced in number by a few.
Must be getting pretty cold out there. I'll tell you what, the Tom Dollery lounge was packed at lunchtime though.
Here is Bamber, that's wide of off stump, and Revis leaves. Yeah, I just nipped down at tea to get a drink, and it was still very busy down there.
Yeah, plenty in the members stand, I would imagine. And those that are opposite us over near the scoreboard and in the Holly stand, they're well ragged up. rugged up even. Hey, what happened to the Yorkshire flag? Why haven't they brought the flag with them, eh?
Not sure.
Not good enough.
John would normally do so. He's told me all about that before, as Revis is in, and that's punched. Sorry, Bamber was in, and Revis punched it back to him, I should say.
Well, there's no wind out there because the Bear and Ragged Star flag of Warwickshire is hanging quite limp, although as I say that, it suddenly waves into life just a little bit.
There's been plenty of passing air traffic, hasn't there, left to right, in particular as we've looked. That's on its way in, isn't it, because it's drifting rather than heading upwards. Circling to land perhaps as Bamber is in, and Revis again leaves 35 for 2. Walton on 15, Revis on 15, and Bamber with 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18.
Yeah, they were quite happy to just leave Bamber alone at that point. It's felt like in the last couple of overs they've tried to go after Hannon Dolby a little bbit when he's overpitched. And that is the challenge, isn't it? When the ball's moving around like this, you talk about just putting it on a good spot, but when you're bowling so full all the time, there is kind of that margin for error that means that when you do get it slightly wrong, it is there to be put away. 4 slips in. Hannon Dolby runs in, right arm over, and that one, that almost looked like it was close to skimming the bails from the top, but it's passed outside the leg stump, just with that away movement. We're not directly behind the bowler's arm at all here. We're kind of at leg gully and a long way away, so it's a little bit harder sometimes when you're at this angle to just see how much swing there is. And the nip as well, but it's definitely doing quite a bit. Hannon Dolby turns at the top of his mark, runs in, that Bob Willis arm flapping as it's played late and with soft hands by Wharton. That's been the key. It gets on top of it and it goes to backward point, no run.
This pair have survived, which I think is what it really is. Since just before the end of the 5th over, so about 6.5 overs now in terms of the number of deliveries.
Yeah, 20 off 39 now. They were going a bit faster, but they've just been a little bit more circumspect in the last couple of overs as Hannon Dolby bowls and again played nice and late and gets on top of the bounce. Heads out towards deep point. They're going to get a couple, and I actually think that Wharton is really batting quite well at the moment in these conditions. He's not going at it with hard hands. He's been happy to play out the dot balls whenever possible, and just looking for the productive 2s when they're on offer.
Yeah, there was just that drop catch was the first one, wasn't it, where he just pushed a little bit harder, but since then he's managed to rein that in.
He has. This is a good little period for him. On strike now, full ball, turns it to mid-wicket, but Zen Malik, well, he stopped it, and then I thought it had hit him in the face for a second as it went up his body.
He plays that shot generally very well off his legs. He was probably a bit miffed that he'd guided it straight to the fielder and couldn't get it square. He just replayed the shot squarer.
Yeah, there's a deep backward square in at the moment, and then Malik at mid-wicket, and there's a mid-off, and that's it as far as the leg side goes, and that is the long boundary. As Hannon Dolby's in and bowls, he's placed that nicely in the covers, won't get more than a single though. They thought about a second, but settled for 1. So that's the shot he's been playing quite well with that away movement. He's been getting up high and getting on top of it so that at least he's playing it into the ground on the offside.
Yeah, doing his best to get over the top of the ball.
And that's really been key.
We've not yet seen one sort of kick, have we, off the
not
pitch
really, no.
since the heavy roller.
Yeah, we've seen it's almost a variable bounce, I think, earlier. Here's Hannah Dolby, and there's a big shout for this one. Finger goes up, and Hannah Dolby does get his man, his second wicket. He had one dropped. That was Wharton. Now it's Revis. He departs for 5, LBW. And look, you just can't stop the wickets from falling at Edgbaston today.
No, he'll be disappointed, but it wasn't a great surprise after a lingering look from the official that the finger was raised. He wasn't able to get forward to the delivery. The first thought on seeing it live was that, having just said there's not been one that's kicked off the pitch, that might have kept just a tad. I wouldn't exaggerate it, but maybe just a little bit lower than Matthew Revis thought. Not sure, having seen the replay. It might have just been even bounce, but it's probably, the official would think, going on to hit the top of leg stump, something like that. Top end of leg stump. Matthew Revis has, unfortunately for him, been unable to survive it. He's gone for 5 off 19, and Richard's back.
Yeah, it's a bit of a second level appeal by Ollie Hannon Dolby. Jonathan, if you give us 20 minutes, I'm going to bring somebody else on to commentary with me for 20 minutes. If you come back just after 5, that would be fantastic. Just as Harry Brook comes to the crease for the first time this season. So, a significant moment. That was the final ball of Ollie Hannon Dolby's over. 6 overs each for the 2 new ball bowlers, 38 for 3. It could have been even better for Warwickshire had Wharton been held by Rob Yates at second slip. We're joined in the commentary position by Jared Everts from BBC Radio 1's News Beat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rich. How are you?
Yeah, very good. It's been a really interesting day's play. 13 wickets. Hasn't been a dull moment. The official score on the and the score on the feed were different things, but it's been corrected now as Ethan Bamber starts a new over.
Bamber in. Leaves that one outside the off stump there, Wharton. It's very, very, very dark here now at Edgbaston, isn't it, Rich?
It is, yeah, and it's funny, the ground staff have been on the hover cover for much of the day, but well, certainly since lunch. But you do think eventually one of these clouds is going to produce something.
They've been threatening all day, haven't they? Each time we see them moving around, getting ready to go. Now the lights are on. As Bamber comes in for the second ball of the over. Wharton drives through for a single, which brings Harry Brook on strike for his first ball.
Yeah, 39 for 3. That one through a sort of straight mid-wicket. Scrambling stop by Ed Barnard, who, if the light holds, could be very, very useful. Wouldn't be surprised to see him come on as one of the first changes here. He's got Michael Booth and Jordan Thompson up his sleeve as well. But it'll be very interesting to see. As we're joined by listeners to Sports Extra, welcome aboard. Richard Wilford with you from BBC Radio WM. Jared Everts from News Beat alongside me at the moment. So we'll have Jonathan Doidge from the Yorkshire stations, the BBC, back with us shortly, with Yorkshire 39 for 3 now, trailing by 108.
That's Bamber in for his third ball of the over. First to Brook. It's down the leg side, diving stop there from Davies. He's done well to get to that one. Quite a way down the leg side there. Yeah. Brook flicks at it, but not quite got to it.
Good little parry. It's a leg slip in position as well. This is not perhaps the sort of conditions that Harry Brook would have liked to have come into for his first innings of the season. But he does so after the dismissal of Revis, trapped LBW by Ollie Hannon Dolby for 5. 2 wickets for Ollie Hannon Dolby on his return from his loan spell with Worcestershire. It could have been 3, but Wharton, who's now on 19, was dropped on naught at second slip by the usually reliable Rob Yates.
As Harry Brook drives past mid-off, there's a chase on for this. Ed Barnard slides down, and they'll get a couple. Harry Brook with a trademark off drive there. No bid off in place, so he gets through for a couple there. 3 slips, as you say, and a leg slip in place. Ed Barnard, the only fielder in front of square there on the offside.
Yeah, didn't go at it too hard there, Brook, did he? There was no particular timing about it, but technically got in a good position to play the shot.
41 for 3. Not the worst person to be coming in, is it? Oh, chases at that one. Dances down the wicket, but leaves it quite far outside the off stump. He decides not to have a go at that one. A trademark Harry Brook dance down the wicket there.
I mean, what we've seen today is that anybody who tries to play a really big, positive shot tends to get themselves into trouble. And there he is, coming down like he wants to launch Ethan Bamber into the pavilion. And, yeah, it wouldn't be a huge shot to see Harry Brook doing that, but in the circumstances of the day, it would be pretty extraordinary.
Final ball of the over from Bamber. As Brook absolutely crashes that one through the offside. There's no stopping that, no matter how many fielders you've got in front of square on the offside. He's absolutely dived into that one.
Well, he's only faced 4 deliveries and he's played the shot of the day. That was just a beautiful drilled cover drive, almost down on one knee. Beautifully timed. Bamber over pitch him because he's just looking for a bit of nibble and movement. Probably getting towards the end of his spell as well, having bowled 7 overs now. He did claim the wicket of Finley Bean, LBW. But Brook will feel a lot better having got such a crisp strike on that. 45 for 3. Hannon Dolby will continue.
On Hannon Dolby then, we've just been sat behind the bowler's arm there just for that little break in play for us. And Hannon Dolby is moving the ball away from the right-hander pretty consistently here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's sort of starting towards the top of off stump and it's moving away as he comes in to bowl to Wharton. He gets in behind that one. 4 slips still in place for Hannon Dolby. Only managed 10 championship wickets last season at an average of 75. Little spell of cricket playing for Worcestershire in Division 2 has probably done himself the world of good, actually. And 2 wickets today in conditions that you'd like to carry around with you if you're a seam bowler.
It's very, very dark out there now.
Had cloud overhead all day. Occasional little sprout of blue, but that's it. And Dolby shaven-headed in again. Wraps Warden high on the pad. Cuts him in 2. Mosley comes across from 4th slip to pick up. And it remains 45 for 3. Let's wait and see whether the shadow sort of... If the floodlights overtake the natural light, that's usually the point that the umpires are interested in getting off the field. Don't think we've quite got there yet. If anything, it's a little bit brighter than it was 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, they're definitely doing their job, but as you say, I don't know if we're quite there yet. Good conditions for bowling.
Hannon Dolby into Wharton once more, driving through the covers for 4. It lacks the power of the Harry Brook one. The angle is very much the same, and the result most definitely is. He's to 23, 49 for 3.
Yeah, it's not quite as expansive and impressive as Harry Brook's the previous over, but very, very similar area of the pitch. He's crashed into that one. And it seems as though these two are willing to sort of commit to those shots a little bit more, aren't they, than we may have seen previously. Wharton batting just outside his crease here, potentially trying to go against some of that swing.
I think Hannon Dolby would admit that was probably there to be hit. He's going to put an extra fielder in front of square in the offside now, so he's got both a mid-off and a cover as he approaches again, and that one just angles back into Wharton and once more inconveniences him about the midriff, which he has a little gentle furtive rub to make sure that he's okay. Umpire at the near end, Umpire Warren, has a little look round to where the clouds come. Normally the weather follows us from New Road, where they were off for a couple of hours. They're back on again now, but it just hasn't arrived yet.
Into his 7th here, Hannon Dolby. How many more do you reckon he's got in him this spell?
It's difficult, isn't it? If you think that there's not been much more play today, he might go again, but they've got to be at the end of their spells, more or less. As Wharton is driving, you'll get a quick single here. The throw from the mid-off area is not accurate enough. It was Ed Barnard with the throw, and Brook was comfortably through for a single. Takes Wharton to 24, and that brings up the Yorkshire 50. They're 50 for 3 in the 14th over, trailing Warwickshire by 97 on a day that things have moved pretty quickly here. Little bit of grass left on the surface. Seems to be a bit of uneven bounce. And this heavy cloud. It's all combined.
Looks like they're calling for a helmet.
Alex Davis is going to stand up to the stumps for Brook. Yeah, good spot.
I mean, Brook on strike. You might be thinking he might be dancing down here. He might do it anyway, to be fair.
Well, the tactic of when Johnny Bairstow stood up to the stumps for Sam Hain, that proved productive. It kept him in his crease, and that ball that reared up a bit from Jack White off the gloves to Brook at first slip. So he'd only been standing up for a couple of overs at that point.
Yeah, it definitely worked, didn't it?
Davis is good up to the stumps as well.
As was Johnny Bairstow, in all fairness.
Yeah, absolutely.
That one take down the leg side.
I think Bairstow's wicket keeping will always be underestimated. Hand Dolby in to bowl to Brook, and it's straight and it's full and it's defended. Doesn't want to take his feet out from the crease, so he plays it from the crease. And the end of the over. Are we going to see our first change? Or is Ethan Bamber going to win the race to get to this end again? Looks like the skipper's going to bring himself on. It's going to be Ed Barnard who will bowl from this pavilion end. Jordan Thompson is doing some strenuous warming up as well. May not be the pace on of Michael Booth. It may be the pace off of these two that could be very effective in these conditions.
Be interesting to see whether Davies is up to the stumps as well for Ed Barnard. Obviously not on strike this ball, but if they get a single, might be an option again.
TV feed just showing the gloominess of the centre of Birmingham at the moment, looking over the tall buildings on the skyline there, and it actually looks even greyer on the screen than it does in real life. You can spot where one cloud starts and another ends from up here.
Barnard in then for his first ball. Wharton drives. Stopped at mid-off. Slightly wide and floaty. Barnard will want to get that good length back.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener there. Ethan Bamber now takes over at mid-off.
165 for Barnard against Notts last game. Moved from Worcestershire. Captain of all formats here at Warwickshire. Runs in for his second ball. Slightly wide, slightly short. No thank you, says Wharton.
Yeah, I think that's going to take quite a toll being captain of all formats. Just wonder whether in the 50 over game whether they might look at slightly differently at it, because he does so much. I mean, such a key batter, bowls quite a lot of overs. I also think he's one of the more unfortunate players on the circuit not to be part of the 100. I think his all-round skills suit that.
Another ball outside the off stump that's left alone there by Wharton. Yeah, you could go worse, couldn't you, than Ed Barnard as a pick. Serves a lot of different aspects of the game. He'd do a job for you in a lot of different places, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he can score very quickly. He's a good improviser with the bat. He can open both batting and bowling in the short format.
Outside the off stump, left alone again.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waste of a ball there. He's hiding it away in an area where Wharton isn't going to show any great interest at all. Often bowls with quite a bit of control. But at the moment you want to induce the batter to play right now in the hope that he gets a bit of wobble.
Another one outside the off stump and another one left alone. Slightly short as well. It seems as though he's dragging them down a little bit here, Ed Barnard.
Yeah, it's too short to drive, and it's too wide really to want to play at. And there have been times in recent games where Ed Barnard has need to try and get through some overs cheaply when the second new ball's due, or situations like that. Right now, it's he should be attacking the stumps, I think.
Runs down, and it's played out into the offside. End of the over. Yorkshire are 50 for 3 from 15 overs. That's Hannon Dolby's 7th over done. Sorry, Hannon Dolby. As you're right, it changes so quickly, doesn't it?
The scoreboard here throws everybody a dummy. In that it changes really before anybody's had a chance to react. Michael Booth is going to come on next. So both the opening bowlers bowled 7 overs, 2 for 25 in that first spell from Hannon Dolby, and it could have been even better. Wharton spilt at slip by Yates. It was a difficult chance, but it's one that Rob Yates absolutely would expect to catch. During this over, we'll do an update for the local stations. So, Brook on 6, Wharton 24. The lights on the scoreboard getting brighter as well now.
Interesting time to come on and bowl to Harry Brook, this, isn't it? First ball, anything that isn't on the money could potentially get punished here.
Yeah, it's unlikely to be quiet because Booth, he does tend to go for 4 or 5 and over, but he's also a wicket taker. And he steams in there from the Birmingham end, and that's 4 byes. It might be, the umpire might take sympathy on Alex Davis here. He is going to give it as byes. It was down the leg side, and then it moved off the seam and went so far down. Alex Davis did not have a chance even if he dived full length, so he doesn't dive at all. And the score moves on to 54 for 3. That was a bit excitable from Michael Booth, to say the least.
Davies doesn't look too happy with that, does he?
Well, it's rough because it goes on him, not on the bowler.
No.
He doesn't really deserve that. Not the first time that Sam Hain's gone fetch to get the ball. So my update is in the next few seconds, so keep an eye on the clock for that. As Booth comes in again to Brook, down the leg side, taken by Davis this time. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have hit back pretty well here against Yorkshire, defending a paltry total of 147. They've reduced the visitors to 54 for 3. It could have been even better. Adam Lyth was nicked off to Alex Davis off the bowling of Ollie Hallen-Dolby for 2. Finley Bean trapped LBW by Ethan Bamber for 13, and then Matthew Revis LBW to Hallen-Dolby for 5. He could have had a 3rd wicket as well. Wharton was dropped on 0 by Rob Yates. That could be costly. He's on 24. He's been joined by England's Harry Brook on 6. Yorkshire 54 for 3. As during that update, Booth's next delivery was just defended out towards point by Brook.
It's one way to keep Brook quiet, isn't it? Stick 2 down the leg side straight away.
Yeah. Don't think that's
quite the plan.
A plan that's going to last too long. He's certainly looking to go pretty short of a length at the moment to him. As he comes in again, and he's chopped down on it. That was rapid from Booth, to be fair. But Brook got in behind it and just dabs it out into the offside. Dan Mosley comes in from point to do the fielding.
He's pushing it through, isn't he, Booth?
He's the quickest in this attack. Booth, short of stature, very quick arm, strong lad.
Very different challenge, isn't it, Booth, compared to Hallen-Dolby from that end?
Yeah. Not least the height of the arm on the release. As that one just back of a length is guided down towards the slip cordon and picked up by Bo Webster at 3rd slip. That's just about the first time he's been called into action, Webster.
Yeah, without the numbers on the back, it can be pretty tricky to spot the players in the field, but Bo Webster, you can spot him, can't you?
He's a giant of a man, is Bo Webster. You're slightly too far away to note that Rob Yates has a tash at 2nd slip. You're not going to catch him by his tash, are you?
He's looking the wrong way as well.
Sam Hain happily wears the sun hat cowboy style at 1st slip to make life a bit easier. Boo then clipped off his pads by Brook. That'll be a single out to Malik, who's at deep mid-wicket. So 4 byes and then a single off that over. 55 for 3 Yorkshire. Richard Wilford alongside Jared Everts. Jared, if you do one more over, and then we'll get Jonathan back in to watch Harry Brook doing his thing for the first time this season. What they give you with one hand, they take away with the other, because no Joe Root today. So, but Brook a rather more than adequate substitute, you'd suggest.
Can't be spoilt with both, can we?
Well, you mustn't use the word substitute in the county championship at the moment. Too sensitive. Too soon.
Davies has decided to stay back then for Brook for the first ball here of Barnard's over. Wonder how long that'll last.
See where, I mean, Brook is outside his crease, isn't he? Look at him.
Making it 19 yards. As Barnard's in, leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
It's a little bit more valid to play hide the ball to Harry Brook.
How long can you do that for, though, is the question.
Well, you want to make him impatient. I think he's got so many shots, hasn't he?
It's dark out there, though, as well. Good conditions for bowling still.
Oh yeah, I mean, the whole day is going to be that, isn't it? The whole day is a day you want to bowl. In theory, there's still 25 overs left today. I doubt we'll see them all.
Oh, there it is, exactly as you mentioned. The little swipe there from Brook outside the off stump, slightly short and wide there from Barnard. He's been enticed into playing at that one. Zen Malik, I'm sure his eyes lit up there at point.
It's sort of a diagonal bat, and it's a wristy flick that he's made at the ball there. So whether he's trying to lift it over the slips, whether he's trying to guide it between them and Malik.
Could be anything, couldn't it, really? Barnard in for the third ball of the over. Driven. Good stop there at cover. Barnard yet to go for a run in his 9 balls so far.
Yeah, good little one-handed snare that from Dan Mosley in the covers.
He's done well.
He's moved to a few positions so far in this session.
Maiden over, first over for Barnard, but slightly deceptive. A few of those balls were short and wide and left alone, weren't they?
Oh yeah, I think the majority were.
Barnard in for the fourth. Another wild swipe there from Brook outside the off stump. If he connects with that, it's flying. But it's not quite, has it?
No. It's not been an easy surface to attack on. I mean, when the ball was 55 overs old and Ethan Bamber launched a couple of lusty tail-ender blows, that's one thing. But it's been actually really hard for the top 6 batters to do anything other than punish the bad ball. You kind of have to be patient for that.
There we go. He's finally connected with one. Short and wide. And Harry Brook has climbed into that one. Off the back foot. Cut just in front of point. That's what he was trying to do, the other 2 balls.
But that was the bad ball. That was the bad ball in that he has dragged that down and it's too far outside off stump and it frees up the hands of Brook. And as ever, when it's hit, it stays hit because it's gone over what is quite a long boundary over on the Raglan side of the ground where there's no stand. There's the work site, the building site that's been vacated for the day now. It's hit the rope and it's got another 25 yards to hit the new fence that's in place. So he's caught that sweep. That would have rolled all the way to the Pershore Road, given half a chance.
2 boundaries hit. They've been very well hit, haven't they, from Brook? Final ball of this over then from Barnard. Charges at him, but pats it back to the bowler. End of the 17th, and Yorkshire are 59 for 3.
Thanks very much, Jared. Jonathan Doidge are going to move back into position. Jared from BBC Radio 1's News Beat. And making a steady debut there. Steady debut on the microphone and County Championship match. He's been enjoying the cricket all day. And hopefully hear from him again very, very soon. Mr. Doidge is back with us.
No, it's never easy, is it, when you've got a lot of people around who do the job regularly and all that, and you're doing your first stint, so
exactly.
Top effort.
So Michael Booth is in to bowl to Wharton, who defends it outside off stump up to the bowler again, and there's no run. It's actually a little bit brighter at the moment than it has been. So again, I don't think we're going to be interrupted. It's a very weird day for that. I think really the last hour or so we keep on thinking it's going to go too dark, and it doesn't.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. That just at the back there, it felt like it was getting lighter, and definitely as you come and sit back at the front, it has.
Booth once more to Wharton, who guides this very nicely down to third, gets there rapidly, and they're through for a single, 60 for 3. Booth against Brook. I mean, this is going to be kill or cure, this battle, because Booth is going to tempt him, and there will be the odd loose ball, and Brook is going to want to attack, so it's not going to be dull, this. 2 very combative cricketers going head to head. Booth in, just back of a length. That's a good delivery. Just defensively guided to point.
I can't remember a single dull innings that I've ever watched Harry play for one reason or another.
But, you know, for people who love cricket, you turn up on a day like this, it's not lovely. It's warm enough to sit outside, jacket on. Watch Warwickshire struggle a little bit, but okay, Harry Brook's coming out to bat now. This is why you turn up, isn't it? This is why you turn up.
Yeah, it's gone quiet as well, I think, because the builders disappeared, didn't they, about an hour ago, Friday, knocking off.
Booth in, and watchfully forwarded defence is Brook to try and prove us wrong. It won't last. Yeah, they've got to the finishing point for the week. I think it was a hive of activity all day today, and some of the changes in the course of 3 weeks since the last home game. There's a lot of structure that's appeared that wasn't there before. We finish sometime in the middle of next year. So the capacity a bit down for this year. Booth scuttles in once more. Oh, and beats the edge of the bat. That's a beauty. Looks like it might just have followed Brook a little bit. And he's flicked a bat out and it goes through to Alex Davis.
Is there a test here this season?
There is in September. Yeah, so there will not be a stand in that position over there. So T20 finals day as well. Will be a little bit different with that area as it is. Still plenty of capacity in the ground. Still looking at 20,000 for a big match. Booth is in, and he's going to be cut down towards third, and it's going to go, I think, all the way for 6. Yep, the umpire raises his arms now, but that was only 10 yards on the inside of the third-man fielder, and that could have been a chance. So a little bit of fortune about that, but Brook gets 6. He's up to 17. It's 66 for 3.
Yeah, he'd have done well to catch it, I think, even if it had been in line. Jordan Thompson, it clattered into just the top of the wall down the bottom and bounced its way back in, so not on the ball too much good either. Harry is taking his opportunities and trying to take some that are maybe not there as well. And Ethan Bamber is going to, in fact Ed Barnard I should say, is going to continue at this pavilion end, and right arm over the wicket. James Wharton inadvertently really drives it back past the bowler. He was playing that through the offside somewhere and mistimed it.
Fielded there by Jake Lintott, who's come on as the 12th man. Certainly looks like it's Jake, and he picked the ball up left-handed. Ollie Hannon-Dolby's taking a brief breather. If it is Jake, it was announced this week that he's leaving the county at the end of the season.
As that's flicked off the hip by Wharton, just straying on a leg stump there, the skipper. And James on to 26 now from 44, but much as you were saying earlier on, I think it's just one of those days on this pitch. It's not just the pitch, is it? It's just the general conditions in the air that mean you probably never feel like you're properly in. I wonder what Sam Hain would say about that after his knock earlier. Barnard in and bowling to Brook, who gets one just outside off stump and does what he often does, which is drops the bat on it, runs it out, tries to get it backward of point really, Joe Root style for the run, but he nailed it straight to point.
I think Hain would agree that I don't think he was ever in, and look at the ball that got him. It's a really tough ball to deal with, and he gloves it to first slip, having looked pretty good for his 57. He didn't accelerate, he actually slowed down.
Yeah, Barnard in again. Ooh, that one has wrapped Harry Brook amidships. A bit of nip about it, and he played it just one-handed. So 67 for 3. Still, it's painstaking progress, or has been by both sides today. The hosts, well, put in by Yorkshire. They haven't capitalised on doing that in 3 of their 4 previous matches this season, but I think today you'd have to argue that they did. 147 all out Warwickshire, as Brook defends this latest Barnard delivery, but now they're getting a taste of it themselves, and it ain't easy.
I think they feel they're not in a bad position at the moment. I mean, if anything ended play quickly right now, Yorkshire think, right, that's okay. 7 wickets in hand, 80 runs behind, we're very much in this game. But a couple of wickets change it totally.
Yeah, here is Barnard again, and Brook looking to turn that to the leg, ends up getting a bit of a leading edge on it, up to mid-off. Dot ball to complete that over. And it was tidy enough from Ed. You can get in touch, by the way. Still, the email, as I'm trying to sort it out, is BBC or West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Jonathan Doidge on various social media.
The moment the change bowlers look relatively innocuous. The 5 overs that have been bowled since Bamber and Hannon Dolby were withdrawn from the attack. And just 2 slips in place now for Booth to bowl to Wharton, a Yorker length delivery that he digs out into the offside. They've got deep backward square leg. They've got a 3rd in position as well. Mid wicket and cover, mid on and mid off, and point. So it's a less attacking field. Booth takes a lot of unassisted wickets. So bowls and LBW is very much a staple. And catches tend to be outfield a lot of the time. As he bowls now to Wharton, turned off his pads, down to deep backward square leg for a single. 68 for 3. And now for Booth against Brook, will they maybe send Malik deeper at mid-wicket? Looks like they will. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of short stuff tried here. I don't think it'd bother him too much, would it? But yeah, the field is set for that. Booth proceeds into Brook, and Brook in front of the man at 3rd for 4. That's beautiful timing. He got it behind the point fielder, and the 3rd boundary is not the longest, and there was no chance of cutting that off. 21 off 26. Brook is starting to get into gear in difficult batting conditions. 72 for 3.
Yeah, just telegraphed it a little bit, didn't it? It was too short, really. That's what gave Harry the time to play the shot as much as anything.
At the moment he is feeding off what he's given rather than trying to force it too much. Ball down the leg side, and that's going to go for 4 byes again. Second time that's happened with Booth in the attack. Davis this time did throw himself full length, but it started down the leg side and it seamed away, and it's got wider and wider and wider. And again, no price on the wicket-keeper. Not a chance of cutting that off. 76 for 3. Brook, won't worry too much about it. At least we've added 38 now.
Highest partnership of the match, then.
It is. Just feels like they've got power to build on it as well. Booth's control could lead to, or lack of, could lead to Jordan Thompson being on sooner rather than later, I fancy. As he approaches once more, and that's taken outside edge, just wide of second slip. It'll be 4 more through 3rd. Well, did that carry? Probably not. It was certainly would have been short, I think, of a 3rd slip. A false shot from Brook, and there will be moments like that today. He goes to 25, 80 for 3.
I'm not so sure it was that false, you know. He opened the face and it looked like he was playing it that way. If you watch it again, and it felt like that to me at the time as well. Softish hands.
As this is edged and bounces in front of second slip. Rob Yates is able to field it. And that one definitely wasn't one that he controlled.
No. Just a little bit more pushy with the intent, really. I thought the ball before, yeah, he just held back and opened the face. Because he does kind of play that. He does play many shots. And he's on to 25 off 29 deliveries, so 80 for 3. They'll be much happier than they were at 38 for 3. But still, no, there's a lot of work to do here. But there is an opportunity now for them, isn't there? 67 behind. They've got their foot in the door. Are they able to kick it open? Here's Barnard bowling to Wharton. Lovely shot by James. Overpitched by Ed. And he's flicked it away. One of his favoured shots there, just wide of mid-on. Jordan Thompson is getting loose, and that could be a very interesting moment after what they were saying to each other this week on my watch.
But yeah, I mean, he'll be eager to get into the bowling attack. I think he'll be disappointed that he didn't come on in the first pair of changes here, because the conditions have been favourable. There is rain heading vaguely our way. They're off at Bristol, they're off at Worcester. Normally it follows there'll be problems here. And Thompson hasn't yet laid his hands on the ball.
To Wharton, walking into this, and the ball, well, the way he played it suggested it climbed a little bit more than he thought. As it made its way through, he managed to not get a nick on it. And Harry Brooks just having a wander down. Maybe giving him an idea about something he thinks he's seen from the non-striking end. The wind has been largely non-existent, but at times we've just had a bit of a breeze. There's an appeal here for pad bat LBW, dropped into the offside. They've all gone up, and negative from the umpire.
Well, it did hit pad before bat,
yep.
but the virtue for Wharton is that I think it hit his pad outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, and looking at the replay, you'd be absolutely spot on. I think about fourth stump. James just had a smile at Ed as he pulled up at the end of his follow through, and he's coming in again to try and get one a bit straighter, but James gets bat on ball and plays it to Hannon Dolby, who's at mid-on. So 20 overs remaining in the day if we get them in. Light, as we both said, at the moment, it's probably better now than it was half an hour ago. There's not much in the way of shadowing from the floodlights. And Alex Davis is now going to stand up to Barnard, which will route James Wharton. The slip fielders are very closely spaced. Very close, isn't it, between second and third in particular. I suppose there's a bit of foreshortening because of the angle that I'm sitting at, as that was another good nut from Barnard, and James Wharton not able to make much of it.
I presume Sam Haynes off the field at the moment, because that looks like it's Yates, Webster, Mosley as a slip cordon at the moment.
Barnard in again, and Wharton gets across, covers all that. Shoulders, arms, everybody misses it, including Alex Davies, and days like this, every run counts, and that's 4 byes. That's 88 for 3.
That's 12 byes in the last half an hour. I mean, he hasn't had a chance with 8 of them. But that one, he'll be frustrated by. It's a great ball. And again, this surface makes life very interesting. 50 partnership, including the 12 byes, of which Wharton's contribution has been 13 and Brooks 25.
You know, he didn't actually put his hands up to try and take that, Alex Davis, which is really strange. But I think he thought it was in the stumps, didn't he? Yeah.
But even so, you know, you've got to at least put your hands there.
Yeah.
That wasn't a great moment. Jordan Thompson's going to come on. Booth is coming off after 3 overs for 17. And Thompson against Brook is the next little combat within a combat. I suspect he's going to want to be very, very positive against his former teammate.
Yeah.
2 slips in place again, still a third point cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. It's the same field that Booth was bowling to. And Thompson will come in from the Birmingham end to bowl to Brook, who is on the back foot, defends. They think about a quick single and a throw at the stumps by Thompson. It's wide. It would have been tightish. I suspect Wharton had judged it well. Brook to 26 and 89 for 3.
Yep. Well, he's got one off JT. A couple of words exchanged as they go by. As I mentioned, they had that huge partnership at Headingley in a T20 match. That's just one thing that stands out in the mind. A pair of them batting together, going back a few seasons. Second highest T20 partnership in world cricket history at the time for that particular wicket, I think.
Thompson in this time to Wharton, stands up tall to a shorter ball, guided down to third where Booth does the fielding. There's no run. Booth has found himself in a fielding position well away from where his jumper was, so he's shirt sleeves for now. 90 for 3, just 57 runs behind. And a significant partnership this to put Yorkshire still in the ascendancy, to keep them in the ascendancy really, which they earned earlier in the day with the ball. Thompson to Brook, pushes forward a little bit tentatively, just watches the ball onto the bat, out into the offside. There's no run. That's the 12th man, Lintott, who picked it up. Curiously, the one floodlight away to our left is not on. And whether that's anything to do with the building works, it's the one that is within the building site. But they're going to presumably need that for the T20 blast, otherwise it's going to be slightly uneven light. A little while, couple of weeks to get that sorted. As Thompson is turned off his pads here by Brook. Should only be a single. That's a good flying pickup by Malik and gets the ball airborne very quickly. 91 for 3. In fact, is it 3? No, 3 weeks before the first home game at night, I think, because the first home game's a Sunday afternoon. But we are not far away from blast season. Always a fun time of year. These two teams no longer in the same group, no longer bedmates. Wharton awaits Thompson. 2 slips, ready themselves, gets into a lovely position behind the ball and defends up towards mid-on.
We had a few high-scoring games, particularly up at Headingley that I can recall in T20s between them, and then of course there was the absolute aberration down here by Yorkshire with the bat when it was the shortest T20 game, I think, ever, wasn't it? 24.2 overs or something in total one night.
It was a short night.
Yeah, that the Bears won by the proverbial country mile.
Thompson from the Birmingham end. Wharton worked very neatly through square. There's going to be quite the chase there. Ethan Bamber wants to try and cut the ball off. The ball is going to win though. Beats him by about 8 feet. And that's a nice boundary for Wharton. That drop when he was on naught is proving extremely costly. He's to 36. Yorkshire 95 for 3.
Yeah, Robbie Yates will be feeling that with every passing run won. Paul Spencer in Lancaster has been in touch. Says this fixture 45 years ago. I was reading the obituary section in Wisden this week and saw the Chris Lethbridge one. In May 81 he took the wicket of G. Boycott with his first ball in first class cricket for Warwickshire. He also top scored with 69 at number 8. Quite a debut. Moreover, he was from Castleford. The match was a rain-affected draw, although Jim Love made 161, which no doubt helped him get selected for Botham's England ODI side at the start of that memorable summer. Sadly, Chris died too early last year. Yeah, used to see Chris around the Bradford League grounds as well. Played for Hanging Heaton, as that is defended by Harry Brook. First ball of Ed Barnard's over. Alex Davies standing up to him. Groucho, I think, was the nickname because of the big tash he had.
Tash, yeah. I am of a vintage that I remember seeing Chris Lethbridge play quite a few times.
So 95 for 3. Barnard in and bowling and Brook across. Solidly defending. Thanks for that message, Paul. He goes on, actually, he's just popped another one through. Additionally, there were 14 internationals playing, 12 of them English, the other 2 being Alvin Kalicharan and Dilip Doshi, who also sadly died last year.
So that was 45 years ago this year? Or
yeah. Barnard on his way in again from the pavilion end. Ooh, Brook is beaten by this one, which nips on him clearly from the way he played it. And he's wrapped him on the glove, I think it was, dropped into the leg side. Sally McCombs says lithe. That's the title of her message. And you know, when you see something like that, this is only going to go one way.
This isn't going to be a love letter into the joys and pleasures of watching Adam Lyth bat, is it?
No.
Okay.
Barnard's in and Brook defends. Is it maybe time to go for a new opening batter, says Sally, who came in the com box at Headingley the other week, actually. She's over from America, back in the Harrogate area. Sally out. Sally. You're one of our longest standing correspondents, but I can't believe you've bitten on this one. She said Lyth started the season well with scores of 37, 97 and 76 in the first 2 matches, but he's not contributed much since. As Brooke defends, the latest Barnard delivery, she goes brackets, no, 8, 16 and now 2. Is time catching up with him, or are there external factors such as playing conditions and bowling? Well, if we have one of those radio shows where there's a ding for walking onto one, and I think that's it, Sally. More in a sec, because Barnard's in for his last ball of the over, and that is run down to third man. Played it quite nicely there with control, Harry Brooke, so he gets a single. 96 for 3 come the end of the over. He's 28 and Wharton 36. But this is one of those things, isn't it? Now you get to a certain age, and if you have, I mean, that's not even a bad trot, is it? 4 innings, that's not a proper bad trot.
Yeah. And the batting conditions today certainly very tricky.
But you know what I'm saying. As soon as you get to, I don't know, 34, 5, people start to say you're too old if things don't go well. And I've said it in the winter. He had a fantastic season again last year, Adam Lyth. He's just ticked off 16,000 first-class runs the other week. But people are wanting to stick you in the retirement bin as soon as you don't go out and score runs every week. And you tell me, Sally, who you think should replace him at the top of the order, please.
Brooke awaits the start of a new over from Thompson, sends that down the leg side, taken by Alex Davis, whose throw was short of Hayne, who controls it neatly on his thigh before catching it. I think as well, when you look at this Yorkshire batting lineup, when neither Brooke nor Root are available, and they've had at least one of them for the last 3 games, you want some experience at the top of your order. You've got some really talented young players here, some who are now slightly older and establishing themselves, like Wharton. But for Bean, what a great partner to have at the top of the order, to have that experience to be able to lean on. Thompson for Brooke, and he just nudges it through square leg for a comfortable single. 29 to him, 97 for 3. I will point out, because this is a significant move by the ground staff, they are now spread out at both ends of the hover cover. And umpire Warren at this end is staring at them as if to say, OK, if you're doing that, you know something. So I think in their minds they're expecting a sprinkling soon. Yeah, no, I think also the fact is, the nature of modern sports viewing as Thompson's in again, and once more whip through square leg, and that's going to be 4 more, I think, for Wharton. I don't think Bamber will be able to find an angle to cut that off, and that's the 100 up for Yorkshire. 101 for 3. This is becoming an important partnership. That's loose into the pads of Wharton, and he's not timed either of those shots tremendously well, but he's put them into the gap, and that takes him to 40, having had a life on naught. Nature of modern society is you have a few weeks of having a little bit of a rough run seems to take away what you've done for the previous 15 years. It can happen in any sport. Next week he might make 150 against Surrey, and everybody will be singing his praises again. Why didn't he win more England caps? Wharton awaits. Thompson gets onto his toes, defends into the offside. It has gone significantly darker, by the way, in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, you've nailed it, really. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's have a look at some figures, shall we? While you're doing this over.
It can be. I compare that with Alex Davis. Made a 50, pretty flat surface against Surrey at the start of the season. Has really struggled. It's half a dozen single-figure scores since then. He is going to come under pressure at some point, because batters will make runs in the 2s, but he also keeps wicket. But sometimes you do get that bit of pressure on you, as Wharton gets an edge, and he's gone for 40. A good low catch there from Rob Yates, and a wicket for Jordan Thompson against his former county, breaking up a stand of 63 that was threatening to really carry the day away from the Bears. But Wharton, who batted pretty well so far, just nicks off. Thompson found the right line and length there, and Yates with a good catch, which at least partly makes up for his error earlier in the day. 101 for 4.
Well, they were doing the talking off the pitch, and JT has done his talking on it by dismissing his old pal James Wharton. I always, of course, called him the man that makes things happen on commentary stints when he was with Yorkshire, and he's made it happen again.
The celebration was quite in your face, but in a way that it is between 2 guys who know each other extremely well. Let's put it that way. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was definitely meant, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
That's a good catch actually from Yates, who was down on his right knee and caught it just in front of that knee, two-handed.
Yeah, he's in the game now, isn't he, Jordan? That's what he wanted. You know, probably runs-wise wasn't what he wanted, but he's got a wicket, he's got a start, he's got a foot in the game, and he's got Johnny Bairstow to bowl at and Harry Brook now.
Well, it feels like a significant moment. It's one that could be curtailed by the weather a little bit, you fear, but notionally 17 overs left in the day after this, with Brook and Bairstow at the crease. Brook has taken off his gloves and his helmet and waits at the striker's end for Bairstow's arrival to run him through what's happening. They've had a pretty good view at wicketkeeper and slip for the first part of the day as to what the ball's been doing today, which is a bit of everything actually. Been plenty in it for the bowlers. 14 wickets in the day. Yeah,
and no underestimating really that, no overestimating I should say, the importance of that knock from James Wharton in context. 40 off 58, 84 minutes, 6 fours, and as you pointed out on a couple of occasions, dropped on naught. Fourth ball by Rob Yates at second slip. He's done the job eventually.
Yeah, normally such a safe pair of hands. That's his 10th catch in the championship this season. As Thompson bowls to Bairstow, a bit of an inside edge down towards backward square leg, and he'll get off the mark with a single. 102 for 4. Ed Barnard is hurtling towards the stumps at the near side with his hat off and his jumper in one hand, because he knows that the light is getting a little bit close.
I also think we might have the odd spot of rain in the air. Just looking at against the backdrop of the trees. Yeah, I think it's very, very light.
The Warwickshire supporters hitting the ground and knowing not to put their brollies up. And at the moment there aren't any. If they do appear, they'll probably appear at the far end first. Ground staff standing attentively by the hover cover. If we do go off, I think it might be quite a struggle to get back on today. But we have got through more overs than we thought we might.
Barnard to Bairstow, who has a mow at this one outside off stump. Oh, dear me. I certainly know that the Yorkies who travelled down to Taunton were not best pleased with their skipper when he played a ramp shot to third man to get out in the second innings last week. The team survived it because they won the match. So those things tend to get forgotten more quickly. Now that is a proper cricket shot. He got right over the top of it and has drilled it through extra cover for 4.
I mean, the shot that he tried to play the previous ball to only the second delivery he's received today was ridiculous. That one, Ed Barnard has overcompensated a bit with that delivery and bowled him a rather juicy half volley. Asked him to put it away, and he's done so. But sort of a sketchy start for Bairstow in a way. You kind of sometimes wonder what's going through the mind, whether he feels that counter-attack is the best way. Could be that that's in his mind.
Yeah, and he comes. That tends to be the way. You don't see too many quiet periods when Johnny's batting one way or another. Just drop that down at his own feet.
Again, you know, the conditions may not allow it, whether it be because of a delay or because just the circumstance of the batting, but an hour of these two would actually change the complexion of the game entirely, potentially.
Yeah, if they come in and are able to play the natural game, I'd agree. And he's playing his natural game there, Johnny, because he's stood with no foot movement basically and delivered by pulling a ball. It was a poor delivery by Barnard, short of length, and he's pinged it away through mid-wicket for 4 more.
Yeah, the Warwickshire captain will be annoyed with himself. I mean, it's not even a long hop. He's pitched that in his own half, and it's not got up at all, and it's just sat up to be hit.
Yeah, the delivery by Jordan Thompson, just watched it back, incidentally, would have hit, I think, if James Wharton hadn't have got bat on it, so it was angled in towards him, and he got a real thick outside edge on it, didn't he? Pushing at it. Bairstow just dropping this sensibly into the offside. 110 for 4 then, so the deficit at the moment just the 37. which doesn't sound much, but at the rate that the stumps have been, wickets have been falling, could still be another 2 or 3 on the wickets column before they get to parity, if indeed they do. Who knows? The ground staff moving around again over by the covers as Barnard's in and Bairstow blocking this one.
I think the umpires are going to decide that the artificial light's taken over at this point, because they also know that rain is coming. But I think you look at the you look at the shadows, they're going to go and have a chat. But it has to be pretty marginal right now, the way that the light is, and the absence of the floodlight immediately to our left kind of suggests, or makes it more obvious, that that might be the case. So it looks like we're going to have a situation where initially bad light stops play, but I'm fairly convinced that's going to turn into rain. So 110 for 4 Yorkshire. They've batted for 25 overs, so the scoring rate has been, it's been helped by a number of byes, hasn't it? But Brook 29, Bairstow 9. They're going over 4 and over, and they trail by 37 as bad light stops play. It may well be a struggle to get back on. Rest assured, if we do, then we'll be here on Sports Extra 3 and via the BBC Cricket page. But the one thing that could play a little bit into Warwickshire's hands here, having the support bowlers have not been as effective as the opening bowlers, is if tomorrow morning, when it could still be a little bit overcast, although slightly better weather than today, you get the ball back in the hands of Hannon Dolby and Bamber. Hannon Dolby 2 for 25, Bamber 1 for 25. They were more threatening with the new ball up against Brook and Bairstow, because that first half hour tomorrow, if we don't get any more play today, is going to have a huge bearing on the direction of travel in this game, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, if the pitch does get more benign, that might level things a bit, because it may still mean that second time around, particularly Yorkshire trying to take Warwickshire wickets, might get a bit more difficult. But yeah, I think, look, you'd want to get just as many as you can on the board in terms of a lead. It goes without saying, really. So they'll be hoping for similar conditions tomorrow. Cannot see us getting back on. That would be my take on things right now. The cover has been brought on just to the side of the strip, and the umpires are still out there, but it's a bit gloomy.
It is gloomy. The expectation is that we're going to see some rain, although it's managed to avoid it all day. But we will be with you if play does restart. And I'm not entirely sure what the official cut-off time is for them to get back on these days. In theory, there are 16 overs to go. It would mean that I think we would get extra overs tomorrow, potentially up to 8 extra overs tomorrow. But again, the regulations on that have become very peculiar, as I discovered at Hove earlier in the season. If not, we'll be back here at 5 to 11 tomorrow morning with live ball-by-ball coverage. But as it stands, bad light has stopped play. Warwickshire all out for 147, 4 wickets for Jack White, 57 from Sam Hain. In reply, Yorkshire 110 for 4.